And we are back. It's time to go into our final series of the evening as we have the Chengdu Hunters getting ready to go up against the Guangzhou Charge. As mentioned, the Charge not having too much to play for here as far as the mid-season madness is concerned, but Chengdu Hunters have absolutely everything to play for.
Just as a reminder here as well, Charge are only on 1 point so far. Even if they win their next 4 matches, they will be at 5 points, which is no longer eligible to reach the mid-season madness tournament because Fusion and Shanghai both at 6 points. They can't drop below it. Charge can't get above it. It's an unfortunate case. But the Chengdu Hunters, however, are a team that are technically in that race. It's a 3-horse race between Fusion, Chengdu, and Valiant to try and get the final spot in the mid-season madness. And I have to kind of count Shanghai in there as well because they're technically on 6 points here as well, so we'll see what happens. Maybe you could call it a 4-horse race, but the Chengdu Hunters showed a really good performance last week. Leave of the Sojin, so good. It's a little bit of an off-meta pick as well for the rest of the players because Jinmu is playing a decent amount of Genji, which I don't think is really considered meta-worthy in this particular patch, but they're making it work, so who am I to judge, right? It's Chengdu taking teams, entering the Chengdu zone, and if they're winning, they're winning.
Yep, well here, our starting 5 players, obviously for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Not expecting too many swaps, maybe Daisy if he decides to come out. Did look quite good on his last showing, so there definitely is potential for that, even though we are in the ball meta. We'll have to see if they decide to make those swap-ups. On the opposite side of the arena, though, let's go ahead and introduce them. It's the Guangzhou Charge. And there you go. Develop, Choi Se-won, Krong, Unique, and Faraway will be our starting 5. The Guangzhou Charge as they look to try to take down the Hunters.
With Rio on the sidelines as well if they want to be subbed in for particular maps for the ball as well. The Guangzhou Charge, lean roster to try and get this one done. Faraway also playing against his former team as well, so he sort of kept up with the roster movements in the preseason. Chengdu Hunters ended up shedding most of their members, and we talk about lean rosters, technically Hunters as well, just on the 6 members here. They lost Faraway, who was with the team previously, so now going up against his former compatriots and also Monk, who he shared playtime with on that specific flex support role. And the rest of the Charge as well, still looking for the bounce back, right? Because, okay, they might not be eligible for the mid-season madness anymore, but points still matter for the playoffs at the end of the season. And also for their own confidence, for the sake of their fans, for everyone watching the Charge. Still an opportunity to get wins in there. Still an opportunity to turn things around and, make a good show of it.
And I will just say, for the people who might maybe struggle with accents from time to time, Avril said shedding, just in case. Don't worry. You don't need to put your D-colons in the chat. Yeah. Everything's fine. But here we go. Take a look at the map. Not everybody's got a
that's the plausible
like
deniability I use. That's what I do. I keep it close on the line. And then if someone comes at me, it's like, it's just the accent. You can't. It's just the accent, guys. That's what it is. So.
Is this because of Kiwi? Is this the reason why?
See what fun things I can do in the broadcast that I can get away with, but the Ilios can't. That's what I like to do. So let's get towards the actual game itself. We just watched New Queen Street. Chengdu Hunters, by the way, as a reminder, no, it was actually Valiant, but I'm trying to fill. They didn't play New Queen Street last week. There we go. I did find a way to include them into this conversation. They didn't play it last week. They played Colosseo versus Fusion. And they also play Colosseo versus Seoul. So here we go. First look at Chengdu Hunters on this map, on the new meta. Gaga Ball, love to see it. Jinmu Tracer, start to look a little bit better. You do have to play a bit of Tracer on this map. I don't think the Genji would work, so let's see if Jinmu has increased his Tracer capabilities even more than last week.
Alright, well, here we go. This for now, just going to be Choi Se-won and Jinmu poking and prodding at each other. Bot getting ready to unlock. We'll see who can get it moving first. Developed though, nice headshot. Rail goes through, finds the elimination on Denisha, stays safe, slides away, breaks the line of sight. For now, it will be the Charge in control as the Hunters have to wait for that on to come back in.
Krong as well in the Zarya. I mean, we saw this out of the Valiant. I wouldn't say it's advisory, but they want to play Krong here specifically over Rio as well, and they won't get the kill into Gaga, so that's going to be Krong coming up.
Very nice pick up there. Now that backline dive, that much weaker. Jinmu really the only one who can really threaten. Now the bot going to be sat in place, but as they move forward, they will be able to start advancing it once more. Just grabbing as much of a lead as they possibly can. Well, despite finding that kill, still going to be low on the charge, still going to be low on the energy. See if he can find a little bit more here. Really become that powerhouse Zarya that they need him to be. Leave with a nice opening kill, however, will find Unique. Now, goes forward, tries to duke it out against Develop, taking it up close and personal, throws the grenade down. Nope, just going to be sliding away. Choice they want in the meantime. Picked up by Monk, but the fight still widely is kind of being won. It was being won, rather, by the side of the charge, but then Leave decides to put up numbers like that. 2 quick kills, the bot now in control, the Chengdu Hunters. 21 meters is what they have to beat for now.
93% towards the overclock as well. The 2021 MVP says, let's go, this is my hero, this is what we've been waiting for. It's got a combination of hit scan and projectile, exactly what Leave likes to play. Everything on the entire roster, apparently. This hero specifically has been so good for him. Stats-wise, he's definitely one of the better Sojourn players in the particular region, with Shy leading the way. M3 stats also right up there. Develop hasn't had the greatest time so far, so opportunity to maybe do a bit of catch-up, change the narrative while the games are still early. This is that shot though, so...
Not going to hit. Anti on the 2, Krong bubbling it off. The drop down goes to Gaga there. Minefield just 19% away from having that one ready to go. The grab as well, nearly online for Krong. Coming around the back, Jinmu. Look at it. Duke it out here, which ones they want a bit, but has to pop that recall. Makes his exit from the fight, turns his sights instead back over towards the front lines. Unique using the window, but then immediately does end up falling. Jinmu pressuring out, forces the trance from far away. Rotates out, Monk will die. Krong just getting that catch there with a Graviton Surge. Gets the punish, Bubble goes through, Pulse Bomb, not going to find anything. Very nicely done there by Krong. Instantly pushes out, finds Jinmu, but Leave still finding some eliminations. Sort of far away. Keeping it close, keeping the lead there right now for the side of the Chengdu Hunters, but now the bot control will be taken by the charge.
Great energy there as well from Krong. You saw he was actually at 100 energy, bubbled up, got all this energy charge off a Pulse Bomb, getting the frags in there. I mean, Krong's the highest fragging member across the board for the Guangzhou charge so far. 5 out of 8 total kills. So Zarya might not be quote-unquote meta, but Krong's trying to make it work, just like we saw from Chengdu last week, making anything that they're trying to play work as well. Overclock time for Leave.
Okay, yeah, and he is, of course, nanoed up, so nano clock is here. Now, just going to be everybody pulling away, trying to break line of sight, but did get that rail through onto Krong, helps establish the elimination. So now without a tank, Chengdu Hunters can once more just take control of the bot, ship it back across the opposite side of the map, so it's a 5-meter lead here for the side of the charge.
Day's still young here for New Queen Shoot as well, 6 minutes remaining, so haven't even really reached the halfway point. Develops turn next to go for the overclock. No Ana on their side as they're playing the double flex support here. So see if that works out for them as the lead has now gone the way of the Hunters. Charge, letting that one go. Did not contest.
Okay, Unique. Eliminated. Maybe knocked out of the immortality field, but just didn't get an opportunity to throw it either way. That healing is going to be gone. Now it's just far away. That single target healing to try to keep everybody else alive. And so far it is working a bit of a treat. However, development choice they want under fire. Been needing some HP. It looks like Unique has rejoined in time, though, to keep them sustained. Leave just continues to duke it out and develop. I mean, I don't blame him. He's just going to back away from the fight.
And this is the thing, right? This is why I kind of bring up the double flex support of the charge, because Ana might actually be a better pick here as Leave is on 1 HP, but surviving that Gaga in for the safety. Lamp is going to be there, but the thing about Ball into VAP is you can, like you mentioned, just push people out of the Lamp itself. If you don't have the Ana counters, it would be great versus Ball. Jim went to Choi for the 5v4.
Does find that, so yeah, man advantage now going to be there for the side of the Hunters. They continue to advance forward. Charge having a rough time trying to occupy the point. The grab is there, but now, again, the healers are not. Leave gets that headshot. That takes the Transcendence out of the fray. Something like a minefield does come through. Going to be that much more vulnerable to getting picked off. Immortality field does not last very long. They get the anti throw onto Krong. Leave is in position. Gets the rail shot to finish him off, reset the energy once more, and make sure they cannot use that grab. So the bot is just going to continue to advance now for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Once it's done its break, and the break is over, the bot continues to go.
What a great supporting coming through as well from the Hunters to keep Leave alive. He was just in the face of the charge, in Develop's face as well. Didn't want to give up the ground, and as he fades away, gets the rail shot. Brilliant stuff. And so beautiful watching that happen. 73 and counting now, and now we have different Christian over 5 minutes. It's a pretty decent lead for the Hunters, but a lot of ultimates coming online. Window drop by Unique, and instantly gets a kill.
Okay, some good kills there. Gaga and Monk both going to be taken down, so Charge can wrest control away, but obviously have a hell of a long way to go if they want to gain a lead or even just start pushing, because obviously the Chengdu Hunters, they can go ahead and reset and recontest this before it even gets close. Let's see what happens. So a little bit of a late kill onto Jinmu offers up a little bit more space.
And they'll have to win another couple fights to even start pushing again, really. 35 meters, right, is where their marker is. You can just barely see it on the map. Towards that upper left. With that 3 ultimates coming online for Hunters, they should be looking in a pretty decent position for the next fight to match the 3 ultimates on the Charge. Here comes the Overwatch from Develop.
Looking for a target. Monk has the trance rolling. It's only a headshot on anybody else there. Would find the elimination, but the ult will just go ahead and expire. Immortality field from the side of the Charge going to be finished off. Krong getting chipped away at, and Gaga will manage to find that elimination as they play over towards Ghost side, but he does get traded, so it's a 1-for-1 on the tanks. But, however, rough to get moving here. If you're a Charge, you just kind of have to back away. Great sniper Develop. We'll get rid of Jinmu, though.
That just slows things down for the side of Hunters. Leaf probably goes down here as well because he's caught out. Doesn't have the slide. Even if he did have the slide, nowhere to go towards further like Deaths. I mean, Monk as well. So, opportunity, a big opportunity for the Charge to actually gain meterage. I mean, I don't know if they can cap off this, but because they keep getting individual picks, staggering the Chengdu Hunters, we are expecting at least 50 meters here, threatening the cap.
Yeah, forward spawn certainly is a possibility if they can continue to find these little poke and prod kills, these one-offs. As we see Choice A1 going into the back. Oh, Nisha has no idea. Will the stick happen? He gets him. It's not going to be the 2-for-1 that he was looking for, but he manages to double back in. Takes down Monk. The support's now eliminated. Leaf unaware. Huge moves here from the side of Choice A1. As far away once more, helps take down Leaf. Bot now certainly going to be rolling through into this checkpoint. A little bit of time will be wasted here by it as it takes its break, but this is definitely tieable here for the side of the Charge. We'll see if they can continue to win out.
What a play by Chaser One. I mean, he's been such a brilliant force to be reckoned with on this team for 2 years running now. We'll open up that fight and close it on the one fell swoop. Pulse into a kill, double supports. And we're approaching the 70-ish meter mark now. Window coming through, but Jimmy was on the back line.
I mean, they just push straight in behind the window here, does Gaga. Heel's trying to get thrown in, Leave, finds Unique. France now going to be popped far away using that one. Gaga going to be eliminated. It's going to be a 1-for-1, the tank to the support, but as I say, the anti-nade goes out. Nisha finds the kill on the Choice A1. Leave just throwing the nade down right at Krong's feet, and we'll just go ahead and rail him right in the face. It's the elimination as the cleanup comes through. Nisha going to get picked off here on the back end, but widely the Chengdu Hunters do win the fight, and now they will deny the tie, the lead being taken here from the side of the Charge. The bot gets shipped right back in a neutral position.
And because we have about a minute left, it's the same conversation I initiated when we were talking about the Fusion versus the Spark, right? Chengdu Hunters don't need to cap further. They don't need to push the bot further now. They just have to slow down the game. They have a 75-66 lead. Who ends up being pushed in the OT determines who's going to win this map. So as long as Hunters aren't the ones behind during the OT, they are going to win. They just need to slow down the game and prevent the Guangzhou Charge from getting any significant distance now.
Okay, Develop. Push around the corner, does manage to find Leave. I don't even know if that was who he was aiming for. Either way, it's a great target to be found. Now the overclock going to get popped. He's looking to try to get Jinmu. Hits him in the chest. The follow-up shot goes through the skull. Finds the elimination, but Monk is still holding it down. Finds 2 kills for himself. As Leave looks to rejoin, the bot shipped once more here by the Guangzhou Charge. Stopped for the moment. They get it close. They still have to wait. Develop's got a bit of a run back. Chengdu Hunters with the space acquired. The pullback and the reset from the Charge will just go ahead and continue to keep this in Charge's territory.
It's going to be like 2 fights now as well because payload control is in the hands of the Chengdu Hunters. Touch has to be initiated almost immediately here for the Charge. Will be done by Krong, who's waiting around the corner. Hunters have to kind of force a fight here because they can't allow to drop this down to 1 fight. They need to force them to a 2-fight territory.
Grab on the Leave. Definitely a fine target to find.
Nisha was 1% off.
They get that elimination, and he was not able to keep him alive. Gaga, however, does find Choice A1. He's been wreaking havoc, and that gets a pulse bomb out of the fight. Jinmu nowhere near one, though, just still at 44%. Nano's going to be used just to try to build up that pulse a little bit faster, but Develop finds a headshot onto Nisha, punishing him after the grab is used. Develop's going to be picked off in the back line. Jinmu looking for another target. Falls low, 30 HP remaining. Manages to stay alive. Here comes Leave, as you say, the overclock rolling through the nade down. Krong trying to stay in this fight, trying to duel him out, but no, the last moment, the rail will come through. It gets the kill. The pulse bomb is not good enough to finish off Gaga. Choice A1 has to dash away. He has to recall out. That buys enough space. The Chengdu Hunters It gets close at the end, but they will manage to take the first map of New Queen Street.
Could have been disaster there for Chengdu Hunters as well. Good grab coming through from Krong. Nails leave down, though, Nato to save him because Nisha was 99%. I looked at that marker, and it was just so close, but yet so far for the Nato to save him. But respect given to Nisha to pop it onto Jinmu as well, and that allows, again, time being the biggest factor here, buying time for Leaf to rejoin the fight, and then once Leaf is there, he pops the overclock and wins. Jinmu even getting a kill during the Nato is brilliant, but had he just not even gotten a kill, kept the payload alive, and forced attention, and even had other members kind of stay alive because Jinmu is the target now, that would have been enough. So, I respect that Chengdu Hunters just threw everything in there, kept Jinmu up, bought time for Leaf to return, and then Leaf wins the game.
Well, there's the first map out of the way, but a close one there from the Guangzhou Charge. Can't quite get across the finish line, but they make it look competitive. Let's see what happens as we go into Route 66 once more for our escort map. See if they can tie this up, or if the Chengdu Hunters will bring us the match point. And we are back and about to go in our second map here of our second series of the evening. Chengdu Hunters able to draw first blood, get a victory on New Queen Street. A little bit down to the wire there. Seemed like Charge, just a couple more clutch moments, may have just been able to get that map win under their belt, but it does elude them. Now they get another try, though, as we get ready to go into Route 66 once more.
It was a reasonable, I think, display from the Charge. Not good enough to beat the Hunters here. You'd have favored the Hunters anyway, but
Sure.
last stage would have been the time for the Charge to beat the Hunters, and now Hunters are looking much better in this particular meta compared to Kickoff Clash. Got to credit Choice 1 and Krong. You know, I kind of doubted how effective Krong's Zarya was going to be. Ended up being fairly good. I didn't doubt his performance with Zarya. I just don't think it's great for the meta. But, you know, he came out, looked reasonable. Got a lot of frags in there. Choice 1 as well. Turning around fights on the Tracer. We always knew that Choi was going to be good at Tracer, and he delivers that. But when you have a situation, having Hunters in the lead, Leave comes back, overclock, overhaul, just so damn solid on the Sojin. That's the difference maker at the end of the day. When guys like Shy and Leave can play a Sojin to this quality, it really puts the other team on the back foot.
Let's see how they fare now going into Route 66. It's going to be the Charge first, the defense choice they want back onto the Tracer, which was finding an immense amount of impact. I mean, Develop as well, not too bad overall on the side of the Sojourn. It did get picked, but obviously when you're going up against Leave, it's going to be a pretty difficult time, but it did have some nice picks throughout that first map. See if you can do just a little bit better this time around to try to find a strong defensive side.
So overall record between these two teams sits at Chengdu 5 wins, and Guangzhou at 6 wins. So this will be Chengdu now, if they win the series, to even up their all-time franchise record against the Guangzhou Charge at 6 apiece. So there's that overall implication as well, above the, you know, as well as the fact that Chengdu is still technically in the race for Midseason Madness. Jinmu back over towards the Genji, by the way. Eats a rock, but he's okay. So this is Jinmu's bread and butter for sure. This has been his best hero so far in not just this meta, but both metas this entire year.
Nice dash through. Bread and butter. Managing to find choice they want a prime target. Develop. Nice headshot with the rail off screen. Does find Leave. Immortality field cleared out. We'll see if they can find any extra kills. Jinmu just continuing to farm up here on the high ground, throwing out these shurikens. Trying to build for the blade. The pile driver comes down. Another accretion connects onto the Genji, but heals go his way. He's got the deflect. He will stay safe. Gaga, however, this is not
Develop again.
Develop. Managing to find that elimination with the help of Faraway, it looks like. This corridor about probably a hell of a lot of damage because Faraway has been fragging. Some nice eliminations from him, but goes low. Looks like Unique is able to keep him sustained as Jinmu just continues to pillar hug, trying to stay safe, but Develop eventually finds him. Good kills coming through here for the Charge's Sojourn.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, Develop's really starting to pick up some pacing now. Has all 4 of the frags, make it now, I believe, 5. 2 of them have been on Leave so far. So everything is on Developed shoulders, rather. Choice 1 finally picking up 1 as well for the Guangzhou Charge. So first defense is very solid. 2.5 minutes off the clock, and no ultimates to show for it from the Hunter side just yet. Nisha 1% away from the Nano.
I could be wrong about this, but it feels like, given that you and I, do cover the majority of APAC, that have we seen Charge play Route 66 since that first week where there was the Route 66 incident?
I can't remember. I legitimately can't remember.
It feels like that was the last time.
Well, Rio's not in this time, so he can't get a 100% deadlift.
That's very true. And yeah, I don't think he would have it right now, given the way that Develop's been playing. He gets another elimination. This time Gaga going down, along with the Flux. Not going to be able to find too much. Jinmu clears that. Immortality field now looks for a target. Dashes over, finds Sigma, has to pop the deflection. Goes ever so low, and the final slash is not good enough to take down Faraway. Faraway perseveres, gets the elimination. Nisha now gone. Punk eliminated as well. Faraway continues to find some nice kills. And this is going to be the cart. I mean, inched forward, but widely held in place.
So,
1 minute and 25 seconds left.
This could be the Route 66 incident again, but the other way around, because Charge look like they're going to win this one. Possible full hold here. That was just an ultimate advantage fight where they snowballed, barely had to use any ults previously, banked them up, waited for Hunters to come in to use their own ults, and Charge, with a greater number of them, are going to have a major advantage. Leave doesn't even have the overclock yet. It's been 3 damn minutes. This is very slow from Leave, so the Hunters are by far just struggling massively here.
He's just been getting domed at every twist and turn. Widely developed, the one who's been shutting him down, and really great to see here. Dash in, Jinmu looking to get down.
Oh, here we go.
And the nade will just chew them apart. I mean, Minefield to clear out the immortality and then leave. Finally able to prop, finally able to get that overclock online. With that follow-up stagger kills coming through, Develop getting pinched. It seems like that should be point A, widely conceded here by the Charge. We'll see if they can get themselves in for a final contest.
Sure looks like he wants to come in. Yeah, he is. He's going to contest indeed, so there's some opportunity. Far away has the Transcendence. He's going to pop it.
He pops it just to get them here onto the point. Wrong now. Joining in with the rest of the team. 24% away from having that online. Faraway shuts down lead. Absolutely massive. Pulse them up. Tristan 1 will find Nisha, but now it's just going to be Krong and Faraway left in the fight. The Flux not there to try to buy some space. He's going lower and lower. The healing output from Faraway just unfortunately not going to be good enough to be able to hold this point. So the cap will come through, but they take it all the way down to overtime. Now it's 2:22 left here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters to try to push through to B.
I mean, goodness, that was definitely a fight coming on through. Leave getting shut down mid-overclock, but still the Chengdu Hunters off the back of Monk, Jinmu and the rest still being alive, getting the frags required. I guess it was too good to be true for the Guangzhou Charge, where the dream of the full hold is gone. The reverse Route 66 incident, which could have been true because, fun fact, 3 minutes and 20 seconds in, the Hunters had only one final blow, and that was from Jinmu in the first fight. So they had nothing to work with, and then Leave suddenly gets 2 on the nade. Here comes a Flux from Krong, though.
Looking for some prime targets, gets the lift up, it's going to be Jinmu, slap back down to the ground, there's the finishing shot, far away once more, finds another elimination, taking down the counterpart DPS and Leave. And, I mean, he even gets Monk. Faraway has been absolutely on fire in these first 2 maps.
That's important, right, because we saw what Aim God and Irony did on our last series. The Zenyatta is so important in this meta. Both the Zenyatta and the BAP super buffed up. Leave down a choice of 1, not having a great game so far on this particular map. Leave was popping off on New Queen Street, but now on Route 66 he struggled. Jinmu with the blade, should be a nano blade coming on through for sure, and encounters on the other side doesn't look like it. Just a unique lamp, the immortality field to save them, but once that's chewed through, should be a prime opportunity for Jinmu to get frags.
Oh, the stick, how big is it? It's massive. Monk can leave out of the fight. Choice A1, just slinking around into the back lines. Cleans him up now, is looking to use Gaga as a battery for the next pulse bomb. He's trying to roll his way out. Sliver of HP, and Krong gets him in the end with a bounce. Really late kill, great stagger.
Because
40 seconds
now when
remaining.
You look at the time, exactly, you look at the time, Gaga has to respawn, they have to wait for him. You lose all the positioning for the setup here as well. I mean, Chengdu aren't even on the second point yet. They have actually nothing to work with. They just have to kind of nano play this one and hope for the best.
Okay, yep, they will throw it once more. Trying to get rid of Krong, will be able to do so this time around. Faraway not in position to try to heal him.
He was too far away.
Dash up over the top. Unique now going to be eliminated. He's looking for the dash through onto Develop. Can't quite get it. Develop still ducking and diving around, but Leave will manage to hound him down here at the very end. So Cart finally opened up, but it's going to be overtime for the final push, and Charge absolutely can recontest this.
I want you to really appreciate my faraway joke that Faraway was too far away from Transcendence, so couldn't save Krong. So the Transcendence ended up not kind of the real ones heard that one. The real ones got that down, so that'll be clipped for sure. As Hunters now, look, overtime, 2 ultimates available. It's possible Develop can save this one still. On the side of the Guangzhou Charge, good minds though.
They do, dropping it there onto the high ground. Those ones widely being cleared out. Nade to try to hold them at bay. Card inching closer, playing with their time here. Develop now going to open things up. Throws the overclock, pushes through. He's looking for the shot. Can't get Monk before the trance comes through. Now the overclock likely to expire. It has. Jinmu, however, gone. Far away again, fighting elimination. They lose the Unique at the same time. Leave fighting that, but far away. He gets Nisha. He takes out 2. Looks for a little bit more. They lift him up into the air with a Flux, and oh my goodness, they will be able to clean him up. A hold just in front of point B. Guangzhou Charge off the back of the Zenyatta. Faraway doing his best Jonak impersonation. He's doing a damn good one. They get the hold, and now they have a win condition under their belt.
Popping off so far, I mean, putting on a display, saying to the Hunters a statement, you dropped me. This is what you're missing out on. Faraway for sure at the end of that last fight, getting so much work done. Choice of 1's pulse, so let's take a look at this. And you cannot overstate how important this moment was. To be fair to Leave, he didn't know that Monk was also running in that direction, so they both ended up running in that same direction together. Had Leave stayed still and Monk stayed still as well, they would have both died. So it's very difficult in that situation with less than 1 second to communicate what you want to do. Bit of a 50-50, right? You either try and leave and hope the other guy doesn't, or you stay and hope the other guy leaves. So it is a pretty tough situation to try and save them both. But it doesn't matter. Even if one of them died, even if Leave didn't get Monk killed, that still would have been the fight for the Guangzhou charge, for sure. And at the 1 minute mark as well, you can't overstate how important it is. Get some translators out for the faraway Jinmu band to happening. I'm sure it's good, guys. I'm sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how practice is your Mandarin like reading?
Let me get my app out. I'll get a map out to app to translate that for you real quick. Kai. Someone just follow Kai.
Very good. I understand completely. No context needed. Well, Development's going to be swapping back over onto the Sojourn. Same comps. Out the gate. Charge. Start getting the push going.
Okay. And because, we don't go to C point yet, Hunters have a lot of work to do, especially on A. Because you did see the Guangzhou charge drag this one basically into the OT. Barely any time remaining for the Hunters. They already lose Nisha on the defense. That is critical as Charge now will start taking position.
Massive pickup. Jinmu as well going to be dead, but they did get the deadliest member off the roster of the Guangzhou charge, and that's far away. He's gone, but it seems like the rest of the team is able to pick up the slack a little bit. As Krong is just advancing forward, and Monk, I mean, yeah, you can try to go around the corner, but those spheres, they bounce. Gets the elimination. The cleanup is there. That's an extended team wipe. Is unhindered so far. The card advances.
There's enough distance remaining that Hunters should be able to come back in, and no one has an ultimate, so it will just be a dry retake. A neutral retake. You gotta come in quick though. They have multiple members that can actually go for the touch, namely it will be Gaga, then probably Jinmu. Nisha possibly found again. Yep, there it is.
Yep, that he is. Jinmu dies shortly thereafter. I'm getting deja vu. Gaga now, body blocked, can't escape. The cleanup is there. It is just so very clean. The Guangzhou charge looking alive. 5 minutes in the time bank, and they don't even have to get to point B.
So many big differences from last map as well, considering that Development's having a much better Sojin game, better than Leave even. Choice of one, we always knew he was going to be good on the Tracer. He was last map as well, but Krong on the Sigma. We're just going through some of the best hits of Krong from Zarya to Sigma. At one point, you could have considered Krong to be one of the top Sigmas in the entire league. Showing that again now in 2022.
Oh, Gaga, he's just trying to play the game, but they say absolutely not. The nade at his feet when he pile drives far away with the Discord Orb, they just rip him to shreds. Flux, not going to connect. Didn't have line of sight, couldn't quite see if he was going to get anybody, but there's a stick. Choice A1 gets Monk, Jinmu's going to be dead. Nisha, I mean, he just says, yeah, kill me. I know it's over.
Take me.
Please, God, so I can reset a little bit faster.
This is the closest I can get to jumping off the map, and we're in final fight territory already. There's still 4 minutes left. Charger pushed this one so far up. Krong, he might have missed a flux, but he got the high ground. He drops down, gets a kill. Farway is still fragging out. Perfectly positioned on the back line. Everybody on the charge standing exactly where they want to. And it comes down to the Hunters on minimal ultimates. Even the ones coming online to try and do something about it.
Getting deja vu. Here we go yet again. He keeps trying to make it happen. He knows that somebody needs to challenge the Zenyatta, but I mean, he's holding the trance. Even if you took him low, he'd just pop and he'd stay alive, but he just can't get a damn thing done. Krong will fall. Here's the overclock now from Develop, looking for a target, trying to juke back and forth against Leave's ult as well. Will just expire without any kills being found. They'll wait for Krong to rejoin. They say that's fine. We still have over 3 minutes left. The card is widely there.
Positioning though, what can Hunters do in this time? They've managed to push the charge back finally. Respect being shown as well. Both the Sojin players using overclocks, going for each other, but didn't want to overcommit because they both know that if they die to their opponent's overclock, it could be over. The fight now is massive kill now from Leave and Develop. That's going to slow things down for the charge. They'll have to back out.
A huge one that was desperately needed. Now they need to try to cut off their escape. Immortality field used, but gets cleaned up. As Krong now also in danger of potentially falling. And he's just going to try to jump off the side of the map, but won't be allowed to do so. So the cleanup is there. Continued staggers being found here as Leave is chasing well far over towards the spawn. Final rail not going to get a shot across, but now 2.5 minutes. So working through the time bank are the Chengdu Hunters.
I mean, more staggers, the better for the side of the Chengdu Hunters, right? Because they're trying to bleed this timer down. So the fact that they got the initial fragment to develop, had a bit of a pause, went in to get the full cleanup. That's about as good of a stagger as you could really hope for here. But massive ultimates coming online. Choi on the back line as well, forcing the trance.
But that's, yeah, forces the trance, and that could potentially open up the flux a little bit later on. For now, Jinmu pulls the blade. He's looking for a target. France rolling there from far away, so the blade just going to have to be sheathed. Doesn't find anything. Monk stuck in the corner, far away. He comes out of nowhere, off the top rope, gets the elimination on the Monk. Pushing up, Krong now really trying to just shut down Misha, get rid of the rest of this rally. Hasn't been able to do so. Falls a little bit low. Uses the kinetic grasp. So try to get some extra shielding, and the rail shot from Develop manages to find Jinmu. So once more, in control of the cart are the Guangzhou Charge. And as they continue to get picked off, it seems like the hope, the dream of contesting this, stopping this,
Just Nisha.
and getting the map win is not going to come to fruition. Monk drops down, is instantly taken out by a rock to the face, getting that piggy treatment, and there you go. Guangzhou Charge, they will be able to tie it up. An absolutely gorgeous map of Route 66 puts a map win on the board for them.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's showing up on the side of the Charge as well. I mean, compared to what we saw in New Queen Street, it's such a huge turnaround in the space of just one map. And already you can start to feel that the Charge have some lifeblood in them. We've seen so many games now from the Charge that just seem devoid of that, right? They're so far behind, they're getting diffed in multiple areas, but this game, this particular map that we just saw on Route 66, you can very fundamentally say they were ahead almost across the board from almost every single member. So that's a really nice turnaround from the Charge, but we'll have to see if they can continue that onwards for the rest of the series. If they can win this match, the Hunters are out of contention for the Midseason Madness.
All right, well, still everything to play for with Midtown coming up next. Let's see who is going to be able to take a step forward and gain match point. Guangzhou Charge looking so heated up right now. The Blonde Squad might be able to make it happen. I mean, far away, he doesn't have the blonde hair, but it doesn't matter. He's already ascended. He needs the rest of his team to level up to Super Saiyan to just catch up with how much impact he's having right now in this game. We'll see if he can continue to absolutely pound as well when we come back. We'll see what happens on Midtown. Don't go anywhere. And we are back. The score tied up 1-1. Guangzhou Charge looking incredibly strong on our second map of Route 66. I mean, like we said, pretty damn close on New Queen Street. They answered back. Now it is all tied up. Match point, what is going to be found here by one of these teams after Midtown, unless there's a draw. It's always a possibility that there could be a draw, I suppose. But match point is what we're looking for. Who's going to get it? I don't know.
We haven't had a draw so far this season, I don't think. I don't remember seeing any draws as far as I'm...
Closest we had was that one Coliseum game.
Yeah, it's funny that it almost happened on Porsche nowhere else. One comment, by the way, and this really is Farway's minute. It's not a surprise to me that he's popping off. He is so well known for his Zengarde. That's his signature hero. And as far as the Super Saiyan stuff goes, look, you have the other 4 members of the team, just normal Super Saiyan, but fun fact, Farway's in Super Saiyan 4 mode, where the hair is actually still black. I don't know if anyone remembers that. So he's actually a couple of levels above. That's why he doesn't, he's not got a blonde going on. So the rest of them are just in like the normal pleb Super Saiyan 1 to 3 modes. He's on 4 already. So Farway's
was that a Dragon Ball Super thing or one of the
it's,
one of the extended
GT,
series?
I think.
GT, of course. How could I forget GT? Haven't watched that in a hot minute, as it turns out. So can't make the reference myself. Doesn't matter.
Prime part of every single millennial's childhood.
I do remember staying up late watching GT.
Zoomers wouldn't.
As always.
They don't know what they missed out on.
Well, hopefully people aren't missing out on this series, because Charge, they might just be able to make it happen. Obviously, it's too late for Midseason Madness, but they could still make it happen and deny the Chengdu Hunters.
Speaking of missing out, one or both of these teams could miss out on the Midseason Madness. So it's either one team missing out or both teams missing out, depending on the result of this game. And it hasn't been kind to Hunters, at least not on the last one. New Queen Street, a pretty good showing, but on Route 66, not the best. Moving over towards Midtown here, we've seen such great Sigma play in the past, define this map for this particular meta. Krong, once again, piloting that one. Gaga going to give the Winston a try. The Winston is not as good in this meta as he was in the Kick of Flash, so this will be somewhat more difficult for Gaga to get his work done.
Smooth farming, a couple headshots there on Develop around the corner, but not going to lead to any dive-in kills. Now slow going is the Charge. Taking their time to try to find an opening pick to get themselves a little bit further forward towards the point. Not happening yet, but okay. Well, as I say that, Krong will find one. Jinmu now under fire as his Monkey's trying to make his way out, but Krong says, nope, you cannot escape. 2 kills. Still haven't made their way to the point quite just yet. Gaga still playing quite far forward. Heals coming through, though, and this time Unique is going to be the one picking up all of the kills. He's getting involved, says, yeah, you've had your time in the spotlight there far away. It's time for me to get a little bit of time in the limelight. And now, over onto the point. The respawn's coming through. Nisha's still waiting, and it's going to be at least 2.5 ticks.
But how does Leave even die? I mean, that's the least likely person that should ever get a kill onto Leave. Like, Krong just walks up and somehow kills Leave. You see from Gaga's POV how sad it is. Well, just kicked into the corner. Jinmu trying to keep this one alive.
I mean, Gaga does find far away, but trades his life for it. Now Jinmu is going to be taken down. Krong slept there for a moment. Stands right back up. Looks for Monk. Gets him. The help of choice they wanted. The cap is there. It's 4 minutes and 40 seconds to kick off Midtown. Window invested, but that's about it.
Clean. I mean, super clean so far from the Charge. Minimal losses here. 80% towards a grab for Krong, taking advanced positioning. It's these opening picks coming through from the Guangzhou Charge that make it so sad for the Chengdu Hunters to do anything about it. Jinmu has a blade, but it'll be unsupported because Nisha's only got 80%. They haven't had time to charge a nano just yet. And even then, if you blade in, even with the nano, you're just going to get grabbed. And Gaga just dies. What?
I mean, the Discord orbs, the damage output that's coming through from the side of the Charge, they just focus fire him. And Faraway is just not allowing for Gaga to play the game. There's the grab, catches Leaf. They're looking for the elimination. They get the nano out. Leaf trying now to turn things around. Looks like Krong may be flying a little too close to the sun. That has angered them. Leaf will find Unique for a little bit more with the overclock and gets the body tap. And the finish off will be there from Nisha to get rid of Develop. He will finally win out the fight as Choice A1 finds Monk for a little bit of a, cheeky pick off the very end, but ends up dying. So an additional stagger here on the side of the Charge.
Probably an unnecessary overclock because they had mostly won that fight anyway. They have respawn advantage at that point in the map. It looked like the Charge were on their way to back up unless Choice of One goes absolutely large and he only got 1 kill. There was not really any hope for the Charge to bring that one back, so a little bit confusing from Lee, but he'll expend that one. Nano's also been used to save him. I respect that from Nisha.
Gaga again trying to pressure far away. The blade comes through. Transcendence going to be forced far away. It's dipping out of there, making sure everyone's safe. The blade gets resheathed, but Lee with a nice headshot does find develop. So once more, Charge going to be slowed up.
2-to-1 ult trade though. I mean, you traded both Primal and Blade for what ends up being only a Transcendence. Probably reasonable on the side of the Guangzhou Charge here. And Gaga didn't, he didn't really want to have to use the Primal, but you take so much damage as Winston now in this meta. Like you said, Discord and damage output with the Discord is just so huge. So Primal forced out. Choi pressuring the payload will be forcing some attention towards him as well.
Pushing that up, poking and prodding where possible. Nearly has a pulse bomb online. Anybody other than Gaga, Monk, pretty much going to be prime targets to receive that. But I mean, even if you can force the trance, that's still going to be a win.
Krong's low.
A bit of damage though, yeah. Can't quite tell exactly where he's at, but the immortality field gets cleaned up. Seems like he should be able to stay alive. Far away,
Looks like
slowly ticking towards that next trance.
Yeah, so scaffolding high ground here. This is where Krong was, got saved by the lamp, right? The immortality field. So spending some utility just to get Gaga away. This is good time buying from the Hunters to build up more ultimates, slow down the Charge. Charge ready to get a move on here. They're baited by Gaga and they can't move.
Nano used. Okay, immortality field out from Unique as he tries to backpedal and stay alive, but it's just not enough throughput. Does end up dying. Far away punishes him, because why the hell not? End up making it a 1-for-1. Tank for a support. Cart, however, still rolling back, but now with that pick off onto Nisha, maybe they can get things moving forward once more. Cutting
Gaga
back,
really
the
wanted to
Transcendence
kill, right?
still at the ready. Drop
And that's
down
the thing,
here.
Transcendence is not going to save him because he's so far forward. He was really greedy for the kill. Ends up trading that, forces Hunters back. That's a negative trade at the end of the day because they spend an ultimate versus an ultimate. To be fair, the window was expended. Here comes Gaga again. Nearly on the Primal, really needs it.
Okay, grab finding two, but he also catches Monk, so the trance is there. They managed to keep Leave alive, and then he immediately answers back. A nice headshot there onto the development mid-air with the overclock. For a little bit more shot, not quite going to connect. Nade goes out, just trying to force Krong off that position, keep him out of the high ground. Krong instead just going to continue to re-aggress, but Cart still just going to be stopped up here at the top of the ramp through the underpass. It's just 45 seconds remaining for the Charge. Dry fight's about to be coming online for the most part, but okay, yeah, Blade actually is going to be there versus a window that Unique almost sort of has.
And the play will play well into the window itself. Again, just the lamp to kind of counter this one. I don't think Jimmu's going to be able to line up this Blade with a Nano ever again because Nisha's been using it out of turn because you had to use it to save Gaga, put him into action, right? Had to save it, leave with the Nano last time as well. So Jimmu has to do all of these dry and hope that he doesn't just get melted.
Taking low as the deflect expires. Goes up onto the high ground. Discord still on him. Krong trying to find him with that beam. /1/2. Immortality field going to be cleaned up. Goes up into the air and manages to find Unique. Drops back down. Cart contested for now by Choice A1. That's going to force out the overtime. But down a member, down a support. Can the Charge manage to persevere? The OG's going to be bleeding away. The touch comes in. Choice A1 once more, keeping it contested. But Develop's going to be taken down to the back line. Krong with a sliver of HP. Finally finished off as is far away. Choice A1. He tries to go for the pulse bomb. Eventually gets Monk here in the end. But that's as far as the cart is going to go. So yet again, a win condition here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters.
And just respect being given by Guangzhou as well. I mean, they couldn't really do much against the Blade. You saw the immortality field come down. Unique knew he was a target. The window was already deployed, I think. And for the Guangzhou Charge, couldn't deal with Jimmu. Gets away with at least the one kill there, but it's a lot of damage. I mean, Krong limping away on minimal HP, eventually finished off by Nisha. Gaga receives the Nano, and that's the other thing, right? Because the Blade is expended, but Nisha actually still has a Nano that he was building up towards, so more pressure coming through from Hunters. The fight's not over. Gaga then goes in as well, and Charge still haven't recovered from the initial damage and loss of Unique. And now we have a situation where Hunters will prevent the B camp from coming on through. They've lost A so convincingly from a brilliant Charge pickoff onto Leave via Krong, a bunch of other frags. Hunters unsuccessfully going for the retake. But the turnaround I respect because that was a humongous time bank from Guangzhou Charge going from A to B.
Yep. Really nicely done there. Good time buying where the Chengdu Hunters get it stopped up. So once more, it's not quite as close to point B cart, but pretty much a similar position to be in. This time the role's just a bit reversed compared to Route 66.
We're going to see Nisha on the... No, he's not going to be on the back. He'll be playing the Lucio. So we've got Lucio, Ana. And Nisha's been handling a lot of the Ana duties so far in the Chengdu games for Midseason Madness, but this is definitely Monk's signature here. As Faraway's signature is the Zen, Monk is the Ana. That was how the two players divided their time last year, both on the Chengdu Hunters. It's important that Ana is there to keep the Gaga Winston alive, and this is why, right, he just gets melted.
Oh, the bubble, and he's going to be taken down. The rail does connect. They'll find the pick off, and that's going to be the Chengdu Hunters having to back up, charge. How far forward do they want to advance? It seems like the train car pretty much going to be about it. Don't want to overstep because they know that if anyone gets picked off, that very well could lead to a spiral out of control and a cap coming through.
It is very likely, by the way, and without getting too far ahead of myself, that full holds will happen here just because Sigma defenses with really strong DPS and poke damage is just so powerful. However, that being said, with the kill from Jinmu, it's possible Gaga is traded, but the respawn advantage is in the favor of the Hunters slightly.
Rail not connecting. Krong shuts down Leaf. A massive accretion into the final shot. So now Nisha dead as well. The charge. They won't be able to stay alive and fight another day. Monk now gone. Jinmu trying to do what he can, trying to get that blade up. But once more, they're going to have to reset and retry.
This composition does really struggle. I mean, Gaga's ability to stay alive is so impactful. Look at Krong's damage output. Already has the flux available. Nano there for Monk, which at this point is going to have to be used on Gaga. You have to nano this guy just to allow him to walk up and stay alive, because otherwise it's too difficult. And you need to have time as well for Leaf to build up these rails. So Gaga has to go in. Here comes a nano, and then build space for Leaf.
Oh, but they just go ahead. They flux him. They drop him back down. Take him low, 2 HP. There's the final shot. Gaga ends up dying. Choice A1 going to be traded, develop. Antied out. Jinmu finally able to find the kill, so no DPS in the fight right now. I say that, Faraway is still here, but Krong eliminated. Anti out onto both of the supports, and the cap can finally come through for the side of the Hunters.
Yeah, brilliant couple of pickups there for Leaf. This is what happens when you can just make that space, even with Gaga dead. Jinmu's in the kind of mix with Monk and Nisha. So Leaf on the back lines, sniping people out, gets Krong, gets Faraway to prevent any sort of retake. Transcendence would have been important for that, right? So get Faraway out is ideal for the Chengdu Hunters, but making the best of what was a pretty awkward situation, losing Gaga even despite the nano. The good news for Gaga is that he baited the solo flux, right? So the rest of his team didn't have to eat that. I do respect that play coming through for the Hunters, and they didn't have to blade importantly, so they can use that for the next fight.
Trans is there. Go ahead and try and deal with that, though. Stick. Monk dead. A good, quick little dash in from Choice A1, continuing to find value as a tracer. It'll force the Hunters back as a collective unit.
It's about another 10-second buy, and also positional buy for the side of the charge. I think the positional advantage here is really important because Hunters had to control the payload. They had initial positioning, whereas now Guangzhou off that one reset can play wherever they want to, including scaffolding towards the right of where Leave was. Blade's still important here. Primal being online for Gaga is massive.
Far away. In danger. Now the Primal coming in. Immortality field there. Trying to keep them alive. Monk in the meantime taken down off screen. Develop. Trying to come up and peel. And Gaga, he's not going to find anything for it. Does end up dying. Krong going to be traded as Jinmu gets on top of the enemy. Zarya resetting that energy at the very least. But Cart not going to be getting too much distance here for the side of the Hunters. 250 left to deal with.
I mean, that's like close to 2,000 HP worth of effective HP for Gaga between his base HP and the Primal, which is melted within seconds, which goes to show how huge the damage output here is in this current meta for Midseason Madness. We're still waiting for ultimates to come online. The good news is that Monk will probably get to line up this nano with Jinmu now. Choice Juan in a little bit of trouble, but he's okay. In the back line, this is really annoying for Hunters to deal with.
Ducking and diving around. Going low there, but to stay alive. Nano clock now online as we have a pause. Okay, a little bit of break in the action, so not going to be in the middle of a fight. Obviously, we always want to avoid that. We'll see what the issue is, though. And look to get back into the game here rather quickly and see how things are going to conclude.
We have a lot of, I mean, the next fight's going to be really important, right? It's about 2 minutes 17 remaining, but Hunters have 4 ultimates online. If they don't win this fight, because I know they're about to get into the situation where they spend most of their ultimates, 2, 3 ultimates expended here for sure, if not all 4. And I would even go so far as to say that, you know, would you nano blade or would you nano clock here? I'm leaning towards the nano blade because it's not just about Jinmu's output on the blade, but it's more so about his survivability, because once you put the Nano onto Blade and Genji, it's both him and Gaga buying space for leave to get the damage done on the overclock. The base overclock is fine. The Nano pushes up to really high levels as far as giving you a 195 damage rail body shot. But buying the space for leave, I think, is more important, so I would suggest probably the Nano Blade here. The more important thing is the fact that if Hunters fail this fight, I don't think they really have enough time left to make any significant recontest. They'll have to come back neutral, right? Be an OT push. Should be heading back into game now, so we'll see how this one pans on out. There isn't Transcendence, so this Transcendence is going to count at the Blade. So, knowing that, Leave has to be the heavy lifter on this overclock stage.
Alright, well, quick little issue dealt with as the grab's going to be used to try to get the ante in. Try to stave them off. Beat used by Nisha. Choice A1 goes down. Good opening kill develop, however. Sniping the Lucio out of the sky once the shielding is gone. More support out of the fray. Once more, the leap comes in from Gaga. It's not going to be the Nano Blade. No, it's going to be Gaga because he has been getting dealt with rather easily.
Wait.
They didn't touch. They didn't contest it.
Oh. Okay.
The Chengdu Hunters, for once, are the ones who played the point. It's the Guangzhou Charge.
I'm not gonna lie, I was
time.
scared for Hunters. I thought Hunters stepped off the payload. I was really scared for the Hunters. It was like, they're winning this, and they stepped off the payload. There's no way. But then it says Chengdu Hunters won. We're like, okay, well, they won the payload, and the Charge were not. You do see Choice of One trying to blink him there, far away trying to trans him there, but it was too late. They all got scared off the Gaga Nano. They ran away. And that was that. That would have been painful if it was Chengdu. It still is painful for the Charge, but I think once you get into the situation where Charge have expended 2 ultimates with no reply, I mean, pulse plus grab and nothing happens, yeah, Hunters are definitely in the lead at that point. So I think Hunters deserve to finish that map and take the win. They're 2-1 now. Still a good showing from the Charger. This is a close game.
It really is, and they're definitely going to be kicking themselves about that, but they have to be able to bounce back. They were able to bounce back after the Route 66 incident in their first series of the season. Maybe they can bounce back here from yet another Midtown incident. Something about this map, something about that Point B, Avril. It just hits different. But we've got Oasis coming up with Chengdu Hunters now at match point. We'll see if they can close it out on control, or if the Guangzhou Charge can take us to yet another Map 5 series. We'll find out in just a few.
For готовности. You're powered up. Get in there. I'm unstoppable.
And we are back once more and potentially have a Game 5 situation on our hands unless the Chengdu Hunters can close things out over on Oasis. If they can, 3-1 victory for them. Guangzhou Charge is going to have to reset and go again. But it's been down to the wire in pretty much all of these maps, Avril. The Charge, they're clearly showing that they have what it takes. They can compete against the Chengdu Hunters. Can they take us to a map 5? It's time to find out.
Friday night APAC. Back-to-back map
Hell
5s?
yeah.
Question mark. Well, this is what happened last week, right? First day of APAC, 2 map 5s. Amazing games. This one's close. Even with the C9. I don't think Charge really had too much of a chance. You never know, but Hunters were definitely ahead. I think safe to say the team that probably should have won the map did end up winning the map. The opportunity, though, as we head into Oasis, nobody changing anybody on the roster so far. It is Krong's day to shine. This would have been probably a decent one for Rio to come through on the ball, but with Krong being in, we'll see what kind of heroes he's going to end up playing. I have a funny feeling it'll be a lot of Zarya, particularly on our opening University. But beyond that, hard to say. I would like to not see Gaga back on the Winston, because we're just seeing how hard it is for the Winston to survive in this meta. It's really, really tough.
Yeah, I mean, the Winston, the ball, if you're going up against Faraway and he's playing
Ball is more
Zenyatta,
survivable. Ball is much better.
Well, widely I agree. The Route 66 might be a bit of an outlier there, but things were very, very rough for Gaga on that map. Now, it's time to focus on the present. Oasis University out the gates. TP forward. Looks like Faraway going to be shifting away. Now goes for the Ana.
Enemy here.
And I think, you know, the fact that Develop starts on his Sombra tells you a couple of things. They're either expecting that Gaga was going to be playing the Doom or a Ball. He's playing none of them, and it's probably fine. Develop can just swap off the Sombra afterwards.
Oh,
not really enjoying the Winston so far. He slept, but it doesn't matter because Leave has got all the flags required.
Yep. Just pushing up here towards the spawn. Develop, trying to hightail it out of there. Looks like he will be able to stay alive. We'll see if any swaps come through here. It seems like they might just be sticking with what they've got.
Man, a Develop would love it if that new DPS roll passive came through right now and he could just swap to another DPS here and keep like 30% ult charge or however much, right? So but he's actually going to stay on the Sombra, so not a big fan, but he's committing to it.
That must sting. Got you. Got an enemy here.
What's more, trying to hound down Monk.
Respectable damage, to be fair with you.
Gets the hack off, now shows himself. Takes him a little bit low there, but obviously the health pack nearby enough to play off of, so does manage to stay alive at least for a little bit longer. As they want trying to keep Jinmu honest here in the back line, sticks him low, the recall going to be forced. He antied out there for just a moment, looks like he does manage to survive. Faraway trying to catch up to Monk. A couple percentage now separating them, so Nanos about to be out for both teams in the fight. EMP goes loose, that's going to catch 4. Gaga taken down, good focus fire. Unique, however, does get picked. Anti into a rail shot from Leave. It's sort of one of the supports. So 1 for 1, now a 2 for 1. Leave gets another rail across. This time it's under Krong. The dive in, Faraway dead. Even the Jinmu's playing up in front. It's going to be Leave claiming the kills. And he's nearly got that overclock ready to roll.
Yeah, 6 frags from Leave so far. Tons of damage done. Absolutely farming on the opposition. Gaga dying before Primal definitely does suck for him because he gets focus. EMP lands on 4, but the prime target is Gaga, deleting 40% of the HP and then, you know, raining down the rest within a short order as well. A lot of ultimates coming online for the Chengdu Hunters, and they're leading by a fair margin on the cap as well.
Krong already going to be picked off. 82% here online for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Unique dropping down into the pit, trying to stay alive, but now Faraway, left out by himself, ends up dying. The nano in his hands, will it ever get used? We'll have to just wait and see, because Unique's still going to be forced out, and someone's going to need to get the touch. It's going to have to be Developer Choice A1. Contest is there. Overtime now going to be forced. 3 ults still remaining for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. They're looking for it. They managed to get it. Krong pushing forward. Looks to try to get rid of Gaga. Can't make it happen. Primal gets popped. He's getting juggled around. Krong trying to stay alive. He's got 1 more bubble left to use. Waiting for the next one to come off cooldown. He's trying to find a target. Throws the grab. Narrowly snatches Monk back in. Choice A1 will manage to find the elimination, but is that going to be good enough for them to win the fight? Pulse bomb goes out, manages to clip onto Gaga, takes him low, and yes, it will in fact be. The team kill is there, and in overtime, the Charge get the flip. All ults used across the board, but the nano nearly there for Monk.
It's a 99% lead though, so there will be time for Hunters to build back up. EMP still in line for Develop to try and push through further fights with the Guangzhou Charge in this very critical rebuilding phase here. But rely on Krong, you can't go wrong, right? Because he's gonna have that damage to roll on in, looking for a grab, solo onto either Leave or Monk, finds it on Monk, and that starts to snowball for the fight.
Ooh. Develop not gonna find nearly as much damage as he would have liked. Gets spy checked almost immediately as he continues to just try to hack and harass Monk. EMP at the ready, moving forward, throws it, finds 3. They look for the kills, but it's answered back in kind. Development far away, both just evaporate. A huge turn of events here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Not going to be swayed at all by that EMP. They do not care. They shrug it off. Nade coming down, cutting off Unique's escape route. He tries to break line of sight. He will grab a health pack, but now overtime is once more bleeding away, and no one is going to be able to touch this time. 100 to 41%, Chengdu Hunters take University.
I mean, that's typical of an EMP, isn't it? You know, everyone just shrugs it off, no one cares. Outside the 1 kill to Gaga, I mean, that's kind of how you have to use EMPs. They're almost solo kill kind of ultimates where you just pop the EMP, then drill down some guy. The whole AoE thing doesn't really matter here, but what a play from Leave. I mean, gets EMP'd and then just rails Develop, doesn't even care. I think Guangzhou made some serious misreads on the compositional picks for University. Like I said, they came through on an Ana plus the Sombra, and to me that just screams they were looking to counter Gaga had he been playing something like a Doom, which maybe Gaga should have been playing, but he's like, maybe I'm just going to get counter here, so we'll play the Winston instead. Krong is now going to be one of the Doom. Monk's on the right here to do something about it. Develop wants to come through on the Sombra again, so it's either another misread or Chaz just really believe in the Sombra with the 19 other teams in the league do not.
Krong instantly going to be antied out. Nisha taking a nap. Woken up. Yeah, he does stick with it. He's low. Leave gets that elimination. Far away. Dead once more. Cleanup is there. No supports. Krong antied out. Not a hope in the world for him. Choi Se-wan as well cannot escape. Team kill off the rip as well as the cap. Chengdu Hunters, they want to close this out 3-1.
Perfect opening there, and Develop instantly stops. That's what you want to see. I don't understand. Like, well, I do understand. I think again they are trying to read the opening hero compositions from the Hunters, and they're assuming Hunters is playing something that a Sombra can counter. But twice in a row, Gaga just opts for the Winston instead. Now, I don't necessarily think Gaga's playing the right hero, but it ends up punishing Develop's picks specifically. So, charge now on mostly a back foot, but they do get a kill.
Okay. Opening shot there on the Monk. Felt taking a good chunk of damage there from Leave's nade. Now looks for Jinmu, but can't quite get the slippery tracer. This point still being contested though. Need to clear this out. Forward push there from Krong. Meteor strike. Not too far off from being online. Has to make his exit though. Leave keeping him at arm's length. Make sure that he can't get on top of him nor the supports.
Also available now, Jinmu should be looking for the hunt. Leave save, first one out, and Monk just backs up into a Choi for 2.
Absolutely massive here from Choi Se-wan. Now looks for a little bit more. Nisha will fall, so looks like finally the fight going to be won here from the side of the charge. Just need to clear out Jinmu to be able to get this flip. He's going to buy as much time, as much percentage as he possibly can for his team, but now goes down. Choi Se-wan again finding that elimination. Great tracking from him to just keep tabs on where Jinmu is going to be. Gets that kill, and it's 68% as the flip comes through.
Yeah, 4 kills there for Choi Se-wan. Really shown his capability on the Tracer. From map 1 to map 4, and if we go to map 5 as well, I'm sure that Choi will do much more of the same. Has just been solid throughout the entire evening on every single map. So, running stuff there. Krong receives a nano, instantly slept.
Sleep. Connecting. Meteor strike in case he needs to get out of a sticky situation. He's going to use it now, likely to be an aggressive one as the shielding from the rally going to be expiring. The shield comes up, blocks the lion's share of that Meteor strike. Sends Monk out into the middle of nowhere, but it seems like widely he's still going to be safe. Another punch, not going to find the pin onto the wall. Now Krong going to be taking a nap once more. 3, now 4 kills coming in. Choi Se-wan, the last one standing as the flip is there, and it's only 31% here for the side of the charge.
Just trading backlines, right, except, you know, we see Krong just being bullied around. Gaga actually had a pretty good time, considering where the tanks were going. So Hunters ended up winning on both sides of the map. Late kill the Choi Se-wan, humongous punish. This is a critical juncture as well. You have to wait for Choi Se-wan when we're at 90% on the cap.
Could just be the end of it all right here, right now. 6% left to go. Continuing to tick up. Leave going to be displaced off that high ground. The stick, Jinmu finds far away. A massive pick off once more. As the overclock is there, Develop trying to duck and dive. Say one with the pulse bomb will manage to find Leave, interrupts that ultimate,
Jinmu!
but now Development unique Archon. Jinmu starting to pop. Krong going to be antied out. Cannot survive. Jinmu finds the elimination, and that should basically be it. There's a couple people left alive on the side of the charge trying to fight back, but with Choice They1 far away dying, the OT will bleed away. It's a 2-0 closeout on Oasis and a 3-1 victory for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. This scoreline will not necessarily tell the story of how close this was between these two teams. The Guangzhou Charge, unfortunately, after the Midtown incident, are going to be kicking themselves. That could have been their opportunity to be coming into this map at match point. It slips through their fingers, as does the victory.
And Hunters making sure that their dream of making the mid-season madness tournament is still alive. They have to go flawless here, remember, so every single game matters for them. Jinmu getting 3 to 4 frags at the end there on his Tracer after seeing Choice One doing exactly the same. Brilliant stuff coming through. Hunters all around eventually made the Winston work. I still think Charge made some mishaps towards the end as well in terms of their compositional choices, their potential misreads in terms of what they felt the Hunters were going to do. But Hunters, they picked the compositions without having to change anything. They played what they were good at, and something that is extremely good for the Hunters on their best player, you know who I'm talking about, is 2021 MVP of the regular season, Leave on the Sojin, showed up across the board. I think there was one map, maybe on Route 66, it was looking a bit shaky. Develop had the best of him, but otherwise, Leave was going to pound town the entire way through, aside from that one loss.
Oh, he really was. Like you said, I think Route 66 developed. It really did show up, kind of diffed him. But I think that what was being discussed there in Mandarin that we couldn't translate was that Develop was just had leveled up, and I think Faraway said he's Kai. Develop is that good right now. Unfortunately, didn't find that same value swapping over. Or rather staying with it on Midtown, moving over to the Sombra. Leave though. Throughout, pretty much, other than Route 66, incredibly consistent. Continues to just show that, Sojourn very much is a hero made for me.
Yeah, I mean, we just, across the board, the level of consistency, the highs as well. Leaf stays alive. He's going to be popping off. He's going to do a lot on this particular hero. This hero really was made for somebody like Leaf, right? Who has the best of both worlds in terms of his experience playing above both hit scan and projectile. And funny enough, Ilios as well, when we look towards past Chengdu Hunters games that they've won, all 3 of their other matches they won this season so far has been Jinmu player of the game. It's been Jinmu player of the game every single time, because the matches that Hunters win, Jinmu plays exceptionally well. Whereas the ones they've lost, Jinmu's kind of faltered a bit because his hero play has been a bit of an issue. This time around, Lee will get the play of the game on the Sojin deservedly. But at the same time as well, I'm pretty impressed with where Jinmu has taken his Tracer. That was not a hero that was in his hero pool last year, but he's been called up to play it, because here comes the conundrum for the Chengdu Hunters. If Leave is going to be your Sojin player, and he's definitely going to be your Sojin player, Jinmu must take the weight of the other role, which includes a Tracer, into full force. And if he can't do that, Chengdu can't win. So, Jinmu kind of has to walk here for Leaf to fly, in a way, for Leaf to run. I don't know if that analogy really works here, but you get what I'm trying to say there. If Jinmu's Tracer doesn't work, the rest of the team doesn't work.
Yeah, I mean, Jinmu looking really, really good there at the very end. That Tracer was really kind of starting to come to fruition for him, where it got off to a little bit of a rocky start at the very beginning. But yeah, incredibly well done there for the side of the Chengdu Hunters, just persevering. They know that they cannot afford to lose any series. They know what is at stake here. And they still, even with this win, are not out of the woods. Like you said, they need a perfect stage. They cannot afford to drop any maps, and the opponents are going to, no offense to Guangzhou Charge, only get tougher from here, because they are still down at the bottom of the standings with that single match victory. So Chengdu Hunters still have their work cut out for them. Fusion as well, very much in that same boat. So things still up in the air for the side of the mid-season madness here in the APAC region. We'll just have to wait and see how things continue to unravel throughout the weekend. That's it from us here tonight, though. Only 2 matches, but tomorrow we have it stacked up 3 series for you guys for a Saturday evening and or Saturday morning. Depends on where you are in the world. I don't know. I can't keep track of however many tens of thousands there are of you. But that's going to do it from us. So thank you guys for tuning in. Myself and Aaron will be opening a show tomorrow, so looking forward to seeing all of your lovely faces right back in the chat. Good night. We'll see you then.
Pushing. Огонь по готовности.
The enemy surges. We must halt them.
They can't hurt. Огонь по готовности. You're powered up. Get in there. I'm unstoppable. This ends now.
scared for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Hello and welcome to the Watchpoint pre-show. I'm Zoe Schwind, and with me on our desk are once again Jonathan Reinforce Larson, Scott Costa Kennedy, and of course Danny. Video games make me dizzy limb.
You know, I actually looked it up. So if you take a break from FPS games for quite a long time, then you do get sort of motion sickness. I think it was that. But now I'm back. I've played Junker Queen.
Ooh.
I'm not gonna say I'm good. I didn't realize that you have to land those.
The right clicks?
Yeah, it's like hog, but
Racing.
I've
Do I have to
never.
hit my ability?
I don't understand.
My
What
hog,
strange concept.
even my hog pull rate is literally I think 2%. 2%. So
Oh.
yeah, it's a hard hero, but it's very fun.
So you said you got dizzy playing Overwatch?
Yeah.
There. Might be the age too. I'm not gonna
No.
lie to you. As someone who's older than you, take it from me. Anyway, never happened to me. However, things that did happen, which were very exciting, more exciting than all of what we just heard, are of course the APAC games. Because I got up this morning to check on the matches which went down in the Eastern region, and there was a smell, nay, a stench. Of a potential reverse sweep in the air, because I looked at the schedule and I saw that Philly is going to face off against Sparks. I was like, hey, they're going to do it again, right? No, luckily, this time the Fusion actually managed to avoid that scenario, but barely so, Reinforce.
Yeah, a bit of a rivalry brewing here in the APAC region between Hangzhou Spark and Philly Fusion. Thinking back to last stage, of course, it was the Hangzhou Spark who came on top in the regular season, and then Philadelphia Fusion who actually won in the Kickoff Clash playoffs. So now, again, a 5-map series between these two teams. It went back and forth. It started out with Philadelphia Fusion looking on fire. I think Cest in particular had a really good game. But I think when you reflect on this Philadelphia Fusion performance, you really just have to say that everyone played well on this team. It looked like a team. There was no individual superstar who really came out and was the difference for this team. Pelas Ria's Wrecking Ball looked good, set up Cest on the Tracer, and AimGod was able to utilize all that spacing to be able to land big frags on the Zenyatta as well. Hangzhou Spark, on the other hand, played it a bit more careful, a bit more timid in their approach. They often leaned on this Baptiste from Super Rich or being able to play the Brigitte as well. And they essentially just pocketed Alpha East Tracer to get 3Ks like that, Shive being able to pop off on Sojourn like this. And that was the big difference maker for Hangzhou Spark. Here on Lijiang, Philadelphia Fusion, they struggled to adapt to the Zara composition from the Hangzhou Spark, which meant that we went to map 5. And on map 5, I mean, it was so close. We went all the way to overtime between these two teams, and I just gotta say it, impressive from the Philadelphia Fusion. They actually were clutch to end this series. Philadelphia Fusion, of all teams, they were clutch, and it was MN3 who got some initial picks. So the Philadelphia Fusion, I think they looked like overall the better team, just like last stage between the two teams. Look at Cest Tracer, man. Like just diving in, getting picks on Tyranny. And this is the overtime I was talking about. So the Philadelphia Fusion, they look like a really good team here. They just look coordinated. I like their compositions, their swaps. They couldn't counter the Zara composition, but they'll reiterate on that. They'll improve on that. So with that in mind, the Philadelphia Fusion actually on track to have a pretty good stage despite starting 0-2.
I think I heard this before from somewhere.
I've
I've seen this storyline. Where was it?
It's every season, Danny. No, it's every season.
Is it every season?
Every
Okay.
Philadelphia
Kind of every
Fusion
season. But that's all right, you know, gotta keep the streak going. But no, it was a great match, so if you missed it, you definitely want to go back and watch it again. Now, the second match of the night saw the Charge take on the Hunters, and the Guangzhou Charge are still fully committed to their various degrees of Zarya compositions. Some work better than others. In fact, most of them didn't work off too well against the Chengdu Hunters and everything they threw their way. But that said, for all the Hopium aficionados in chat, Charge looked pretty solid on Route 66, Danny.
I think I am one of those so-called hopium aficionados because I think Guangzhou Charge played it pretty close despite their loss against the Chengdu Hunters. Other than Oasis when they pulled out the
that was
the Sombra Zarya comp. Yeah, that didn't
Stop
go well.
playing Sombra, man. Stop it.
I don't know why they did. Yeah, it was. I mean, anyways, but I think throughout the whole match it was a pretty close call. I think Choi Se-hwan really tried to carry the team. He was really good on a lot of different matches and a lot of different team fights, but it just wasn't enough. Whatever the Guangzhou Charge had, other than Route 66, it wasn't enough to take on the Chengdu Hunters. Gaga seemed really good. Monk had a really great game. And Leaf, who was the player of the match, of course, Leaf. Really good DPS. Jinmu stayed a lot, usually on the Genji, and it was, I think, interesting because it wasn't for getting the kills. But he used Genji as sort of like a support to like make space for Leaf to get those kills.
Sorry.
He was aiming to get kills. It didn't happen, but it still worked out.
Did you just say Jinmu was the cheerleader for Leave in this game?
It wasn't a cheerleader. He was his side pal, I guess.
See,
he was
the
like,
Rob-
hey, I
the
pulled out the
Robin.
blade. It was like,
supporting actor.
no, okay, here's how it looked like to me. Jinmu would pull out his blade. It was like, oh, all right, guys, get ready. And then everyone's like, oh, Jinmu's coming. And then they back away, and then Leave's like, haha, this is the right moment for me to snipe. Boom, boom, boom. And that's, yeah. That's how it went out, yeah.
Right, so Jinmu playing the Robin to Leave's Batman. It was quite the sight to behold. Chengdu Hunters did come out on top of that one. Guangzhou Charge did manage to snatch that one map. And again, if you want to really truly believe in that team, just go back and watch Route 66 and you might...
Just watch one map and then
Just
turn it all
watch that
off.
one map and you might find some hope there. I don't know. Anyway, this is day 1 of week 3 in the East in the books now. And you know what time it is. Standings.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Woo, yeah.
Yeah, standing!
Of course. Seoul Dynasty clinched as well as the Hangzhou Spark. They got the 2 top slots now. More slots still up for grabs. 2 more, in fact. And the middle of the pack is still battling it out. Now the Guangzhou Charge, they are out, so they have missed their chance, unfortunately, to make it into our next tournament. Now I'm interested to see how this region will play out. Now, as you can see, the Philadelphia Fusion, they did pull off their much-needed victory in no small part to a player who has been around the league for a very long time, on and off, actually.
Yeah.
Costa.
Aimgod has been around for a very long time. From the Boston Uprising days, I remember when we used to watch him and be like, wow, this guy's so mechanically talented, but it always felt like on the Boston Uprising, he was trying to do too much, trying to overachieve, always flanking into the backline alone. But now he has a team around him in the Philadelphia Fusion that is able to match his aggression. You know, Johnny just talked about how dominant Zest is on this Tracer, but Aimgod has also been stepping up, being able to play his aggressive style, get these picks, and you know, let's be real, he's stepping into the shoes of Alarm here on the Philadelphia Fusion. I think he's been doing a good job, and I want to see more from him. You know, we talk about the inconsistencies of the Fusion so much, and I think Aimgod is trying to come in here and sort of patch that up a little bit, and he has been playing well. He absolutely put Alfie in the ground, who, you know, Alfie is a great tracer. He did this time and time again, dominating him. So it was a bit of a meme when we did our fantasy team, and I put Aimgod there because he's cracked and jacked. Yes, he's cracked and jacked, but he deserves to be recognized as one of the best flex supports that we have in this league right now because he has been sort of leading that charge in the APAC region.
It can be cracked and checked on and offline, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
It's not mutually exclusive, that thing. Now, a stand-up player on a great team for sure. However, over in the Western region, we have some teams which aren't doing great, I guess. But luckily, we have experts who really offer well-thought-out opinions on how to fix teams at the bottom of the standings. And we'll play Mr. Fix It All when we return from the break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Watchpoint. There are plenty of teams at the top of the leaderboards who seem to have things figured out. You know, whether that be the roster or the meta, they just got it all. However, unfortunately, on the other side of the spectrum, there's some teams who I feel like they could use a little tune-up, you know, a little help. Luckily, we've got some registered Overwatch mechanics right here on the desk with us who can offer advice in how to fix it. You know, just fix it. Just fix the team. It's not that hard. You just fix it, right? Reinforce.
So much passion.
I know, because the first team I want fixed is the Charge, and that is where my passion is coming from. And Reinforce, you as our certified first mechanic. How would you go about fixing the Charge?
It's a good question, Zoe.
Isn't it?
The Charge right now, not doing too well, are they? Yeah.
It's true.
It's a bit of a shit sandwich, but instead of bun, it's lettuce wrapped. It's just not great at all. Like, really, the Guangzhou Charge, they've lost their way. They really have. They lost their way. I think this is a pretty skilled roster. You know, they have a couple of players on their team that has the opportunity to really prove themselves that they deserve to stay in the league. I'm looking at Unique, for example, who going into this season, we were wondering, like, is Unique going to be a good enough main support to really make it in the Overwatch League? And so far, it's been pretty bland. So this is a player that has to step up for this team. But otherwise, I mean, Choice the One's Tracer, it can hang with some of the better Tracers in the APAC region. It's not going to take over games, but it's going to be impactful. Develop as well. I think he's had a pretty good sojourn so far. And Krong, I mean, we talked about his Sigma for like 2-3 years now. He's still living on that 2020 stage victory against the Shanghai Dragons. But they just can't help to get like in their own way. And in this recent match overnight, they're just like, oh, we're gonna play Zarya like 3 out of 4 maps. And well, guess what? They lost 3 out of 4 maps. They played Zarya. It's just not a good compositions. Chengdu Hunters were just like, okay, well, you're playing Sigma, we'll just play around you. And they just forfeited space. They couldn't do anything whatsoever. And then they played Sigma on Root, and they won Root. So like, stop playing Zarya. Just play Sigma, and like Krong, maybe like play some Wrecking Ball. Like, they have the individual skill on this roster, but I didn't understand the hero comps last night, and it was a big reason why they actually fell to the Chengdu Hunters.
There was shit sandwich.
Have you never heard the term before?
But there's no like supporting cast. It's not like, you know, bread buns. It's just like lettuce instead.
Yeah,
Like,
it's not a good sandwich.
Yeah, so yeah.
I just didn't expect it the same.
Came out of nowhere, hit him out of the left.
Oh my god.
Now, but yeah, I think we agree. A Charge definitely a team in need of fixing.
Is it fixed? Did I help?
I mean, we see if they listened.
Okay.
But I think it's a great approach. There we go. That's the best I can do. I'm sorry. Now, if we're looking at our side of the pond, though, our, I guess, equivalent of the Guangzhou Charge in the West would be the Paris Eternal. They are, I mean, Danny, like, they've been struggling all year. They made changes, some quite drastic changes, so I understand that takes some time, you know, to take effect, but yeah, I don't think they figured it out just yet, as evidenced by their most recent matches. So what's going wrong with the Eternal, Danny?
Eternal, I'm not gonna say they're a shit sandwich.
Thanks.
Because they're not, Danny. Okay? You can't just...
All right.
Any team. Yeah, go on.
All right. So I mean, Costa last week did say, you know, that they sort of regressed, it seemed like. And I do agree with that because they had some working parts and it was rolling. And then, yes, last week's match, you know, it just didn't work out. And I think the main reason was Don's Doomfist. It was our first time seeing Don's Doomfist and it wasn't, yeah, it wasn't good. I'm just gonna put it out there. It wasn't good. If you see the stats right here, I think everything else, I think the one that we really need to see is his deaths. 12 out of 12, so he is dying constantly. He is dying a lot. And he's not getting a lot of value out of the Doomfist. And yeah, but even with that, they just kept running with the Doomfist on their match against the Boston Uprising. And you know, I think how I'm going to fix it? I think it's a simple answer. I think we know Vestola. They also have Vestola, a really good Sigma player, and Vestola has been working pretty well for the Eternal team. So probably start with that. And also, you know, Don could also play really good Wrecking Ball, and his Winston is also pretty good as well. So my bottom line, I think, for the Paris Eternal currently is just don't play Doomfist. just go.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it can be as easy as that. Now, with the Dove and Wolf coming in, They did look better though when they added those two pieces, right? So.
Yeah,
Let's
it
hope.
was better, but like
Yeah.
definitely the meta with the Doomfist, it was the worst we've seen
Yeah.
them look in a while.
Which is unfortunate, because obviously talent is there. Like every team in our league obviously has that talent. It's just a matter of how you string it all together. Now, the Charge and the Eternal are two teams that find themselves on the outside looking in currently. However, Casa, there is a team which is still in the thick of things to qualify for the Midseason Madness tournament. However, to say that the Toronto Defiant had ups and downs this season, that's almost an understatement. But there's still some time left. There's still some hope, Costa. How are we fixing it?
Yeah, Toronto Defiant are a team that is in the running to keep making this mid-season tournament. They have great players. We talked about them time and time again coming in. Their backline with Chorong and Twilight is one of the ones that is probably the best in the league, at least in the West. And they haven't been having those performances, so I want to see more from them. But really, if we're going to change things and we're going to fix things for the Toronto Defiant, I want to see some more consistency out of their tank line. Obviously, Muse has been going back and forth. We said we don't want to see the Winston, and he ended up coming out to play the Doomfist with, apparently, according to him, very minimal practice, and it was very good enough to take down the Washington Justice. So if they can stick to that, then it can be successful. But the one thing I really want to hit home for the Defiant team is Finale and Hisu. Finale has impressed me so much. I was very worried about him coming into this season, but his Tracer and his Echo have been phenomenal to the point that I don't want to see Although come into play anymore, because as much as Although has a better history, he hasn't been performing to the same level. Keep playing Finale, keep playing to that strength. And then we know Hisu. He's been around this league for years. He has that practice at the highest level from when he was on the Philadelphia Fusion. Play around that hit scan. This is a good meta for them. You see it right here in the composition that they have. Twilight on Ana, Hisu on Sojin, Finale on Tracer. Muse apparently is very good at Doomfist as well. Play to that strength, play to those core ideals, and the Toronto Defiant, they will at least be able to be in that middling of the pack. Will they be able to be one of the best teams in the league? Unlikely. They haven't shown us that look, but I think they can be a better team than what they are right now.
Right. So once again, the potential is there, of course. And yeah, so these are, I think, great suggestions for fixes for those teams which are a little bit on the struggling side of things. Now, speaking of fixes, we got a way for you, everyone at home, to get your fix of the OH2 beta. Transitions. So if you missed out on beta access, you still have another shot. The OH League team has another 1,000 spots they're giving away. All you have to do is scan the QR code on the screen or go to ohleague.com to sign up before the end of day on July the 3rd, for a chance to win one of those 1,000 spots. Plus, of course, you'll be on the list to get an incredible, well-written email packed full of only the most relevant info about all things Overwatch League, and you don't want to miss out on that. Now, the Midseason Madness is well underway, and later today, one more team can actually earn and punch their ticket to Hawaii, and those two teams will be either the Houston Outlaws or the Atlanta Reign. Now, it's a win-and-in scenario for both these teams, so everything on the line, and we'll get into that match right after a break, so don't go anywhere.
Mentioning the word to me.
Welcome back to Watchpoint. Later today, a team will book their flight to Hawaii, either the Houston Outlaws or the Atlanta Reign. That's right. I was thinking the Outlaws logo is a steer. Steers are on ranches, and they're often getting branded. They get brandings. Do you know where I'm going with
Are you
this?
going to say standings again?
Yes.
I didn't even see that coming.
rhymes.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Are you a stand-up comedian?
Work in progress.
I hate it here.
Anyway, now I lost track because that was way too good of a setup. Shock Gladiators and Fuel. All three have clinched their spots. NYXL, New York Excelsior, of course, Paris Eternal, as well as the Vancouver Titans. They are out. Now we do have still the middle of the pack fighting it out. It's going to be very, very interesting to see who's going to come in on top. Of course, a lot of these teams have greatly benefited from the extra points they got throughout the kickoff clash. You really don't want to underestimate how much value you're actually getting out of just participating in these tournaments we have throughout the season. Now, it'd be no surprise if both of these teams end up in the top 8 in the West, but it always is better to get that stress out of the way early, just log your place in. So, Danny, Atlanta, they have been somewhat confounding this season with very high highs, but also very middling middles. I don't think they had lows, but like the middle is very middle. It's been a bit inconsistent anyway. So, but there's been one thing which always stood out for you, and that was
Kai, that Kai guy. And it's like a running thing. I had to talk about Kai. And who wouldn't want to talk about Kai in this current meta and with Sojourn being so OP? And he's honestly, everyone says that he is the best Sojourn, and we clearly see why he is. First in hero damage, second final blows, first in railgun kills, and second in railgun accuracy. He's just popping off on this hero, and I think he even got player of the match twice in a row. I should have researched this, but I think he did.
From one, I remember.
I think he got it twice.
Yeah.
If I'm wrong, Twitter, come at me. I will apologize to you guys, but from what I remember, it was. But yeah, no, he's been just too good. His aim he was always a good, I think, great player, but I think with Sojourn being used more on all the teams, and even for Atlanta, I think it's been helping out Atlanta and Kai even more. And it's always just a joy to watch him get those kills on Sojourn.
It's a joy, absolute blast. Yeah, Kai though, indeed. Danny, now these two teams were some of the first to actually discover and dominate with that Doomfist tank strategy, which we got to see this season. Dante and Hog, of course, have been both stellar on that punch guy. Now, Kasta, how do you see this one shaking up for the two guys in this match?
Well, it's actually interesting because, as you said, Zoe, these guys kind of pioneered how the Doomfist was played in the kickoff clash. And since then, we've started to see other people catch up to them, who really is the strongest. So I wanted to look at these two head-to-head because in both of their team's recent failures, both of them have really struggled to get that value. But there is a significant difference. As you can tell, Hawk has the advantage in the statistics in that Doomfist matchup, but there is something in their back pocket that they can also do. Hawk has the ability to switch to other heroes. We know he can move over to that Sigma if needed. He's even switched over to Diva. While for Dante on the Houston Outlaws, he doesn't have any flexibility within the tank role. So if they are going to put Dante in, it becomes very one-dimensional. So I'm interested to see how the Outlaws are going to navigate around this, or if the Atlanta Reign are going to use that flexibility to their advantage. He can make that transition. Hawk can play that Sigma to one of the highest degrees. How are they going to match up? Because so far, I think in this, tournament, both have been getting exposed from time to time. Are they going to stick with this Doomfist, or are they going to start making switches? Because the Houston Outlaws, they do have Piggy on the bench if it does not work in this match.
Absolutely. I mean, Doomfist and Sojourn have dominated the meta as of late, but we're contractually obligated to also have Tracer in the mix.
I thought you were going to say Proper.
Who also plays, who's being played by Proper, of course. I'm speaking of Tracer, our logo just has to be thrown in there. Now Dante, he can also technically play the Tracer. However, if he's sticking to the Doom, then we, of course, more likely are going to see Pelican on that role. And he has to go up against a very competent Tracer on the other side here as well, John.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting matchup too, because it's almost like the side mission, besides the Doomfist battle, you know, the Tracer head-to-head actually matters a lot as well, because the Tracers can lead to great engagement with Pulse Bomb, for example, or you can peel off the enemy Doomfist, right? So if we compare the two Tracers, we can see that Pelican, he actually has the upper hand when it comes to hero damage, and it dies a lot less than Venom. But Venom, he has that offensive impact. You can see 2.1 Pulse Bomb kills per 10 minutes. So I'm looking forward to see both of these Tracers really go to head-to-head. We might see Genji on some maps. You don't have to play Tracer all the time. But I do think in general, this matchup is going to influence the Doomfist battle as well. It's always great to open up some of these fights with Pulse Bomb picks, right? So Pelican so far, he hasn't had like any amazing like standout, you know, Tracer moment so far this season. I don't even think we really expected him to be like a Tracer player for this team. And there's also a reason why Dante has been playing some Tracer this stage, for example, right? They do believe that Dante probably is the better Tracer overall. But Pelican, he can hold his own, and I'm looking forward to see him go head-to-head against Venom, who is a very reputable, good Tracer player, and that's going to impact this matchup a ton, in my opinion.
I think we have a lot of little micro battles going on in this particular match, which is going to make it a very, very exciting one, and also a very hard one to predict. And that leads us to revealing our picks for not just this match, but for all 3 matches today. You guys reckon we're going to be in agreement today, or will there be surprises?
I don't know. I think there'll be surprises.
Does anyone go for Houston is my question, because they betrayed me last time. They betrayed me.
Okay, everyone's playing it safe.
All right.
But yeah, honestly, I have to admit, like, this could go either way. Houston Outlaws or Atlanta Reign. This is actually a coin toss.
I actually was thinking about doing Houston, not Atlanta.
But you also thought about doing Toronto.
Yeah, that too.
Over Gladiators?
Over Gladiators.
Why?
I don't know. I just smelled something in the air.
Yeah, it didn't work for me.
Oh, it didn't work? Are you sure?
Yeah, well, I went for Houston last time, remember, against the Gladiators?
Houston thing, I think Houston can win because you know, last time they got unlucky. I don't think it was.
Not standing on the card is not unlucky, Danny. That's a failure.
And I think that's going to be the fuel for the for the Houston Outlaws, because they had that thing happen last week. Now they're like, okay, we have to go on our A game and, you know, really show them. I think that might happen. But might not. It's Houstonable. It's Houstonable.
Everything's Houstonable if you really truly believe. But also Atlanta Reign, I mean, they had ups and downs. Like, one day they looked like an absolute top contender, and then other days they were just like somewhere in the middle, which is a little disappointing, because for both teams, again, the talent is there. Like, we know how high those highs can be. So high expectations, of course, on that second match of the day. But first things first, of course, we do have London battling it out against Paris, and that is going to happen in just a few minutes. Now that's it for the Watchpoint pre-show. It's time for the matches. Day 1, Week 3, Midseason Madness qualifiers starting right now.
Right now.
A victory dance for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
That's it, everybody. Welcome to the Overwatch League, brought to you by the phrase, the talent is there. If I hear that word,
Talent's there.
Phrase one more time, I'm going to lose it. Oh my giddy aunt. It is insane. That being said, look, we've seen it be applicable in a few situations here. It definitely will get thrown at both of these teams at respective times, as the London Spitfire have had their bounce back here in the mid-season madness, right? Look like they're starting to find their feet in a big way, and their strength of schedule's pretty reasonable for them. Here's a good chance we see them in the mid-season madness.
Yeah, they've looked awesome here in our second part of the season, the mid-season madness. London fans, they're not missing Prop anymore, not missing Gesture.
Are you sure?
This team is, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they've taken it to another level.
All right, just check.
They have the talent here, Mitch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Talent's there, for sure. Here's your
Talent
lineup.
is there, for sure.
Now, Hardy's going to be starting in here. Obviously, we've seen a little bit of Poco for the London Spitfire. Hardy with Reinhardt on maps like Oasis in the past, so keep an eye out for that one. Then we had a lovely little flank shatter to secure the win last time we saw him there. Going to be Backbone and Sparker here. And obviously the usual Admiral and Landon at support. I mean, worth pointing out, Hardy, stats-wise, look, it's not mind-blowing, but I will say he's second in the league for charge kills at 3.3 per 10. So you'd think he'd be first. Again, there's a lot more to it than that, but still, he's definitely had that X factor for the Spitfire map when it's counted.
Yeah, and I think with Hardy in the game and Backbone with Oasis being map number 1, you're looking at potentially some Reinhardt comps, right? Maybe even Backbone. We've seen him play some Mei, right? I think we've seen him play Genji, but I think Mei has really looked probably his best. So potentially some kind of like Mei Reinhardt style compositions here in this map number 1, cooking up for the London Spitfire.
All right, let's head across the aisle and look at their opponents. It will be the Paris Eternal, a team who's just managed to sort of clinch their first win in the Overwatch League. Dove now has a headshot. Everything is right with the world. Paris now 1-8. And look, finding that first victory again, getting the monkey off their back in a big way. A long way to climb though. They're still minus 18 in that map differential. Meanwhile, the Spitfire sits up there at +4. They're in 6th place. So quite a deficit between these two teams. A lot of fans may be hoping to see the Eternal sort of recover in the same way as we saw from London. Wasn't the case. They had a few shuffles in sort of personnel, Matt, that they had to integrate before they could really get running.
Yeah, I don't think you can compare them to London in this, that they're going to have the same type of trajectory, right? I think adding Dove has been great, right? They've kind of been moving around pieces on this roster. This seems like, you're kind of like building towards a future for Paris Eternal and even the second half of the season, right? You make a run, maybe you're able to squeak into the top 10 and sneak your way into the playoffs, right? You get into the Stage 3 tournament, you end up getting some points there. It's still possible for Paris, just kind of building for the long game.
Yeah, and they're definitely thinking a bit more about Stage 3.
There you go, Don flashing that cup. Shout out to Packing 10 for getting that approved, that they can use those cups. He's asking us the other day.
Over the moon. Hydration now at their very fingertips, Matt. What a game changer.
They're so happy for the hydration. Maybe this will be the turning point in the season.
All right. Oasis is going to be our first map of the series. Cast your minds back. The last time we saw Garden.
Didn't sound like you had an opinion on that, of whether the hydration was going to turn them around or not.
Not particularly. Yeah.
See what it does for plants, though. Never know.
City Center will be our first stage here on Oasis. And I wonder, the Reinhardt playing gets much harder to execute here.
This is going to be Reinhardt play. I'd be like kind of surprised if we see like anything else out of London. That we know how good they are with it. Seeing them probably come out and play here with the Backbone and Hottie. That's what I would expect them to run.
All right. Be there in just a moment here. Yeah, week 18 of 2021, where the Eternal was well ahead of the London Spitfire. Bit more of a languishing season for that London team, who everyone really expected to really make waves after having come up from contenders, and a lot of people saw them dominate in that region. Hardy Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, I mean, this point's not really great for the Reinhardt. If you're going to like play against the team that's going to play some kind of like Wrecking Ball stuff and come from multiple directions, you're just kind of like standing alone. I think probably the other points you'll see some of that Reinhardt play come in as, it'll be the Wrecking Balls with Sombra on both sides. So Sombra Chaser, it's be pretty aggressive play.
All right. Mirrored compositions here. Dana already wants to try and start things off as Backbone's got himself a relatively comfortable spot and a hacked Mega, which is going to be pretty important if this fight drags out a little bit. Darn extremely low and also can't use that health pack, so needs to just hope that Khan can keep him topped up. That's really going to be a difference maker in the longer game. There you go. Hacked health pack once more. Hardy slurps it up.
Yeah, having control of that health pack is massive. You see Don has to like get all the way out of the way, and even with the support line they're trying to run with this Moira Lucio, it's so difficult for them to give him the healing he needs, where they have to back out for a little bit.
Still, Paris in a decent position here on the point. That hack is Mostly expired, and there's no fighting happening over that side of the map anymore. It looks like the Eternal have given up trying to fight for the high ground. Now it's for the point itself. Dove looking to harass Backbone down a little bit more now. Pulse Bomb on Admiral. Good start here. No Lucio left the London Spitfire here, relying on Landon. And those healing orbs are coming thick and fast. It may just not be enough.
Yes, it looks like London will have to back out. They'll end up having their own pulse bomb for this next fight. And you see how far Hadi is towards this minefield. Already has it. Don, 50%. It's just because Hadi was able to do so much more work at the beginning, right? Because Don had to back out to the point.
More Lucio fights mean those coalescences get built up pretty quickly, and here comes the first. It's Khan gonna let it go here. Sparker recalling from the fray. Landon, though, finding his coalescence connection on the Khan midway through. Dove forced away there. Pulse Bomb not connecting. 30% here for the Paris Eternal as Dove is really trying to duck and dive away.
Yeah, he's trying to keep this going for as long as possible. Don getting hacked here. He will fall. This should be London. Yep, they will flip the point back in their favor. So Hadi with that minefield on the backside of the point. Landon with a coalescence. They followed all that up, backed them off the point. Able to pick up a few kills there and secure the flip. For Paris Eternal here, Mitch, coming back in, you have an EMP of your own, and you have a sound barrier to combo with it. You still don't have this minefield, which the minefield would be good to like almost kick off the fight, just dropping in the back. Oh.
Yeah, Backbone waiting here for one.
Yeah.
Yep. Unfortunately, he sits out of the fight, so he follows up. Going to be an EMP here, but the sound barrier was there for Dridro. So really, the London Spitfire come off soundly second best in that engagement. Wonder what Backbone's hoping for there, just to defeat the Sombra as she comes out?
Yeah, I think maybe he was waiting for, like, maybe he doesn't think that they have EMP on the other side, that Wub has it. Oh, is he going to have to Dub die early? That's going to be sound barrier from London as they want to push in.
Oh, no!
All right, well.
Oh, Khan gets close enough. Spark going to take him down with the pulse. Look, it's acceptable, but the Eternals still have control of the point right now. They got 40% of capture progress with only one final blow, did Paris, and they still hold serve for the time being. This is why this composition is so frustrating here, because stall is inevitable, and it's very, very hard to clean off the enemy team and take control. London have done that just now, but they had to fight for it.
I think what Backbone was trying to go for previously was when Wub was trying to use that translocator, or they actually got him in a fight, they were going to destroy it, and then he was going to come back with the EMP, so he had no way out. But it ends up Wub with the EMP a little bit earlier, but Coalescence here going to have to be big.
Yeah, Landon fires off the orb first, as you do. Make sure he's going to have that available after Coalescence, but for now it's very aggressively slanted here. Paris taking a beating, McCann's going to have a Coalescence of his own. A little bit awkward here for the London Spitfire, because they can't match these. Hardy hacked, and Khan keeping a respectful distance here now. Very chaotic round. And look, these compositions here, it's really hard to deal with the Traces. There's not a lot of damage. Traces are obviously so survivable, able to get out here. So London in a good spot, just controlling their point, and they get rid of Wub as well. This is very, very good for the Spitfire.
And typically in the past with these types of compositions, if you were able to get a hack on a Wrecking Ball, you'd be able to just like burn him down and then kind of play a little bit off of that pick. But with the way Sombra is now, you don't take the abilities off for long enough. You get some little extra damage by everybody able to live through it, so it ends up being a little bit more chaotic.
No good for Dove. Oh, okay, on the ground. Admiral actually gets too close to that one. It looks like he might have been stuck in the corner. Landon also goes playing in traffic here, and this is a nightmare scenario for London. Dove needs to double down, though. 3 players still left for the Spitfire, but they opt to give up the point this time.
Yeah, you have to. You come back in with your own sound barrier and EMP of your own. There's no reason to just try and fight for it at that position. You have a lot of good ultimates here to use to potentially take it back.
EMP comes out just before Don hits the pile driver, and Khan's able to remove Admiral again.
Did Admiral get that off?
Yep. Oh dear. Did that get Ajaxed?
I don't think he got it off, yeah.
Yeah. That's absolutely brutal there for Admiral. It's a nightmare round, whichever way you slice it. He may have been hacked in midair, may have taken him too long to come to the ground. Either way, they have no sound barrier in that fight. Backbone waiting for a chance to use the EMP. He's got to salvage the situation here, but he gets spotted by the ball. EMP goes off onto 2 players, Dub and Dum, but they're kept alive. Wob's able to pick off Backbone. Eventually, they bring the Wrecking Ball down thanks to that EMP. But this could go either way. 4 players up for both teams now. Dove hoping to build up towards a pulse bomb if he can. You can see in the periphery. Khan trying to keep him up, but Dridro's gone down. That mobility compromised here. Dove recall, won't have that for another 10 seconds or so, and needs to back away here. He'll have to play safer into overtime as they allow the point to flip to the Spitfire. Paris have everybody up. Oh no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no! No.
I see I didn't miss much in a week I was gone.
No.
A lot of the same shenanigans happened. No, I think maybe somebody was coming in and Hadi knocked him back. I think that was kind of what it looked like with a roll in the front. But Hadi went huge there at the end. They were able to pick up 2 kills. This is where you're going to see the composition we were talking about in the pregame with the Reinhardt and the May. Let's see what happens here. Landon, oh yeah, he gets knocked out.
Yeah. No fade.
Oh,
side swipe. I mean, that was like a side mirror at best. I mean, you might have a bruise.
yeah, I was going to say. The car,
Right.
you know, catches an ankle.
Well, London
be
feeling
right.
pretty chipper about the way that last round ended, and now they get to come in with the Ryan comp. Dan is not going to match this in a gentleman's
No.
chivalry.
And this is kind of what London wants to play, right? These Reinhardt-based comps. You have Backbone on the May. I know probably one of his best looks that we've seen thus far. We'll see if Paris is able to execute this dive. It's going to be really difficult.
Khan there in an awkward position. That wall made it impossible for him to get back to safety. He'll have to nade himself now or just wait for that support passive to kick in. The latter is actually the case here. Mutual knockdown could be dangerous for Dan. He's also been hacked. Yep, power block's not going to save him. Immortality field thrown down there by Landon, and it does help keep Hadi standing. That's some smooth moves there from Backbone as Dreedro's not able to get away. And Doug takes a massive hit. That is beautiful stuff from Backbone.
So it makes it so hard to dive, especially when they have the May in the mix, because it's so deadly. Because the Reinhardt has great survivability, the May does as well with the ice block. Then you also have the immortality field in the way. You're just not going to outlast that, especially when Sparker is able to hack one and get a little bit of a damage amp on somebody. Well, okay, that's going to be an ice skull that Backbone hits at range on Khan. That's going to ruin even the second push that comes in. I do like the switch to the Echo here. There's nothing really that London has that's going to be super effective against the Echo. I think if you were going to kind of combo a dive DPS with the Doomfist that was going to be successful against this, it would definitely be the Echo instead of having the Tracer in play.
Sparker gets a hack on Khan there. No sleep, no Bionade crucially available. So that's a pretty easy pick-off. Ana has no self-healing when she's hacked. Lovely stuff from Sparker here. Actually getting a heck of a lot done on this Sombra pick. 6 final blows to the 1 death.
Yes, there's been nothing that's gone on here for Paris on this point. It's really what they've had. That first elongated fight doesn't go their way. Then you have a early pick-off from Backbone, and then you have another early pick-off. So not been able to get anything going, and you're already at 70%. And look at this, you lose Dove. Large source of the damage, right? Being able to like build up the railgun shots off of the shield of the Reinhardt and make a play. Now he's out of the equation.
Dan is so frustrated right now. The Sombra continually hacking him, and Backbone just, throwing up a wall. There's, boops coming in from Admiral. Dan essentially playing on his own there, in all fairness. 0 final blows for the entire map right now for Dan over Wrecking Ball and Doomfist here. So frustrating here. The Eternal really haven't been very present here. London is stifling them.
You haven't even seen any ultimates come out of Paris, right? Have they even gotten anything? They're gonna get the Nano now, but these fights have been such nothings that they haven't been able to build it up.
That's unreal. The EMP there from Sparker. All he wanted, Matt, was the Sojourn, and he gets what he came for. Dreedro's also going to get brought down. Look, one gets a nano boost, which is fine. Allows him to play more aggressively to pick off that Lucio. But Hadi, uncharacteristic Shadow. Okay, well, it turns you ask. Shadow miss there from Hadi. Either way, it's going to be a Meteor Strike from Dan to try and get out of jail. And so he does, but oh dear. Well, he can't touch. And the Paris Eternal, a absolutely horrendous second map there as London just shut them out.
That was as dominant as you'll see. Overwatch is not a game that's entirely based on ultimates, but obviously they have some of the most impact in the game. And if your team's only going to actually be able to utilize 2 in a whole round of control, you're most likely not going to win that one. As you needed some switches from the DPS, you're also losing people early. Really tough go there for Paris.
All right, hate to see it. The London Spitfire looking extremely dominant so far. Though it's hard to get to go back on that Reinhardt. Let's see what else the Eternal have been working on. It's about time they bust something out. Well, like we were talking about at the top of the show, it is the hardy Reinhardt off and leading the charge for the London Spitfire. We saw it in that previous round there. Although, in honesty, he didn't exactly have to blow our minds in that previous round. All of the Spitfire looked like they were very well drilled and they were just very comfortable. A lot of disruption from that Sombra really made it impossible, Matt, for the Eternal to have much of an impact.
I mean, they had no impact in the second round. I mean, nothing really happened. They lost like players before they could even really get fights going. Part of it, the Sombra play, part of it, I know just some nice shots by Backbone, it playing the Mei.
Okay, what's going on here? Oh, hold on. Is that... Okay. Backbone
Yeah, we got some
Admiral here.
All right, yeah, so you got Vistola in as a tank now for Paris. Shax will come in for Backbone. Backbone will now move to support here for Admiral. So, tells you Eichenwald probably don't want the Lucio play. We'll see what Backbone gives us in terms of support. They've kind of thrown him around everywhere so far this season. We'll see how he goes in support. What kind of hat is he wearing? They're all wearing the same hat now. Are they passing the hat around? What's that hat say?
Not sure.
Let's get a close-up on Hardy. What's that say?
Is it like a Overwatch League 5th season hat or something like that? Either way.
I know. Nobody messaged us about that. We gotta see.
Yeah. Sort it out.
Hydration improved.
Mr. Big Shot.
Hats, who knows?
All right.
Oh no, I pass all the tough stuff. I pass on to Sid and Sean. All the cool stuff that people want to like be happy about. That's stuff I'm like, yeah, I'll try and take that. Yeah.
That's our director of stuff, ladies and gentlemen, Matt Morello.
The director of stuff. Yep.
All right, let's talk. Eichenwald here. Obviously, makes you feel like the Spitfire want a double flex support option here. Maybe Admiral's just not really super comfortable in that position.
Yeah, it would be weird, like, yeah, I think that's probably the setup you would want. Paris, they're going to end up playing the Brig Zen on defense here with a Genji. Maybe that's the type of setup you wanted, and maybe Backbone is able to play some of the Brig or Zen. It gives you a little bit of a buff to your support line. I do feel like if you were going to try something like this, right, and try and make it work for London, like this is probably the match to do it, not like wait to the mid-season madness or something. So if this is something that they believe in, why not go and try it right now? As shot from Shax does not connect. So looks like Backbone currently on the break. We'll see if this sticks. Looks like Hottie going back to change. So maybe, yeah, a little bit of a switch up here. So we'll see the Winston.
All right. Hardy making that Winston switch here is something we're seeing a lot less of, and interesting to see that paired up against the Sigma. They're really trying to circumvent him as much as is humanly possible. As you can see right there, Hardy wants to try and shield dance as much as he can here. And Backbone really just wants to sit on laner for the time being, right? Make sure that Ana is hailing Hardy for as long as possible.
Yeah, able to just kind of swing here, deny any flankers an opportunity. Wup has to be very careful about how he moves against this backline.
Sparker picked off though. Dredro's able to find the whip shot. How have the backlines gotten so close to allow for that? That's odd. Maybe he shifted forward. Now, yeah, it makes sense for Dub to go aggressive. He's tried to wrap around the backside, and Paris are slowly picking this Spitfire offensive apart.
Is not a great first push there for London. Is Paris able to pick up a few kills there? Khan doing some damage at a distance. So now we'll see Backbone on the Zen. Okay, so I mean, this makes a little bit more sense. A lot of like the main support players can play Brig and play Brig at a high level. Main support's kind of flexing over to the Zenyatta. It's a little bit rougher. So we'll see how Backbone now plays on a flex support.
All right, the Zen. Off the Brig here, so maybe less concerned about sort of peeling for backline and more about the poke game here. Although with the Winston, it's always an interesting look. We'll offer them that transcendence and ooh, up. That's the problem for Genji sometimes. If your spacing isn't pretty spot on with a Winston afoot, you're going to get caught.
No, and nothing like a Nano Boost to be able to help him out as a distance, keep him alive, as this is a Nano plus Primal here dedicated to Hadi as he's trying his best to give it to Khan, but gets the Transcendence off at the right time.
I think Hardy's okay with that. He can go and get top back up in the back line, but Paris have been sitting on so many of these key ultimates now. If you give them enough time to get back into the fight, they'll overpower you with sheer force of ability here. Wub's Blade, well, okay, there's another ultimate that doesn't quite work out. That's 0 for 2, Matt.
Yeah, but Mitch, that was a Blade comboed with a rally to try and make that play there, and it did not result in anything but Sparker putting down some damage, 2 railgun shots, and London taking that first point. And Backbone looking all right on the Zen thus far. Zen is in a spot where, you know, Discord obviously extremely strong. I mean, Zen just as a hero right now, extremely strong, right? Like, very difficult to take out. You see like the shielding with the buffed support passive, Discord, and just how much damage he can pump out with other players. Extremely strong. So if you have a DPS player who can pick that up and play at a high level, that could be a huge boon for the London Spitfire.
Shax is looking pretty comfortable so far, despite the duress he's apparently being put under. The Spitfire here able to dig the Eternal out.
I was gonna say, is that your definition of comfortable? Like 20 HP standing on the
look at the
corner
look
of
on
like
his
a
face.
Winston bubble, barely. Yeah.
He just he doesn't look like under pressure
He always has
at all.
the same. I mean, he always has the same kind of expression.
It's just like
on his
Kai.
face.
It's like the four faces of Kai. It's all the same.
This is really a terrible spot for Paris, if I'm honest. You have well, I mean, now you've lost Dove. You have no ultimates to work with here. London is taking the high ground. In has an ultimate advantage. I mean, that's a really bad spot for Paris. So at least Paris has gotten control of high ground, right? They've kind of bullied them off of the high ground. But it almost doesn't matter because the payload's going to get to a point where they're going to have to go down and contest.
Hardy's going to get so much value here. Yeah.
He
builds that Primal.
Yeah.
Disruptor shot. Can he force him into the disruptor shot? No, he decides that's not possible. So it has to be a Primal here. It takes a little more damage than he would have accounted for initially. Good knockback on the Zen, but no eliminations here as Shax has fallen to Wub. Wub's so low though. Lennon's able to pick him off here. Vistola's also seen better days. That Discord orb really giving him some concerns here. And they're backed up. Look at all the space that Paris have had to concede. And that bio basically seals the deal.
And the Transcendence popped here by Khan at the end, so they're not going to have that for this next point as Sparker and crew, they run on in. They want to pick up some kills here. Try and stagger just a little bit as London, their early comp did not look good at all since they made some adjustments. Now they've gotten rolling.
Paris here. Blade rally. So that combo that was, well, so poorly used in that previous fight, that first fight, is available again. Hopefully it's a little more adroit this time around. Here's the rally. Wub though, no Blade. Discipline here as the Spitfire look to disengage. Now they lack the Lucio, bear that in mind, so it's a little harder. Landon, yeah, disintegrates there. Hardy creates a bit of spacing with the bubble.
You do need a fight win, right, of your Paris? Is it a lot to invest your rally to kind of just run all the way down? Like, they're trying to just chase anybody down and then use the Gravitic Flux just to get the Ana. I mean, I guess you got them the kill out of it. But yeah, you may see them try and push and take advantage of this.
Oh gosh, that's devastating. I think there was a Bayonet that came in from Landon. Yeah, that really helped set it up nicely. Dreedron can't get flattened there. And just with the Eternal, looked like they were able to buy themselves a bit of breathing room and maybe let them establish on the broken door. They get flattened here by the Winston turn. And I think Dove's also in trouble. There's no way you're getting out of that one. Paris just have to hope to hold these ultimates here. It's going to have to be overclock Blade straight out of the gates here. And there might not be enough time for even that, Matt.
Yeah, and even with Wub using the Blade, he's going to be under big damage. You see already, like, basically dead.
Rails are plenty here. Sparker firing them off. Wub's able to get rid of Hardy at the very least and save that Blade, crucially. Discord orb on him. No, and it's an easy pick off for Sparker. Okay, evening the ledger a little bit more now. Spawn advantage obviously favoring the Eternal, but the pressure remains on.
And we'll see if London tries to collapse on this or they wait for Hadi. Hadi should be back right about now, yeah. So you see him get back into the fight. They do have the Transcendence as this off angle from Backbone's been nice.
Hardy again, big dive. Look at how he just takes over this part of the map. That allows Backbone to move up and play a bit more aggressively. He knows he has the Transcendence, so there's always a get out of jail free option. Dove is brought down. Gravitic Flux here with the Blade. Yep, Landon just suspended long enough for Wub to pick him off. It's an easy marionette to find purchase upon. And Wub finds two with the Blade. That'll be enough here. We're headed to a minute left in the round.
Yeah, and that's the downside of having to use that Transcendence early, right? You don't have it to combat the Blade or even the Gravitic Flux from the Paris Eternal, but in London, they'll come back here, Mitch. Nano, Pulse Bomb, in a Primal with an opportunity to get the cart over the line.
Hardy wants to try and get information before he dives, so in order to do that, he has to walk up, which is risky, just like this. Nice job by Pistola, really moving up and making sure that the Eternal have the space. Hardy's Primal, they might be turning this around. If he can get behind the Brig, okay, no, but still able to dive on a Dredro. Hardy a little unsure about where the Brig had gotten to there. There should be a lot of proximity killing, but not enough to keep Dove alive. How is that possible? Oh, that's so brutal. Pistola moves back out here now on the Diva, but hit with a Discord Orb immediately. Biotic Grenade also to combo with that. London have come up with the answer here, no doubt about it. Dredro went back to spawn to try and heal, but now he's done, well and truly.
Yeah, and they complete the map with 7 seconds in the time bank. I gotta say, Hardy's primals on this map, man, have been sick. Like, he's been able to come up with some big primal rages, like kills, displacement, being able to just buy London some space, also kind of turn the tide of some fights. Been a real big difference maker. You know, Backbone, right, going over to the Zen. Would I talk about, you know, him as like one of the best Zens in the world? Probably not, but like he was fine there. Yeah, you know, and you got to think like how difficult it is for like, I know, going from a DPS to then play a support like in the same match, like back to back, especially when you're playing like a Sombra Mei and then a Zen, like obviously way different mindset feel. And he's able to come in and pick up some crucial kills. You know, the Transcendence usage was nice, so Backbone looking pretty solid this far.
Yeah, look, 5 and 2, with about the same amount of damage that Shax did, so pretty comparable contribution. Sparker looks to shut that down. Nicely done. Might have had a Harmony Orb on him as well. Nice, very clean.
Ooh.
Yeah, they're not even full charge rails, right? You know, at some point you get a feel for just how much charge you need to guarantee a kill. You can't always guarantee that you're going to get a headshot, though, right? So it's a bit more of a feel thing than a calculated thing. Time in the bank here for the Spitfire after finishing their map. Getting a lot of Winston mileage here, which is really something we haven't seen much of from the Spitfire.
How do you feel about this Sigma on offense? We've seen it from a lot of teams, but we usually see like the Sigma in like a mirror matchup, right? Against the Winston, how do you feel about it?
So you have mechanisms to stave off the Winston if he tries to dive your backline. You're not playing Bat Zen, you're playing Bat Brig here. So you want to play pretty compact, want to benefit from proximity healing, and I think there's a lot of really dangerous scenarios for Hardy that he has to be aware of, right? You get stuck with the Discord and sort of locked out, it's all over Red Rover.
Oh, Con was so low. Yeah, that rail shot gets him really weak, and then Shax goes in, finishes him off.
What's the point about having Sigma if you can't benefit from the shield in moments like that? Like, you don't get Pierce on Railgun until you have Overclock, so...
Right, and I also... Yeah, the Sigma, like, head-to-head is, like, way cleaner, right? When Pistola goes in towards this, like, left-hand side from his point of view and goes into that little room, the Winston jumps down and just puts down so much cleave damage on you, and then they also have the Ana for the Biotic Grenade, right? It can get really dicey fast.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure on your healers who don't have burst healing, right? It's all over time, and Brig requires there to be a target within arm's reach to benefit from that Inspire proc, outside of just using the whip shot, right? So it's a little bit hard to deal with the poke damage with this comp.
Right, and the Winston's really good against the Genji, especially with Zen with the Discord and now the kick, right, to even get him a little bit further away. We saw right there that he dashes in, Backbone connects with a kick, knocks him back just a little bit, but then Hottie like lands right on top of him with the Discord and some extra damage from everybody.
The spacing
finish him off really quick.
Yeah, it lets you create that spacing on the Genji as well that leaves you really in danger. It leaves you in the middle of between a Winston and a Zen. Just an awful scenario to be caught in, honestly. That kick, man. Oh. That's why we saw so much poke, I think, brought out, because people were like, I can't be bothered trying to dive these backlines. They're so durable now. All right, here it is, though. Shax putting a fair bit of pressure on Pistola. That Discord Orb means he just bites a little harder. Kinetic Grasp used pretty early in the fight, if I'm honest with you. And Nano on Hardy, he's got to go big here, though, because Landon's down for the London Spitfire now, so a longer fight doesn't really benefit them unless there's a Transcendence at play. Backbone might have to consider making use of that here. Hardy cycles the Nano into his Primal, but he's being very careful about it, because he sees Rally in play and knows he's not eliminating anybody during that ult.
No, and they've lost Pistola, so he uses the Primal, then backs up. You have your own Transcendence to use, and Backbone will pop it to combo the Blade.
Nothing to do here. The Transcendence in play, and he couldn't catch Shax. So Wobble play for the Honey Lodge for the time being here. Paris going slow, but I don't hate this. Landon's gotten back to the fight, but Wub's going to continue to apply the pressure. A lot of healing available for Hardy there, and a big biotic grenade. That's just massive. Oh my, Landon opens it up.
Oh, that was 2 players connected with the biotic grenade, but still it's going to be Dove using the overclock. He's able to get 2 here. Landon walking back onto the point. He won't last long. And man, that took a turn for the worse at the beginning of that fight for Paris, but they're able to battle back out of it.
Dove bails them out, right, with that overclock. Pretty classy stuff, but I mean, you know, you lose an Ana, but you have a Transcendence available, right? So you can generally buy enough time for to get that Ana back into the fight. Hardy had a Primal as well. Paris here, lower healing. They're really relying on like the effective healing as well of Kinetic Grasp, because obviously it gives you some health back and mitigates. So turn your head upside down and cock your head slightly, and it is healing. Important to stay alive in those fights here. So let's see, 2:54 on the clock for Paris now. They're the second phase. They've got that Gravitic Flux.
And if you're London, you have to understand the scenario that you're in. Nice stick there. You've completed the map. You have a little bit of time bank left. There's no reason to kind of like go all out and play really close. Like, just want to drag this part of the map out as long as possible. Even if they were to take checkpoint 2, right? Like right towards the end, they're gonna have what, like a minute and few plus time. But when the door opens at the end and kind of the animation, you're down like a minute. You're really like 2 fights away at that point. So you can hold them here, great, but you really just want to burn as much clock as possible.
London don't want to fight inside the castle if they can help it, because it doesn't really put Hardy in a great position to be able to help them. Beautiful there from Sparker. I mean, how often do you see that?
So they don't want to fight inside of the castle, but they also don't mind like the kind of round and around game of like Paris trying to get high ground, them rotating out, them trying to chase down London, like, because it just bleeds more time, and it bleeds more time where nobody is on the payload. So the payload's not making any progress. No, they're just kind of like jockeying for position. It wastes like 20 seconds, 30 seconds off the clock. You do that twice, you're down to like,
I mean, they've burnt 90 seconds here, Matt.
Yeah.
90. And like, this is like Dorado first positioning. The Winston is really hard to get to before the fight starts. He always gets to play reactive here. Wub trying to keep track of Shax. No mean feat. Big bio grenade, but it's going to be cancelled out pretty quickly. Can't found backbone of the early fight here. And we see that, Hardy's a little bit concerned about Wub. Discord Orb means that this Tracer is extra deadly. Nice pick off there. Karma 2.
You see the London kind of doing what I was talking about. Is like you play this long game. No reason to invest any ultimates to try and hold there. Like, keep this here for this last part on the bridge. A minute to go, you dump everything into this. You have a huge ultimate advantage over Paris. You win this fight, it's very unlikely Paris even takes that second checkpoint.
Hardy should primal first here, because with the way the card is, the environmental kills are a little bit easier. Once it gets up to the door, then maybe you think it makes sense to nano earlier. If it's even going to be him who receives it, which is an assumption, I'll admit. All right, here's Hardy primal now. Nano being held on to for the time being, and Spark has a great vantage point trying to play sniper here. London using many of these ultimates, but never had a chance to use Nano. Lennon's already down in this fight. Khan, another early pick-off on a support map.
Yeah, you'll have a kill here that just goes down to Dove at the end. Khan is going to get killed light. So he may need to switch off even to make it back here on the Zen. You see from the overhead perspective. Not looking good. Also, you save the Nano and the Pulse Bomb during that.
Yeah, I mean, and that's great. I mean, you give Hardy that Nano here, and he just gets about 40% of his ult charge through that. Or you keep him alive. Okay, so awkward spacing for Hardy. He's just used jump, so he's going to lose 3 seconds of that Nano, if not more. But it's in overtime, right? So Paris, having lost their Diva now, their environmental kill potential and their durability, they're in deep trouble here. Spark are able to find another disrupt the shot kill, which is kind of wild to me. Wipes Pulse Bomb finding Lantern is going to help, but it's just not enough. And look, plainly speaking, London are just the better team right now, Matt. They look way more comfortable in this series.
Look, when we were in Dallas, everybody was saying, man, the London Spitfire are unbelievable in scrims right now. A lot of times, some of that unbelievable in scrims doesn't carry over into the regular season games, but it definitely has here in the Midseason Madness for London. They've looked great.
When everyone starts saying it, though, that's when I start to think, okay, maybe this isn't just sort of sandbagging. Maybe there is something to this. I'll give London credit, though, because it's not with the Reinhardt composition. This team is actually developing depth. They use a Reinhardt comp to give them the breathing space to work on these other setups. And now they're playing Winston against this Sigma, and it's looking very, very good. multi-dimensional London Spitfire. Good looks right now as they head to match point. Don't go too far, everybody. The Eternal need to show us something, well, very different to what we've seen so far. Want a chance to earn cash and rewards while watching the Mid-Season Madness qualifiers? Then don't be me and miss your Day 1 APAC Preds. It's easy. Head over to the pick'em.overwatchleague.com site and make your picks. Then you can create your own private leaderboards, your own group of friends. Great for bragging rights, of course, but there is some prizes up for grabs to get involved in our pick'ems this year. Oh, look, I mean, Matt, when I was sort of looking over today's matches, I thought hard about this game and I said, well, London have just turned their season around, really. They are 6-3, going on potentially 7-3 with a win here. That is a seriously good record after a really average first few weeks.
I mean, barring something that unforeseen, yeah, 7-3, right? With how they've been playing today. And with no real kind of roster movement, right? No real changes, just kind of like getting a little bit more time, figuring out the meta, figuring out what works for them and how to play it against other teams. So Backbone back to DPS here. Poco in for Hottie. as we do have Circuit Royals, so probably going to see a lot of Sigma play.
Got to hand it to Backbone, Matt. Thought his Eichenwald play was really solid. Just looking over the stats there, big impact on the Zen. 5-2 at one point. That actually just continued to improve over the course of this series. So we talk about depth of compositions, right? Depth of, you know, roster filling with Poco able to come in here. We know we can play a pretty mean Sigma. Even though we also know that the Spitfire can beat Sigma-based comps. I mean, they're more than happy to play the Winston. Backbone looked also fantastic on Oasis, right? That may really, really impactful. But Spitfire have to finish the map on a Circuit Royale. So Poco, the jawline of Diamond, comes in.
And we know how good he is on the Sigma, so Vistola definitely has his hands full in that Sigma on Sigma matchup.
I feel like Poco's really one of the players I definitely sort of realize that has a great sort of balance as well in and out of game. There's a really healthy lifestyle. And he's often said that it sort of, he feels it carries over into his play, right? That time he spent on the Fusion and a lot of uncertainty in his career as well. You know, he's managed to persist for quite some time through, like I said, many uncertain periods. So definitely a huge boon to the Spitfire. He's quite a veteran in the league by now, really, if you think about it.
Yeah, right? So, yeah, he's got to be one of our longest tenured players in the league at this point. Poco around season 1.
I mean, he's, yeah, yep. A long time. And even before that, I mean, Poco was, I remember, I used to share this story. He was a Genji player on Gamers Origin, okay, a French mixed team in sort of contenders tier. And obviously he moved up to Fusion University after that and then into the lineup, so. Yeah, true sort of academy promotion. And of course it's going to be the Sigma here, so it's going to be Brig and Zen. It's all about keeping them Zens fighting fit. What is Backbone looking for? Wipe's going to have to go challenge him 1-to-1 there.
Yeah,
how's Poco alive?
Yeah, he gets burned down. So Pogo's done a tremendous job. I mean, well, really, just kind of the support's helping keep him up, as there's so much like passive healing from the Brig with Inspire, and then just the health packs and, you know, an orb.
Yeah, I mean, there was 800
as well,
800 healing in that fight from Admiral, which is insane.
Yeah, it's a little bit easier now, and there's more things to, you know, trigger the Inspire off of. So you lose Dove at the start there. Headshot from Sparker. You'll have to wait a little bit here for Paris to set up this next fight at the corner.
Sparker playing pretty far forward here, Matt. Wants to make sure the Eternal don't get to sit on those stairs safely. Losing Backbone here, though, that's pretty devastating. Nice setup for Vistola. This means Wipe has a lot more freedom now to play that off angle, poke at medium to long range. Admiral, though, goes down here. Khan was removed by Poker, but that's all. So the Spitfire are going to lose out on the neutral there, just because losing that loose end Genji means that they really lack the pressure.
Vistola trying to push up a little bit. Kinetic grasp. Where do you take this next fight if you're London? It looks like you're going to probably have to take it right here where the cart can go through. Don't have Poco back fast enough to challenge this, unless they want to get really aggressive here. I know with the overclock, but it looks like they're going to allow them around the corner a little bit and play. It's almost like similar to like how you kind of play that first corner, right? You're just going to mirror the fight here.
Sparker with that overclock. Decent hit on Dove there, but not enough to silence him. But well and truly enough to move up and take the corner. So this means that Poco now has a, you know, position of entrenchment here, and he can deny that small room on his right. Because that's when the attackers start to get access to the backline. There's a huge pick off on Backbone, though. Headshot on a Genji that's airborne. I mean, not easy to find those. Dove's been excellent so far for Paris.
And the Transcendence comes out, so now you feel free to use this blade, but Wub gets hit with a Discord, some damage, gets a little bit scared, backs up a little bit, but buys enough space for Paris to take that first checkpoint.
It's pretty backbreaking for the Spitfire, Matt. I mean, they've used both of those support ultimates and still end up losing the point in a big way. Backbone is getting bent backwards here by Dove with a lot of these railgun shots. This is brutal for the Genji.
Yeah, well, you know, Backbone will come back. He'll have his Blade. You'll have a Blade Gravitic Flux combo, just like how we saw. They'll be on Khan to get good value with the Transcendence, and then you use it like Transcendence for that Gravitic Flux. You're going to need to, you know, really focus down that Genji, make sure he can have a effective Blade, just like how we saw Wub got scared off a little bit.
See a lot of teams play Traces in these scenarios as well. Can see why you maybe want the Genji, though. Oh, man. Transcendence was always going to be there. I kind of wonder why Backbone fully committed, though. Maybe just force that ult out and go again later.
Yeah, so it's actually not that bad. It's just kind of like the reverse of what we just saw, in which they opened things up with the Gravitic Flux, then followed it up with a Blade. This time they went in with the Blade, they got the Transcendence out, and then followed it up with the Gravitic Flux, so they have absolutely nothing for, right? No immortality, no fast healing that can kind of bring everybody back to life, and you're able to get the advantage off of that.
Now this is being staggered, right? Sparker really starting to play pretty far forward now, and if the Paris Eternal commit to this, oh no. Oh, this is about to be really problematic. Poco wants to push here, Khan down, Admiral picks him off. And the Spitfire, that was about 30 seconds of extra stagger there, Matthew.
Yeah, so now London, this is probably the hardest part of the map for any team to combat. You see, having that high ground advantage is massive, and it's just really steep. And it's not like Eichenwald, where like there's the castle you can go through, right, and dodge a lot of this fire. Like, you kind of have to fight this. There's no real option.
Oh, that is beautiful. Another one from Sparker. Dove just disintegrates again.
A lot of the fights, like, you think back to Oasis and stuff, like Paris has been losing players so early in some of these. You don't even want to call them fights, right? Just when they're trying to like get into position to like start an actual fight, they're just losing players and they're not even able to actually do anything. They're just losing so much time off of stuff like that.
Well, there's no neutral with these comps, right? Not really on this part of the map anyway when you have the high ground. It's all about that poke setup, and then you just use an ult to start the fight off, right? Or you just win based on a pick that you snowball. Landon trying to wrap around here. Couldn't really get on Dridro though, and yeah, the Spitfire are going to get brought down here. They use Rally, so again, another situation where both those support ultimates get used and they still get robbed.
Yeah, Rally on both sides of things. Paris able to hold on to the Transcendence and their Blade coming in.
Yeah.
Are you able to combat this again for London? Are you able to come back and fight this one more time? It looks like they're setting up to potentially try to. You'd have your Overclock, which we've seen Sparker able to pick up some nice shots. And then you have your own Blade and Gravitic Flux combo.
Hey chat, remember, Overclock can kill through Transcendence. All right, here we go. Sparker pops it, playing that right side by the pit stop. Discord Orbit, a bit of pressure there on Wabu's reluctant to Blade so far. Okay, getting caught inside of Gravitic Flux is great. You're going to give the Transcendence healing to your other player, and now you go for the Eternal. They got the checkpoint there, and they used the Blade. There was no support ultimates for the Spitfire to do anything about that anyway.
Yeah, that'll be the cart over the line there. Paris does a nice job battling back uphill. Not having to layer their support ult a lot like London did. And getting the cart over that second checkpoint. We'll see what they can do here, though. This is another difficult part of the map. You see they're kind of playing for this pool control. They want to deny that window and deny that space, that sight line, really for the Sojourns to do big damage.
London wants to take control of this high ground, but in order to do that, they have to push the Eternal back. Who really tried to take a lot of ground here. Backbone. Okay, he's actually able to get out of the Gravitic Flux, but Poco's able to sneak back around the corner before that becomes an issue. And that cart's moving this whole time. London have to do something about this high ground control. They've got to act now.
Yeah, they have to drop. They have to try and contest this even a little bit.
Vistola stunned up. Okay, I like the front Backbone. He sees Rally, but he knows there's so much pressure on Vistola right now. We can just focus on bringing the tank down and then go finish the job. He still gets both backliners anyway. Nice job from London there, but whew, they left it until the last
moment. They gave
moment.
up so much progress for free, though.
Yeah, the question is, how do they reestablish it now? I think this is okay. Look how far forward they're actually playing.
Well, they're going to play this far forward. They know they have a support ult advantage. They know they're going to be able to have the Rally basically for free here to use.
Yeah, see, I think this is fine now, unless Dove's able to pick someone off. Rally from Admiral. Perfect. And that cart's rolling back this entire time, albeit at the slowest speed possible, but still. The Spitfire don't get punished for playing very far forward here. And look how much time's left, Matt. This is the hardest area in the game, I would argue, to push through as attackers. So, 30 seconds left for Paris. That's tall odds.
Yeah, it definitely is one of the worst. Paris will have the Transcendence here. You got to get Sparker out of this position, though. Oh, a nice shot by Dove, able to do so.
Yeah, that's what Spark has been doing to him all round so far. So nice to see Dove notch one up himself. Transcendence here for Khan if we want to go aggressive, but Dove has just been very efficient here. Lander gets picked off. He had Transcendence, so now if you're the Spitfire, you just die on Khan.
And Spitfire wise at the end there not to use any of these ultimates, so you'll be able to come in, The Gravitic Flux will get countered here by this Transcendence. They have enough, though, to live through the Transcendence and overclock of Sparker and Landon. That'll be the thing for Paris.
Gravitic Flux here. There's a Transcendence in play for Khan. He's the only player caught in the Flux here. The Khan very, very close. Spearfire going to go now, and they actually have a Transcendence to counter the Flux of Pistola. Sparker finally draws blood. It's going to be one falling first here. Rally in play right now for Dridro. And Khan's able to pick off Landon. Very aggressive positioning there for Sparker. He wraps around and it ends up being his undoing, but Poco's still alive. That's important. Girl Scout Cookie handed over to Khan, but Sigma so hard to deal with, and a blade from Backbone in the final moments will be enough to prevent the Eternal from finishing the map.
It's still good, though, for Paris. Like, it's essentially a map completion. Just don't allow London to complete the map, and you'll take this one here. They get it just about as far as you possibly could there towards the end, where it's pretty difficult to get in and get the card even this distance, right, to complete this map. There's so much high ground for the defenders coming out of the spawn through that choke specifically. So Paris, even though they don't get a map completion, still I like the offensive push.
London there. To begin with, right, they started to look like they eased into their defensive hole, but whenever Paris were able to start a fight off with an ultimate, right, they're looking much better. That's what poke comps kind of work like, right? So, you know, if there's no pick, you know, if neither team is able to sort of just find like a free kill, sometimes it's just a matter of, okay, I'm just going to Gravitic Flux them now. Or, you know, I'm going to overclock and try and find a pick off. These poke compositions are really interesting when you mix the Genji in as well, because these Genjis are normally working pretty externally to the rest of their team. Try and take high ground or poke at mid into long range. There's no nano as well to sort of pair them up with here. So the job or the assignment is much more different for Genji in a poke composition. Keep an eye on that here. You'll see Eternal want to try and use the sort of high ground for Wub, and he and Backbone might have to duel a little bit.
Yeah, no, let's see. I think this first fight will be huge. Paris, well, they got stalled out on this first corner for a little bit. You had the first fight they ended up losing, then they lost Dove, wasted a little bit of time. I'll see if Paris can put together a good defense here at this corner. Would be massive to give them a shot at winning the map.
Yeah, London got a lot of value out of Admiral on this part of the map in that last round. A ton of healing, and Poker was really hard to eliminate. That's why their Discord Orb being on a Sigma at all times is so crucial. So Backbone here secured its route, right? But hit by a stray accretion and picked off immediately. That's the job for Genji, right? Get in, can you put some heal pressure down? Can you get a support out of position? If not, you're probably dead.
Yes, team wasn't close enough to capitalize, but now that they've lost Pistola, this is just going to be London rolling through the rest of Paris. Not going to be able to hold that corner and withstand the amount of damage and pressure coming down without that shield.
Well, rail headshot when you're discorded is an ungodly amount of damage, right? Sigma has a pretty large health pool, though. So, pretty astonishing that we're able to see them pick off Pistola with such ease there. But that's the name of the game with the poke comp. It's so volatile. Dove. Again, one right click can, you know, give his team a lot to work with here, but you can see that Pistola's forced to play further back than Poco did in the Simon position. Look at this. Push forward now. Disrupt the shots used.
Yeah, and you got so much more out of Admiral at the beginning. You may have this rally, which could be enough to push you around that corner, right? You can use rally in this type of situation, would be huge. You lose the soul again, now the rally comes out.
That's unreal. And it doesn't even look like there was a Discord Orb necessarily involved. That's been a Wub for most of the time. To make it harder for Wub to harass Sparker, they've just slapped the Discord on him and said, all right, have a go at it. Not good to lose your Sigma so early in both these fights. Something's not gelling for Paris.
Yes, and I think you get into a scary position where you're close to losing Pistola again. Do you end up having to pop, like whether it's a rally or a Transcendence to save him? London backs out a little bit, gets like one of those key ultimates out. You can't have him getting chunked down that fast, but you do see, you know, the Discord Orb on him pretty much all the time.
Yeah, be careful if I was Wub here. Disrupt the shot as Sparker wants to double back and get some healing. Keep an eye on that Discord Orb, is still on Pistola right now. Gravitic Flux goes up, Transcendence is going to be in play, Sparker's going to be healed before he touches the ground, so all is well.
That was nice.
Can they grasp? Drink through a Discord now, but it's going to be Khan going in with the Transcendence. It's not enough though, Sparker shuts Wub down with that overclock. Somehow able to find these targets amid a flurry of activity. Pistola falling here, Paris completely scattered out of position. And it will eventually be brought down despite Dove's heroics. There's no escape for this Sojourn.
And what I really like there was that Pistolo is actually able to use the accretion to interrupt Poco's Gravitic Flux. So London wins that without even getting the full value out of that, where Pistola used the Gravitic Flux, forces out Landon's Transcendence, then interrupts Poco's, but not enough, as now Backbone has this blade, should be for free.
In he goes. They've lost Sparker already though, and Backbone just wants to work off Pistola. Again, the name of the game is eliminate the Sigma first, and that means that Backbone doesn't have to take nearly as many risks up against the Cossack kicking Zem. Such a simple approach for the London Spitfire.
Especially when you're playing these comps. You can get aggressive with the Sigma comps, but it really kind of all huddles around this Sigma. Like, the Sigma is the linchpin of these type of compositions where, like, you have to play around the Sigma, and when you lose him, everything seems to fall apart around, because you have these players playing in positions that they can't really hold without having a Sigma's kit in the mix.
Good looks in that fight there from London. And the Eternal a long way from those key support ultimates. In this card, I mean, Paris are going to be in a similar position, but notice that London have actually put less emphasis on control on the outside of the map, Matt. Instead, they stick to the card.
You see that London, they've had actually, who's this? Looked like Landon and Sparker. They've actually wrapped around like almost towards the spawn to try and get some of that position right away.
This puts Paris in a one-fight scenario because Paris weren't able to fight for high ground. They didn't want to commit to the card yet either, so they have to wait until the golden box of victory is right in front of them. Oh god, this is not good for Wub. Shield bash there. A lot of pressure as well on Dove. Admiral, impactful in the front line now. Has to move back for a moment, get topped up, and there's going to be a Transcendence here, and there it goes. Vistola's down again. Both teams without the Sigma in play, and Dove hoping for an insta-kill here with his ultimate, but can't find it. Admiral maybe forgetting his shield doesn't count for much in that scenario, but still he's able to shrug the damage off, and there's Sparker to get the job done. The London Spitfire makes short work of a Paris Eternal who are still searching for answers.
I think the story, though, is that London is for real. Like, they are coming into the mid-season madness, and they are just blowing teams out, trying to get to that global tournament by any means necessary. And they look well on their way. I mean, they are a very strong team right now.
So let's take a stock of this for a second. We've got Hardy, who can play the Winston as well as that Reinhardt. So showing us that popular composition that we saw, you know, in our kickoff clash is very much, you know, within London's wheelhouse. Poco comes in, plays a fantastic Sigma. Backbone now can show us a great Mei, a Genji that really has impact, can switch over towards the Zed and do some great things there as well. All of a sudden, you have a bunch of jack-of-all-trades on this London roster, and you know they're trying to add to that roster as well. So the options for this London team are only increasing. Now, the Eternal are on the other side of that. They've made their pickups, right? They've made their gambits to try and shore up this roster, and yet they still aren't quite there.
It seems like Paris is trying to build up to where, like, almost using the way that London is kind of like built, right? Like, you know, London had these great contenders players, you know, you added a little bit, you moved around a little bit, and now you've started to see, as they've, you know, gotten great coaching and put in a position where they're able to, like, use some of these different kind of compositions to really amplify the skill that they have. Paris is, like, almost trying to get there, but, like, starting from, like, you know, step one, right? They've kind of moved around some pieces on the roster. Now you figure you do have the talent, you're close to having the talent, you have to kind of get the coaching in position, you have to kind of get the compositions working.
Would you say the talent's there, Matt?
Paris is very much a work in progress. Very much a work in progress, where London seems to be you know, kind of now benefiting off of all of that process.
Yeah, we're snapshotting two teams at very different stages in the life cycle of an Overwatch franchise here. But let's have a look at our player of the match here. For me, honestly, pretty easy one. I think that Backbone was pretty incredible over the course of this series. The main picks, right? Not normally something you hear people refer to. Backbone was able to find kills before the fight started so often in this round that there was no real round.
I mean,
then moves to
the second point of Oasis barely existed. The Zenny didn't look bad. I mean, look, it's a one-man Zenyatta play where they kind of they kind of look like the dominant team a lot of the time.
I think we'll see more of this though.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
And I think that's also because, like, you know, London haven't brought in their sort of extra flex support player here. Obviously, Admiral is just much more of a specialist when it comes to quote-unquote main supports here. But you're able to rotate Backbone in here to have a great game. Now, final blows, 6.6 per 10. He probably only played about that much, Sen, because I know he's like 5-2 at one point. But
Yeah.
listen, 2.2 deaths per 10 in a larger sample size would be fantastic. A good example, though, of what Backbone could do against a team that's looking a little weaker.
If I'm them, you either obviously start to need to like use this in scrimmages against top teams, or no, don't know their schedule off the top of my head coming up, but like if you have a really tough matchup, like maybe you know, if you've secured your mid-season madness spot or you're close to it, like maybe you can play him for an extended period on the Zen, right? Give him some real game environment play. I think it's way different. Or if you have another plan with maybe another signing or something for the Zen, and just kind of use them in the meantime. But Backbone's definitely proven to be a very valuable player for this team.
This is one of the reasons why Christopher's name is being put in the hat for sort of Coach of the Year here, because they've really been able to turn this team around by focusing on the strengths of their individual players now. Their name, they may not have made names for themselves so much in contenders, but they're really doing it in a big way here in the Overwatch League. So congrats to London, 7-3 now. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we've got much more coming at you here on our first day of week 3 of the Midseason Madness Qualifiers.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined by Backbone from London Spitfire. Backbone, congratulations on the win. I mean, this game was very quick 3 in Overwatch for the London Spitfire. How'd you guys get it done? You guys seem very comfortable, very dominant.
I mean, we've been quite lucky with our schedule this stage. We've had a couple of games like this that you don't need to play the best in the world to beat some of these teams how they're playing, right? So even if we're not playing at our best, we still get it done very quick, you know.
I think it wasn't just luck itself. Sure, like I think you guys didn't play like San Francisco Shock and them, but they were still decent teams. Couple of them were. And I think that sort of leads into my next question, where, you know, as you know, right now, London Spitfire, you guys are looking really nice, and you guys are currently 4-0 in this stage. And from what I know, you guys are playing Washington Justice next, and then Dallas Fuel to end the stage. Backbone, how confident are you that you guys could actually go undefeated for this stage?
I think the Washington game's definitely, like, we should win that. I think I have confidence in that. Dallas is obviously, Dallas are a really good team, but I'm confident that we have the chance to beat them. I think it'll be a good match either way, right? No matter what, we'll make sure it's a good match with Dallas.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely excited for you guys too. And my last question, I just wanted to congratulate you guys for the newest signing. You guys have a new flex support player called Boneback. I think he had a really great debut match today. What are your thoughts on him, and can we expect to see more of him in the future?
You know, he's a really nice guy, Boneback, you know, handsome too, I think. And you know, we picked him up from EU ranked ladder, slid him in a couple of days ago. We had to play with him a bit earlier this season as well, and you know, he did really good then. I think it's possible we could see more of him. You never know. He's a really nice guy. He'll probably weasel his way into the team again.
Okay, he's nice and very talented. All right, I'm actually really excited to see both of you guys. You know, Backbone and Boneback, and your names kind of sounds similar, so it's gonna be good time. Yeah, Backbone, that's it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
So talented, smart,
talented.
handsome, friendly.
Humble.
Yeah?
Yeah, you got it all. Yeah, of course, if you missed it, that acquisition, there was, of course, a tweet coming out from the London Spitfire announcing Boneback, the newest acquisition. And I feel like I've seen him before.
It's the
I don't know.
mustache.
Maybe it's the mustache. Maybe it's just one of those familiar you faces. Yeah. You know, we all have them.
Yeah. British people. Yeah, they all look the same.
It's like, you know, a Backbone's twin.
Could be. Is that the evil twin then?
Yeah, he does look. Oh yeah, definitely, 100%. That's an evil twin look for sure.
It's the glasses for me. I don't know. It just works. Yeah, no, so congratulations, of course, to London Spitfire. A great new pickup. And we should discuss the match we just got to watch. Now, he did just say in the interview, no, I'm sorry, we do have to go through it. But we did just hear in the interview that he does admit that they didn't have the hardest of schedules so far, so they are going undefeated against these teams. Those are must-win scenarios for London Spitfire, but they're looking dominant during those wins as well.
Yeah, which is kind of funny because it's the shoes on the other foot now for the London Spitfire, because last year they were very much in the same boat that the Eternal are right now, where London Spitfire, they look like a very coherent team. They have a lot of different looks. We saw them play the Rush, we saw them play the Wrecking Ball, we saw them play the Sigma on the Circuit Royale. So it seems like everything's starting to come together for them. It seems like they're well coached, and the players are stepping up where they need to. Backbone on that Genji on that Circuit Royale. We know he's had a tough time of it on that hero in the past, but he was actually able to put together some good numbers, understood his limits. While on the other hand, Wub, I think, is really struggling to find value on that Genji right now. I think as a team, Dove is their hit scan player and their primary Tracer player right now, so it doesn't feel like they have that confidence of the look. Yes, Wub can play the Tracer, but it looks like he's more comfortable playing the Genji, but it's just not working for them, and it's disappointing because a lot of us had high expectations of this Paris Eternal team heading into the season because of they went 8-8, I believe it was last season. They didn't make a lot of changes, but it feels like it's just not really coming together for them. Their picks aren't really making as much sense. Their individual performances aren't really living up to that hype, and they're just losing matches. They're 1-9 now, and the season is slipping away from them, and it looks like they're regressing instead of progressing right now, and that's the thing that worries me for them. I want to see them start going back to the drawing board, maybe start finding comps that they're comfortable on, kind of how London Spitfire started in this season. Play the rush, find some confidence, play to your styles, and then build off of that, because right now it feels like they're spreading themselves too thin and not doing anything well.
So we actually kind of talked about the compositions, you know, last week as well, because Danny struggled with the Doomfist, and I want to admit that, like, that is a legitimate problem for the Paris Eternal, that they have to flex between Dan and Vestola, and like they can't find their groove really, with neither of them really shining in their roles. I think they're kind of playing the right compositions, but it seems to be more of a coordination issue and team chemistry issue, because we've seen these players pop off in the past, but like in this match, we saw so many like poorly timed ultimates. I think there's a lot of maybe like communication issues. You brought in 2 American players into this team like mid-season. I saw Wob as well, he tweeted out he's going through some physical issues. We hope that, you know, ends well and like he improves upon that. But it just seems a team that is a bit, you know, they're all over the place a little bit, and ironically, they could really use like a people's person kind of coach to like get this team to rally together, iron out some of those communication issues, and get everybody on the same page. And I think those small adjustments, like just being able to track your ultimates correctly and utilize them together, it's gonna make a big difference for Paris, but they need to reiterate right now.
I mean, the good news is that we do see something a little different each and every match. Last time we complained about the Dawn. You mentioned it in the pre-show, Danny. You'd rather see Vestola on the Sigma. That is a change which has been made today. So changes are being made.
Yeah.
They continue being made, and that is always a good sign. Now, we do have a next match to preview, and that one is a tough one, I feel. Houston Outlaws and Atlanta Reign will go to bats. All of us did give Atlanta Reign our vote. However, this could be a very close match.
Yeah, we actually just saw the Houston Outlaws as much as it was a 3-0, and there were some tragic moments that we're not really going to highlight too much more. I think the Houston Outlaws, they look better. They look like they're improving, but the Atlanta Reign has just been a very solid team, especially in this meta on the back of Hawk being able to play that Sigma, be able to play that Doomfist. It's just been a good look, and as you said in the pre-show, Danny, Kai is currently at the top of the leaderboards for Sojourn. They've looked very comfortable. My big concern for Atlanta is what you...
Look at the background.
Oh, hey, I'm Corgi. Okay, so stop the analysis.
Stop the analysis.
Oh, my God.
There's dogs.
Okay, what was I saying? Atlanta, just play well, and they will get the win. Houston Outlaws, stay on the objective.
Stay on
I love dogs.
They're way too cute. We're getting treated to like overdoses of cuteness every single day here on the Blizzard campus. It's phenomenal. So if our favorite teams lose, we're still in a good place.
We're still
everything's very, very good for us. It's going to be a very, very close match. I hope they take it the distance, because it's all or nothing for these teams. The winner will punch their ticket to Hawaii. They will be joining 3 other teams which already clinched their spot for the mid-season madness. And all of that will happen in just a little bit. And for the action, we're going to hand it over to Joss and Necro, who's returned. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, good to be back. Rose, it's good to be back in the casting booth, or separate booths, I suppose, in this instance. But yeah, it's been a nice little time off, I can imagine, just away from all the C9s.
Yeah, hello everybody. I'm so happy to be back. I kind of thought I needed a funny accent to be able to cast with you, so I did my best. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine. No, you know what? There's been a lot of accents on the broadcast recently. We've had, I had a double Australian pairing, so it's at least nice to get a little bit of British back, I suppose, of Euros. Thank you very much.
I
that
tried.
definitely won't get clipped in
Just
clip.
for you.
There's no way.
Just for you,
There's
Josh.
no way. All right, Houston Outlaws versus the Atlanta Reign. Winner here. They do punch their ticket to the mid-season madness. Pretty scary. I think Houston Outlaws just want to forget their games previous, just move on to the next one. Atlanta Reign, on the other hand, oh my God, they are looking so good. And one of the biggest things about this match, I think, is going to be the Sojourn matchup. Kai versus Merit, 2 of the best Sojourns right now in the game, Rose.
They are indeed. I mean, just taking a look at their railgun accuracy that they have had leading up into the match today, I mean, they're neck and neck Lockjaws. It's 57% accuracy there coming in for Merit and 58% accuracy coming in for Kai. So definitely keeping an eye out on both of those players as we head into the match today.
Yeah, I mean, the desk already showed Kai's stat card at the very beginning of the day, and it was like first, second, third. Like,
yeah.
The guy's an absolute menace on the Sojourn right now. And we'll see if Merrick can match them. Of course, it is Pelican and Merrick in the starting roster today. And what's quite funny, Rose, is we've seen a lot of adaptation from the Houston Outlaws. We've seen Piggy subbed in here and there, but it feels like they're way more comfortable with Dante on Doomfist.
Yeah, I mean, I've noticed that as well in some of the series that the Houston Outlaws have had this stage. I mean, Dante's been kind of playing double duty. You see Dante on the Doomfist, which definitely seems to be the bread and butter of the Houston Outlaws, but sometimes, like when Piggy subbed into the roster to play that tank role, you often see Dante flexing over to the DPS, and I mean, that's what he's good at. He's good at, well, I mean, he's good at everything, but, you know.
That is extreme. Yeah, I mean, Dante's pretty good at everything. That's why he's in the tank role right now. Let's have a look at their opponents today. The Atlanta Reign. We got Kai. We've already talked about him, so we'll talk about someone else. We'll talk about Venom. Why not? I mean, Venom's been a superstar on the Tracer. Definitely his best hero by far. And it's something you need in this meta. A good Tracer player. Also a good Genji player, to be fair as well. It's also quite handy. Hawk has been fantastic. The backline, a little bit lackluster a couple of weeks ago, but really just pulled out their bootstraps and they're ready to rock and roll today. Both these teams sitting around the similar scoreline, Rose. 6-4 for the Atlanta Reign, 6-3 for the Houston Outlaws. But the winner of today will go straight to the Midseason Madness, which is what they're playing for. Of course, the Midseason Madness, we're going to see some cross the waters action. So we got some of the APAC teams playing against some of the North American teams or the Western teams. So that's going to be incredibly exciting. But we're going to get into the game in just a moment. What do you expect here, Rose? We're going on to Lijiang Tower as our first match.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Atlanta Reign, they've looked really, really good around the team composition core of the Sojourn, the Tracer, and the Doomfist, which is probably why we're seeing Hawk in the starting lineup. In fact, we haven't seen a whole lot of Gator, who is more comfortable on those main tank roles. And so, you know, kind of, especially when we take a look at the fact we're starting out on Control Center, I definitely expect Atlanta Reign to kind of come out with that Sojourn Tracer Doomfist, but then kind of flexing around their support backline in order to play to that particular map's strengths. And then for the Houston Outlaws, it's going to be kind of similar, I feel like. Definitely the Doomfist as we see Dante in the lineup, but then also kind of looking at how they're going to support that with that backline.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost a guarantee, Dante on the Doom. I mean, they could be cooking up something crazy in the lab and coming out with the Wrecking Ball. We've seen Mikey on the San Francisco Shock play ball on control maps. I don't think Dante's got that in his back pocket. Maybe he does. Maybe that's a secret strat for later down the line. But Jake's always kind of teasing these secret strats. I know he had a word with Custer when we were over in Arlington, Texas.
Yeah, I don't let him bait you.
We got something cooking, Scott.
No, no they don't. No, they don't. We're going to see the Doomfist. Okay, well. I'm putting that down super quickly here. Don't listen to the rumors. It's all bait.
Oh, well. You can't be the best Sojourn in the league if you're dead. Nice right click from Lastro to start the fight off. I mean, lucky, I guess they lose Kai super early. They're going to be able to get back and tussle on the point for a little while before it does unlock. I see the old charge, I suppose. Yeah, Pelican put okay in the chat. Very good. So it's going to be a Venom versus Pelican, Tracer versus Genji. Genji's so good at diving into the backline, of course, getting the resets off of assists. But OG and Kai doing what they love. That's killing people.
Yeah.
Atlanta Reign do manage to find the fight and the point.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Kai got taken out super early actually allowed Atlanta Reign to reset and just kind of figure out how they want to approach the Houston Outlaws. This point is really, really good for the attacking team when you take a look at how many avenues you have to be able to cover as the defenders. So Houston Outlaws just kind of got swarmed there, and Atlanta able to take control of the point. Now we're looking at Hawk, though, just kind of continuing to start off these engagements for the Reign.
Yeah, the Reign really want to go fast. They've got Moira and Lucio. No speed boost available for the Outlaws. Venom hit with the recall. Forces Dante to actually use that power block, but Merit with 100 energy manages to score a kill onto Venom. But with Dante's not, I wouldn't say unwillingness to go in, but he was not able to go in because he didn't have power block. Venom forced it so early, so he's not willing to just dive in because he doesn't have that defensive tool when then the team can kind of round about him and make sure he stays alive. Houston Outlaws lose the next fight, and the Atlanta Reign still holding on. They're going to go fast, Rose. Coalescence.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the other thing about Dante not being able to go in is, you know, OG can kind of just move everybody around quickly.
Ooh. Pulse hits the wall. Iris going pretty low. Lamp's been used already, but Ultraviolet on the flank. Big Coalescence kills 2. The Atlanta Reign tempo very much in their favor. Outlaws have not had a say in the matter. Lastro, by the way, rose 40% towards the ult. Like, unbelievably far behind right now.
Yeah, this has been, Lastro's been having some difficulty finding value coming into these matchups. I think it's just, you know, the front line of the Houston Outlaws goes down so quickly.
Hey, yo. That was a max range dash, Shuriken melee. Okay.
Okay, Pelican.
That's a good way to start the fight. Atlanta Reign can keep this fight going, though. There is the blade. Will the beat come out? It's a little bit late. Not enough to save Kai. Only 3 from the Reign get the over health, as Pelican is still swinging away, trying to chunk those health bars down. Merit pops the overclock. Doesn't get too much done, apart from a little bit of extra damage. And the Outlaws do manage to gain control of the point for the first time this series, with 95% for the Reign.
Yeah, but the other thing that you have to look at is the Reign are already postured to get back into this fight super quickly, and Hawk can just go in super aggressive with the ultimate online.
Pelican in trouble. Look at that focus fire onto Kai. Lastro pushed him into a wall. Dante did the same. Window for the Outlaws to stop the Reign from walking up on them, but they let the point go for free. Not the worst, I suppose. You only give Reign a couple of percent up to 99, and the Outlaws do manage to find the flip. Lastro's got the rally for next fight, but Kai got focused so hard in that fight as soon as he popped that ult.
Yeah, but that's what the Houston Outlaws need to do. You know, Kai is definitely a big threat to the team, and you've got to make sure he's taken out of the fight before he finds value.
Power punch for Hawk, not going in. The rally came out from Lastro. Oh, Pelican appeared out of nowhere there. Yeah, Punch has a big hitbox, by the way. Sometimes there's just random people flying in front of you and you get them. Hawk does end up going down to Pelican. Good start for the Outlaws. Only expending the single rally in this fight so far. Stick onto Dante, but somehow manages to get out and kill Kai. He does get chased up by Venom, but that should be about it. The Atlanta Reign throw the pulse bomb in at the very end. They don't get anything with it, and the Outlaws control still.
I think Dante is an acceptable sacrifice to keep ticking up the percentage on the point there. Houston Outlaws are in a good position as well. You know, Merit's working up to the ultimate. Pelican's going to have another blade, and Atlanta Reign really don't have a way to shut that down.
Coalescence. Hawk going pretty low. That disruptor shot doing a fair bit of work, but not anything the Coalescence can't handle. Iris falling is not a good start. Merit's going to have to go crazy with his overclock, but he's getting forced all the way back to nearest spawn. Pelican trying to create some more space, but with a blade with no nano, gets almost nothing. The flip for the Reign and the beat in their back pocket. Can the Outlaws touch? They just in time get there, but so many resources expended. The rally, the window, they find nothing. And the Atlanta Reign claim round 1.
I love the way that the Atlanta Reign played that last team fight as well, engaging with the Coalescence, and then kind of just making Houston Outlaws a little bit too far on the back foot. I mean, Pelican got that blade up just a touch late and then couldn't really find value with it. So I like that the Atlanta Reign kind of continue to play that patiently, but we're already seeing some switch-ups here, Jaws. Look at the back line. We're switching over from the Atlanta Reign to the Zenyatta instead of the Brigitte, and of course, on the other side of things, it's a full swap of the back line to the Zenyatta and the Ana here for the Houston Outlaws.
Yeah, you can defend yourself a little bit easier now with Zen, with a kick, of course. Especially around this point, a lot of environmentals can happen, so potentially why that's being chosen. Makes the most sense too. The Zenyatta Discord Orb on the Doomfist, you are toast.
Yep.
If you don't find cover, disengage the orb. Or disconnect the orb, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be something that both of these teams are going to have to deal with, but Atlanta Reign already have to get reset.
Yeah, big reset. Big kills. All right, 100 energy shot through the team. Ends OG's life. Wasn't even a headshot. OG just took a bit of extra damage, and the railgun just finished him off. Outlaws find the cap.
I don't know how long they're going to be able to hold on to this, though. Of course, this point's a little more defensible, so as long as they get set up and they're able to take these big angles, I mean, look how far back Lastro is. May have to move up a little bit as Atlanta Reign just kind of trying to kite around some of this damage.
Yeah, the Reign don't have this the Lucio for the speed boost anymore, so it's a bit harder to actually pin down Lastro. Merit under a lot of pressure. Dante a little bit more so as Kai finds the kill. Discord Orb and a railgun does end his life, and Outlaws, it look like they out-rotated themselves there. The Atlanta Reign just walked to point basically for free because Outlaws are so concentrated on trying to hold that mega health back route.
Yeah, and that unfortunately came back to bite them. So as Atlanta Reign start to match the percentage on the point, they're really starting to look up to these ultimates that are going to start coming online here. It's going to be about the transcendences for me. That's really how you're going to be able to withstand the damage coming in from just smacking into each other with these comps.
Yeah, the overclocks will see straight through that transcendence, but they aren't quite near them just yet. Both Merit and Kai a little bit further away. Merit's doing a good job of actually checking Venom. There's the nano onto Dante. Can he find much? He's going a little bit more defensive as he sees the dive come in from Venom and Hawk. Dante gets stunned into the wall using a power block of his own and a transcendence to make sure they survive that meteor strike. And now Hawk, with a very little disengaged tools left, has to escort himself to the back of his team, but with Ultraviolet's transcendence, the Atlanta Reign should be good to clean on up. The later support ultimate always wins out. Kai and Hawk taking numbers, and the Outlaws get pushed back once again.
I know that the late Transcendence can definitely help out a team, but you also have to give so much credit to how Atlanta Reign were able to just sustain through that fight. OG ended up having that Immortality field up at the perfect time to be able to chew through a bunch of this damage coming in. I mean, Iris, unfortunately, just couldn't get much done there with the Nano either, and then the front line crumbled.
Yeah, already. It folded faster than a bit of paper, that's for sure. Okay, Outlaw's got a lot of ults to bear, but look at this. Already using that window, forcing Outlaws away from the center stage. Pelican in a whole lot of trouble, and OG standing all the way at the back. Hawk did sleep, but this ends maybe now for the Outlaws. A few percent before the Reign end up taking the map. Okay, there it is. Atlanta Reign are going to take it as soon as they kill Dante. Pelican with the blade still in his back pocket. Hasn't used it just yet. Dante, Meteor Strike on the point, but Atlanta Reign full force. Take him out. Easy peasy. Merit had no chance in that fight. The voice line was popped, and so with his life. And the Atlanta Reign, clean control to start off the series, 2-0.
Really like the way that Atlanta Reign are playing this so far. I mean, yeah, that first round looked really back and forth there for Houston, but Atlanta Reign just put on a clinic to really how to play this composition, especially when you've got the Baptiste with the amplification matrix up and running. That Sojourn's going to do so much damage, especially on these long off angles.
Yeah, that was pretty tough, but it's okay. It's control, you know, a little bit more variable, you could say. We'll have to see what they do in map number 2. We're back, guys. Don't go anywhere.
shots, dead in the ground. We ain't the same, pull up. 3 rounds, bro, you done. We let it rain, head pop. So look out when we in the zone. Don't play around. I got a strap, put to your back. Tell you now, we laying it down. Yeah, bands up, trapped out. I bring the dogs, gang out. Look. Don't wanna fade and drop out, got no clout. Think smart, this crucial. We ain't no average usual. Nah, we let it rain, ain't seen a savage. Who you?
The Atlanta Reign soaring ahead in map number 1. A clean 2-0 on control. It was another regular day in the office. Felt like Kai was doing well. Like the rest of the team were just kind of dominating. Like it wasn't really much room for Outlaws to do anything. Rose Dante a lot of the time was getting pressured out by Venom and forced to use like things like power block early, so he couldn't go for these engagements. Yeah. It was a tough upwards hill battle, but there are some substitutions coming in. We got Piggy in for the Outlaws and Venom out for Nero in the Reigns camp.
It makes a lot of sense knowing that our next map in this series is going to be King's Row. I think Piggy just provides a lot of value looking at the depth of heroes that he is able to bring out in that tank role. And then, you know, Nero, I think is just a really, really good counterpart to Kai when you look at the damage output. Not to say that Venom is not, but it really does open the doors that, yes, you could run the Tracer again, or you could start to look at being able to play something else, like maybe a Hanzo comes out here.
Maybe. The Outlaws are on the offense first. We've seen a little bit of Hanzo from the Outlaws, so it wouldn't surprise me all too much. Atlanta Reign can still pretty much run at whatever they want. We've seen Nero a fair bit, or like, in fact, a lot of players run the Mei on this map as well, Rose. And especially in these tight corridors on the route, from point A to point B can be quite frustrating to deal with. Even on point A, walling up around the statue can be hell on earth for tank players. But it looks like Atlanta Reign just happy to run Kai on the Hanzo and Nero on the Genji. So no Sojourn for Kai.
Yeah, but we've also seen what Kai can do with the Hanzo. It's pretty deadly. And, you know, this time around, the Nero running the Genji, I mean, I had some questions about the Genji coming out from the Houston Outlaws. In Lijiang, maybe it's able to fare a little bit better when both teams are kind of looking at how they want to utilize the Genji. It really isn't about the Dragon Blade when I was thinking about it during the break. Like, yeah, Dragon Blade is really nice, but it's not going to be super impactful or flashy when you really don't have the support for it, like with something like the Nano Boost coming out from the Ana here. We will see the Iris, though, pick the Ana as Houston Outlaws come out of the gate.
Okay, I like this. Leaves give the Genji some additional support, like you were saying, Rose. Now it's about navigating the statue. We see most teams nowadays just try and jump up and around, force their Sigma and the rest of the squad on defense away from high ground. We'll see if that does come about. Nero right now just trying to jostle in the neutral, dodging that rock, which is perfect. Best thing about the Sojourns in these matchups too, it's only on the side of the Outlaws, of course, but you can charge off that Sigma shield. Kinds of going down just some hyperspheres. A lot of pressure on the front line there at Atlanta Reign right now. Hawk gets antied, or like killed with a nade, not even antied at that point. Atlanta Reign just kind of crumbling.
Yeah, I feel like we're gonna see it. I mean, I was expecting the switch up here. Hawk already going to be opting for the Doomfist instead of the Sigma. And I feel like that just really allows Atlanta Reign to play the game that they want to play. You know, Doomfist can go in, really chunk away at the Sigma shield, and then you're just kind of able to disrupt that front line and just get that pressure. So, you know, Hawk, especially with Ultraviolet on the Zenyatta, can follow up on those Discord orbs and just take out members left and right.
Seismic Slam's pretty nice too for the Genji if you're Nero. A bit slow, bit of extra damage so you can get the resets. Oh, Ultraviolet resetting, but he's going back to spawn. Nice headshot from Merit, 100 charge, easy game. Outlaws just forcing their way through the streets. Wow, this is a completely different state of affairs from what we saw on Control. Atlanta Reign now getting forced all the way back. And look at the ultimate charge too. I mean, the Houston Outlaws, they're coming up with, well, maybe not the Nano Blade just yet, but Overclock, Nano Boost 20% away. They're looking good for this second point push.
Yeah, they're looking really, really good. I mean, Houston's just been able to find so much value. And the fact that they really haven't allowed Atlanta Reign to set up is really important as well. I mean, look at where Hawk is going. I really don't think you want to be trying to go from that direction.
Wow, Nero just got owned. Like, LOS of healers, maybe? I don't know. Nero was just completely out of the open. Hawk tried to do the same thing, jump to the mini. Hawk is out of the fight pretty much. Look, he's so low. Discorded, antied, no power block. He's dead. Overclock. Outlaws are running through the Atlanta Reign. What is happening? 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go. The Atlanta Reign, maybe PC lag. I don't know what is happening right now. This is not the Reign we saw in Control.
No,
like,
I just think the Hanzo and the Genji just aren't doing it, Jaws. I mean, look at this. Kai finally switching over to the Sojourn, but I feel like it's almost a little too late at this point, looking at this third point and how far ahead Houston Outlaws are with ult economy.
I mean, better late than never, I suppose. One of the more defensible points in the game, to be fair. But Nanoblade coming up, you got Flux, you have Transcendence to match Ultraviolet's Transcendence. You can force trans with basically everything. There it is, Flux up, Immortality Field. Yep, it's been used. Pelican is dead, so Outlaws probably just want to go again. Yeah, there is a Transcendence still for this Nanoblade.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. Iris is also down.
But I mean, that's what I loved about Ultraviolet hanging on to the Transcendence. OG was able to have that Immortality Field ready to go for that Flux coming out from Piggy, and now you have the Transcendence to be able to counter something like that Nanoblade from the Houston Outlaws. So maybe I spoke too soon, Jaws. I think that, you know, as you were pointing out, the defensible position Atlanta Reign can have on this point really does lend itself well to stalling out this onslaught of ultimates coming out from the Houston Outlaws.
Nanoblade with an aid on top. That'll be the course I'm ordering. You got to time those well. You can just destroy a team if you get an anti on the Transcendence. Oh, already. Hawk's pretty low. Lamp's been used. Meteor Strike to send him up to the skies. Pelican now in a little bit of trouble. Gets punched in the wall, but there's the Nano. He hasn't pulled the blade just yet. Gets stunned again. Gets the reset off of Pork, and Nero's down too. I don't think the blade's even needed, but he's going to pull it anyway. Why not? There's no Lamp for you, OG. Goodbye. Transcendence on the other side of the map, so OG couldn't even run to it. The Houston Outlaws still pushing the payload. Hawk gets the respawn just in time, but Kai's now dead. A perfect punch from Hawk, though, straight off the rip to kill Piggy. Transcendence pretty late, and now they just need to deal with Hawk. The heals didn't come quite in time, and neither did that Lamp, as the Houston Outlaws are holding on to this assault. The Atlanta Reign, not quite so lucky, are holding on to their defense. And with 3 minutes on the clock, Outlaws get a beautiful time back if they get awarded another attack.
It was really tough for Atlanta Reign to win a team fight there, Jaws. It wasn't until that final point, and at that point, you know, you kind of expect that the defense is going to have a bit of an upper hand. Houston played that really, really nicely, and I kind of wonder, you know, what was going through Atlanta's head having that Hanzo Genji start.
Bit of a slower comp, really. I mean, with the Hanzo especially.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe they learned their lesson. Maybe they're going to just play the Sojourn from now on. I mean, Kai is one of the league leaders for a reason on that pick, especially against a shield. Like, you charge those things up, you charge those railguns up pretty fast. Oh, here you go. I was going to call it a rare vintage, but maybe not so much anymore. We're having Piggy on the Rhine.
Ooh, I like this. I think the Sigma was really good because it allowed you to just kind of continue to take space with that mobile shield.
Okay,
But
okay. big up your teammates. You're supposed to. Come on now. Come on.
Poor
Piggy, man.
trying to tank diff right now. Hawk, play Sigma. Let's play Sigma.
Sigma is meta. Yes, please play Sigma so we can wall you off and insta-kill you, please. Sigma, very meta. As I see your Fire Strike coming to spawn. There's no way they fall for that. Come on now.
No.
Come on now. All right, Piggy on the Rhine. A bit harder to isolate people. I suppose Ultraviolet you can kill off, but everybody else has mobility tools.
Yeah, especially when you're looking at the Sojourns. I mean, both Merit and Kai going to pull those back out of their back pocket. But Nero this time around is going to be the one that plays the Hanzo, so at least this could be able to chunk down that Reinhardt shield with those Storm Arrows.
Yeah, but you can hold pretty far back if you're Piggy right now.
Yeah.
You can rely on Pelican's wall, too, if you get jumped on. Speaking of which, yeah, there you go. No real ability to isolate anybody apart from Ultraviolet, like I mentioned. Everybody's got mobility tools, plus the point itself. The wall goes up, it doesn't cover the whole thing. Merit is pretty low, and tick has been gained by the Atlanta Reign, just forcing out that Rhine shield. Kai trying to make a move in the hotel. Can't quite book a reservation just yet, but with 100 energy, you might just do so. Spots the lamp, doesn't hit the rail. In fact, just sends one to Piggy's back, hoping he can finish him off. Hawk, on the other hand, wasn't quite so lucky. Neither was Lastro. A lamp from the Atlanta Reign saves their backline from the dive of Lastro, and Ultraviolet finds a kick to the face. There's the window from Iris to try and hold on to this point, but he wasn't quite so lucky. Piggy really just a non-factor in this fight. He's done a fair bit of damage, Rose, but to handle all of the Reign's DPS and tanks at the same time, pretty impossible.
I mean, that's just the name of the game when you're looking at Atlanta Reign's comp, is that they want to hit hard and they want to hit fast. You look at the Discord orbs, it's really going to help amplify a lot of that damage. And of course, you have like the literal amplification matrix coming out from the Baptiste as well. And so you really are just trying to kind of overwhelm the Houston Outlaws with this high damage composition.
All right, I guess the best thing for the Outlaws comp, they can hold fairly far up. Speaking of which, oh, Ultraviolet. Oh, yeah, no. There's something you don't see too often. A Lucio and a Mei flank all the way around to the choke. Pelican is pretty low. The healing from Lastro isn't going to be enough. Piggy is trying to deal with the scrappy DPS of the Reign in their backline, and Hawk just cleaning house again. Piggy unable to set up. It was a good start. They managed to kill off Ultraviolet, but Piggy, again, a little bit of a non-factor. Couldn't even walk up to the gate because the DPS from the Reign was just flanking the Outlaws that whole time.
Yeah, it's so tough because like the Houston Outlaws really should be playing as a group right now. You want the Mei to be able to synergize with the Reinhardt to have that strong front line. But as it stands right now, Piggy has had a lot of trouble holding his own against the rest of the Atlanta Reign. I mean, Jaws, Hawk is doing over 8,000 damage per 10 minutes, and Piggy is at less than 3,000.
Yeah, he's just basically a meat shield right now, just trying to block incoming damage. That's pretty much it. Meteor Strike and Lamp already forced out. The Houston Outlaws may be in a little bit of trouble. Big shadow onto Hawk, but the Transcendence and the Lamp invested to try and save the Doomfist. They can't quite get the Transcendence healing onto Kai, who ends up going down, and Merit with a sharp shot kills Ultraviolet with a railgun. They've made their stand on second, and yet another good position for them to be in with this Mei and Rhine comp.
Yeah, this is looking really good for the Houston Outlaws now. That was an expensive fight for the Atlanta Reign to not be able to capture that second point. You really want to kind of throw everything in the kitchen sink at that to be able to capture.
Oh,
but
okay.
This is good. Kai off with a pretty big pick here going onto the corner.
Oh, look at that. The Houston Outlaws can try and make the most of this fight. They're going to beat and charge all the way in, and Ultraviolet and Nero did not see that one coming. If you lose your Baptiste, you can't afford these long fights, so Houston Outlaws try and make quick work of the Reign. They're now to back out as Merit is in a fair bit of trouble. Ring around the Rosie playing with Hawk. He should go down. Oh, not before Lastro can get the kill onto Hawk, so big reset. A very good play from the Outlaws, going fast.
This is exactly what the Houston Outlaws want, though. Like, this is a composition that thrives on being able to hold those defensible positions. Look how Piggy's able to hold the corners.
What?
Oh my god, Kai is just elated.
Yeah, Pelican gets escorted around, but potentially the best duo partner in on the North American servers right now is Lastro, helping Pelican find these random picks. The car's moving back all the way too, mind you. The Reign haven't touched it in quite some time, so they're losing quite a bit of progress.
Yeah, I mean, that might play into the Atlanta Reign's favor as that cart continues to move backwards towards that bookstore, but that's still such a strong defensible position for the Outlaws, and so it's going to be tough to be able to break this comp. I mean, poor Kai, that slow from the Mei really hurting the mobility of that hero.
Oh, Blizzard straight on top of Nero, but Kai's already taken out Piggy. Can Pelican do even more damage? He throws a couple of people up, turn them into ice cones, but Nero is still alive and kicking. OG was able to save him through that fight. Now Hawk's in a little bit of trouble, punches straight into the pub and picks up the health pack. But Merit and Iris doing devastating amount of damage through the window, and with 60 seconds to go, the Reign in a whole lot of trouble.
Oh, they're even making kind of a panic switch as well. Jaws, they've switched Nero over to the Genji, and at this point, with less than a minute remaining, Nero is not going to be able to work up to the Dragon Blade, so you just have to find value from the picks.
Oh, they know, they have to escort them out. It should be pretty easy. The rest of the team is just over that dip. Pelican still trying to find the backline. Lastro's going up there again. Fool me once, fool me twice. Shame on you. Ultraviolet in a whole lot of trouble, but no, he finds the crack shots onto Pelican. Kai's standing onto the sideline, so he's not impeded by Piggy's encroaching amount of damage, and that will be it. The Atlanta Reign, they sniff out Pelican and Lastro, who go on the flank, find a team kill, and they push this point, push the checkpoint B, push the payload to checkpoint B. Wow, that was a tongue twister. Kai has the overclock, but Lastro with the beat. They can come back in pretty quickly, so it's not going to be over yet for the Reign.
Well, especially because that beat should allow the Houston Outlaws to sustain long enough to be able to get Pelican's Blizzard online, and that's just going to have a huge AoE effect over this point, if they can defend it.
Kai still sitting with that overclock. There's the beat, rushing down the backline, or at least they're trying to. Kai's trying to end it now with that overclock, but Ultraviolet is already dead. Pelicans pop the block on the point and earned himself a Blizzard. Orc escapes it just narrowly with the Meteor Strike, but they don't get to the point in time. They step off for a brief moment. Hawk was the one to contest, but needed to use that Meteor Strike to avoid death.
Oh, Josh.
And the Houston Outlaws, they do manage to take that map. The Atlanta Reign step off the payload. I'm not sure you can call that a C9. No. We'll have to check the tape, but they do tie the series up.
No, you can't call that a C9, but Piggy calling it a C9 is very funny to me. Because, like, oh, Houston knows how that feels.
Oh, yeah. Yes, they do. And I'm pretty sure they're happy being on the other end of that situation. This time around, Kings Row, it goes the way the Outlaws have tied the series up one apiece. We're going on to the next map just after this.
Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My gut eyes on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm at my weather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So gone, I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now.
Welcome back. After that very swift Kings Row, we had to Route 66 as our next map. I mean, hey, it felt like all Merit that game, and I felt like it was going to be a Merit versus Kai situation this series, but Merit, he's on 21 final blows right now. The second place on Houston in terms of final blows is Pelican at 12, so he's almost double anybody else on Houston currently. He has been popping off, almost a league leader for a reason on Sojourn. All right, Route 66, Rose, Piggy staying in. We've got Venom coming in now for Nero on the Atlanta Reign side.
Yeah, that spells to me that, you know, going into Route 66, Atlanta Reign are going to be playing a little bit more around the Tracer. Route 66 offers some really good flanks for that hero, so it makes a lot of sense that Venom may be more focused on trying to take out the back line, because Lastro and Iris have been providing so much support for the Houston Outlaws right now.
Yeah, it definitely feels pretty good. Wow, that was definitely an interesting final fight for the Atlanta Reign on Kings Row. Let's hope that doesn't happen again. Like I said, we can talk about it later if that was C9. It definitely didn't feel like it. It didn't feel like it, but it's okay. All right, Route 66. Houston Outlaws on the defense. Piggy staying in Rose probably means we are going to see a lot more Sigma. Sigma's just so good on point A and point B, to be fair, just the high grounds you can take and the ability to support your team from afar sometimes. The Rock and the Hyperspheres do a fair bit of damage, just forces people all the way back, and controlling that high ground is super important, especially to make sure your Sojourn gets the most value possible. We are in just a very brief pause though, so we will get into game in just a moment.
I like Piggy's Reinhardt though too. That was really standout. I mean, you know, I call that the stats for, you know, how Hawk and Piggy were doing respectively on their tank heroes. And, you know, one thing that I liked about Piggy's play is just he was there to just, you know, block damage. So whether it was with the Sigma shield or of course holding up the Reinhardt shield, he was providing that barrier to make sure that his team wasn't taking too much damage and they could pop off. So I like that. Could be good on third point.
Extremely supportive. Yeah. Piggy deadlifting when it comes to stopping damage coming through. There you go. That'd be a good snap. Yeah, so we, like I said, we're on a brief pause, so we should get into this one in just a moment. Yeah, they can run the Rhine here on first. Rhine with Lucio, maybe Ana or Batiste or something, and then you can just hold close and then run it down. But I think most teams nowadays, they do want to hold back on Big Earls, the gas station to start off with. Makes the most sense. The Sojourn gets a really nice sight line. A lot of escape routes for the Sojourn too, jumping from high ground to high ground. Not something that a lot of heroes can do.
Yeah, I mean, the mobility that Sojourn has right now is just absolutely nuts. So, I definitely expect that Houston Outlaws are going to be able to use that to their advantage, just kind of looking at whether they use that defensible position on top of Big Earls or they decide to just hold the corner. I mean, Jaws, it's just interesting to me how Houston are kind of maybe playing this card a little bit of, Atlanta Rain, your Achilles heel seems to be the Reinhardt composition.
Yeah, I mean, with the Rhine, if you come out on the Rhine as the offense and the enemy team is running something like a Sigma, it could be pretty devastating for the Sigma team. Especially with Lucio, with the Mei, like you get walled, you're dead. There's not much you can do, but I like the adaptation with Outlaws being able to put Piggy in to then play Rhine. You don't have to play with the main tank. It's always quite good. It was the big discussion, I think, for a lot of teams coming into this year with the removal of the tank role, and a lot of teams scaling back the tank role in general in terms of how many players they had. So having an off tank that can play everything is quite hard to find, or a main tank that can play everything too, which is quite hard to find. But luckily for the time being, the Outlaws have also Dante, who can play pretty much everything, and the Doomfist more specifically on a lot of those maps. So seeing Piggy every now and then jump onto the Reinhardt, definitely not his best hero, but at least they're confident they can run it.
Yeah, I definitely look at that as well to just be a nice boon to the Houston Outlaws. But Jaws, we got to talk about Merit, because, you know, you mentioned that wonderful stat line from Merit, just being able to get so many final blows throughout the course of the series so far. But take a look at that hero damage done. This Sojourn is certainly popping off. Maybe not to, you know, the same accuracy as Merit was walking into this series with, but whew, that's some good stuff.
Yeah, Merit has just been an absolute superstar for the Outlaws. The Sojourn, of course, extremely strong right now, and in the hands of Merit looks almost unkillable and unbeatable. But right now, the Atlanta Rain doing a fairly good job of shutting it down. I mean, Kai going 1-for-1 more often than not, or even more so. Kai is one of the reasons why the Outlaws are doing so, the Atlanta Rain are doing so well. We're going to jump to a small break. We're going to throw up a comms check, and we'll see you on the other side.
Wait, mic test one more.
하나, 둘, 셋.
오케이.
좀 피파 보고 있는데요, 이거? 아. 보면 안 돼? 어떻게 알아, 근데? 말해본가? 캠 보여. 우리 모니터 보이게 해놔가지고 뭐 보고 있는지 뜸.
펄스한테 펄스 한번 붙일게. 펄스한테 펄스 한번 붙여. 딜라인 절대 안 붙인다? 하고 왜 나한테만 붙여가냐면 게임 바꾸라 해. 원래 좁은 곳에다 게임 바꿔.
That's like wake up. That's like wake up. Go past our boys.
Please don't talk to me.
먼저. You good, bro? I did not want to see my teammate laying on his desk before the match.
We're playing. What do you mean you're sleeping?
I'm waiting.
You're waiting.
Hello.
아! 야, 야!
괜찮아.
야, 오게 해봐. 괜찮아. 해줄 수 있냐, 그냥?
괜찮아, 이거 그냥 핸디캡이야, 핸디캡.
핸디캡 확인.
Okay.
Wait, is Skyripper also from Finland?
I don't think so.
I think it's Romania.
From Romania.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
What country did you say earlier the guy was from? Estonia. Don't know where that is. I actually just don't know where that is. Do you know where that is?
Europe.
I know it's in Europe, but I could not tell you where on the map it is.
We need a seat.
Yes.
Okay. Is Harry in his seat?
Yeah.
If he's in his seat, then why is it turning?
I was really about to get out, like just a minute ago, because we weren't starting the game.
I feel like I fly like south. I feel like I fly like on the south of Europe. Or in Greece or something. It's gotta be in like Spain or something. It has to be.
Northeast,
No.
right on.
Somewhere like southwest. Or like, oh, it's
yeah.
Russia. Is it? Near it, isn't it?
It's right under Finland, above Latvia.
Oh, shit. Why is it up there? Why is it up there? I didn't relocate it. Why on earth is it up there?
오! 인서가 캐리해주겠지. 인서 못해요. 인서 못한다.
포인트 C9.
C9 해버리기.
C9 해버리기.
C9 해버리기.
오케이.
어, 나 뭐야?
C9.
C9 해버리기.
What is up? C9.
나이스.
C9
돈타이 베이스이 돈타이.
Welcome back. We're getting into game. Don't worry. We got Route 66 coming up in just a moment. Houston Outlaws and the Atlanta Reign are one each right now. Rose in this series has been fairly, well, it was one-sided on Control and then one-sided on Kings Row. So it's a toss-up right now. Who's actually going to take it home? The Atlanta Reign did make a substitution. I'll just clear everything up. Nero back. Venom in. Piggy is staying in for the Outlaws. We're about to jump into Route 66 as our third map.
Yeah, really excited about this one, especially when we take a look at how the Houston Outlaws just played Kings Row. Piggy just putting on a really nice performance. Maybe not super flashy in terms of the amount of damage that he was doing, but definitely helping to support the team by mitigating a bunch of oncoming damage. And I'm very much expecting that the Sigma or the Reinhardt could be very, very good here on Route 66.
Yeah, Sigma's super good on first point, so I can imagine that's what a lot of teams are going to opt to doing. And Atlanta Reign having Venom in, which means they're going to run Tracer, so maybe Hawk some Doomfist is pretty decent. A lot of places kind of ambush a lot of people. There you go, if you're just joined, that's what happened on Lijiang and Kings Row. As we get into game. All right, no more pauses, no more silliness. We're back in, ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, very much excited about this one. At least it's in the map takes place in the United States, so Atlanta Reign won't have any problems figuring out where this is on the map. That's fun. least
it is indeed.
it's not Estonia.
That's true. I love Comshowing.
That's so good.
Yeah, to be fair, I don't think I'd be able to point out Estonia on a map.
And
I live in the EU region.
I can't
so.
either, so don't worry about it.
Okay,
Oh,
well, we're in a pause
no!
again. I lied to you. I lied to all of you. I'm sorry. We're in a pause again.
I feel
Not my fault.
betrayed.
Sad, unlucky. Oh, I like Ultraviolet's camera is probably one of my favorites in the Overwatch League, I will say. Every time, I don't know what he's doing, but alt tabs or something, and just gets hit with like a flashbang. Atlanta, if you want to cosplay Atlanta Rain set up at home, just sit in a very dark room with your monitor as the only light source in it.
That's, you know, I do that sometimes. That's like true gamer right there, Jaws.
Gamer dungeon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I shouldn't do that a lot. I've got one really bad eye as it is, so I feel like my eyesight in my right eye is also getting worse, so maybe not the best.
Oh no.
But it's okay. Let's have a look at some match highlights so far. Let's jump over to Lijiang Tower and see what went down. Atlanta did end up winning 2-0 on Lijiang Tower at the end of it all. It was a bit tough for Pelican to get anything done. More often than not, Lastro, when he came out on the Brig on Control Center, he was so far behind on ult charge rows. It was very hard to end up catching it back up.
Yeah.
Although Control is one of those game modes where if you get an early lead, it can be very tough for the then attacking team to really take an advantage. And in King's Row, half a C9, half not, but the Houston Outlaws had an blistering start on the offense. They had 5 minutes and 30-ish seconds to capture C when they got point B. They ended up with about 3 minutes-ish, like unreal speed.
Yeah, super, super fast, and then also just the defense that they were able to have at the very, you know, end when they flipped sides was just really strong. Take a look at the angles that Merit was getting, really using that amplification matrix to just pump out that damage, and I expect to see more of the same, especially when you look at some of the defensible positions that you can take on Route 66. High ground going to be very important. Sojourn having great mobility to be able to take advantage of that, and then, you know, just kind of doing the deed here. Let's see if what Pelican decides to bring out this time around too. If we're going to see more of that Genji, but better support.
The best duo in NA, Pelican and Lastro.
Yeah.
Speed boost the Mei and then jumping down onto Ultraviolet in the choke point. That feels pretty bad. I'm not going to lie. As a support player, when you have a Mei and a Lucio running at you and you haven't got too many. Well, you got your legs, I suppose. You can kick them away now, but not much else to really defend yourself. It was rather unlucky. Rather unlucky. Just want to apologize again for the brief pause. Looks like a ping issue. So we should be getting that sorted in just a moment. It's no worries. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's going to be fine. How's your day been, Rose?
It's been pretty good.
What'd you have for breakfast?
I actually made breakfast for like one of the first times like ever.
Oh,
I made some
that's good.
eggs. I had some strawberries.
Okay.
Pretty good. Pretty good. What about you?
Okay. Well, I tend not to make breakfast. I'm very lazy. I just have coffee in the morning, and that is about it. I mean, at the end of the day, sometimes I wake up, most of the time, all the time, wake up, and I'm too lazy to do that. So I end up having coffee and then like a later snack, I suppose, which doesn't really, well, people are going to laugh, and you will definitely laugh at this too. I get up at stupid o'clock, is what my mum would call it. I get up at around 10 to 6 every morning.
Oh, no. No.
It feels good. I'm just saying.
No, it doesn't.
After I've got into this routine of getting up around, we'll call it 6 a.m., 10 to 6 or whatever, getting up and seeing the sun kind of rise, or like, you know, dusk, it's not super bright. It's pretty nice, I will say. It's good for the serotonin in the brain. Do you know what else is good? Serotonin in the brain? Watching Merit and Kai on Sojourn. What a segue! It's crazy. Look at this. Look at these stats.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, they're pretty evenly matched across the board. I feel like there really isn't too big of a difference that we're seeing here. Kai just kind of barely outpacing Merit in a few things, and then you kind of get that on the flip side with like overclock kills and things. But this is what we were talking about at the start of the match, Jaws, is looking at Merit and Kai, how they are going to perform on this Sojourn, especially when they are two of the best Sojourn in the league right now. You can see and feel the impact that they're having for sure.
Oh yeah, for definite. And I'm rather happy that Soldier is not currently meta. It was nice having the little Soldier meta, yep, but seeing Sojourn hit railguns across the map is very satisfying, especially when Kyle, Merrill, any Sojourn pops the overclock and then jumps around people and just starts dominating is very cool. Although sometimes I can imagine as a support player, it doesn't feel that great. But I mean, you can counter it sort of as a support. You run Brig, you can shield a lot of that. And that's actually why I thought D.Va might be played a little bit more. She has a lot of nice mobility and you can eat the railgun shots. The problem is in the neutral, she does kind of get dominated. So that's rather unlucky. But yeah, like I said, we are in a brief pause. Yeah, when do you normally get up? What, like 10, 9, 8?
I don't.
7?
What? No, that's still too early, Jaws. I wake up at
Too early?
Jaws, I wake up at like 11 a.m.
Okay, that is insane. Okay, that's like half the day gone. How long have I been up then? I've been up 5 hours or something. I feel like that's half the day gone. You must go to bed at like 3 a.m.
No, I go to bed at like 12.
crazy.
I just like my sleep, okay? I need like
Okay,
more
that's
than
fair.
8 hours to function in the morning, so yep.
That's fair.
I like sleep.
That would make sense why I have to put on a ton of makeup before I end up going on a broadcast. Although I do get a lot of sleep. I feel like it is quality sleep, but getting up super early, it does feel pretty good. I'd recommend it if you're able to do
Maybe.
so. I think we've got some extra stats to pull up on the screen while we wait for Houston to sort out their problem. Hawks Doomfist.
Let's talk about Hawk.
Doomfist has also been looking crazy good this season. And something that the Atlanta Raid have in spades is tank talent, Rose.
Yeah, absolutely. Whether it's Hawk, whether it's Gator. We haven't seen too much of Gator this stage, but it is nice to know that there is that flexibility available when Gator is known for more of those main tank heroes. But taking a look at Hawk, this was something that really surprised a lot of teams early on in the series, especially in that first stage, where those first few weeks, it was just all about the Hawk Doomfist and still making it work. I think there was that brief period at the end of the first stage where, you know, some teams really weren't finding the same value as what they had been with the Doomfist. But I mean, Jaws, these stats speak for themselves. 20 eliminations in 10 minutes. I mean, that's kind of whack.
Yeah, just a little bit. And 8 final blows per 10, average life about a minute and a half. Not too shabby whatsoever. There are a few things that can shut down the Doomfist, but a good Doomfist, very annoying to deal with. You miss one sleep, you miss one biotic grenade, and somehow you're now dead. Like, it's real tough.
I think
Doomfist transitioning to the tank role is pretty awesome.
It is good. I mean, definitely helping out with the disruption in the front line. But, Jaws, you mentioned something that, like, the Ana. You know, Ana was a huge counter in stage 1 to the Doomfist, whether it was with the sleep or the biotic grenade. And now we're taking a look at how the meta has shaken out, and Ana just doesn't really feel like it has a strong place in it right now. It's too easily accessible in the backline, and, I mean, Zenyatta's just too strong right now.
Zen's definitely, it did feel like a little bit of an April Fool's joke with the kick patch, but I
like
for one,
it.
love it. And the ability to kind of help yourself disengage. I mean, Brigitte's the perfect partner. You have Whip Shot, you have Bash, you can send the Doomfist flying.
True.
You miss the sleep, it sucks, but with Brig, you can at least shield some of the damage coming in. You can bash the Doomfist away and whatnot, so that is also pretty nice. Yeah, Hulk's been looking great, even if he is just right now in... Again, very dark camera. It's just his little head, but it's all good. He's just chilling, like everybody else is currently. Hopefully we'll be able to get back to game in just a moment.
Yeah, just sorting out the ping issues, and then we will get back to it. But, I mean, Jaws, I have to ask you a very important question.
Okay.
How does Zenyatta have a powerful kick if he can't walk?
Well, that's the thing. He doesn't use his legs, right, to walk. So all the power is then stored up in his legs.
That how that works?
Because he doesn't have to expend any extra energy walking. Yeah.
But
that's how that works, I think.
Yeah, but like, what if Zen doesn't do leg day? Does he still get the powerful kick? Because don't you need to be able to like stand and like do the squats and stuff?
He is machine, so maybe not needed.
That makes sense.
He is a bot. And I mean, at the end of the day, look, Zen, you can just upgrade his legs whenever you want to. I guess that's what they did. They just added a new joint or mechanism into his legs to make him be able to kick and do more damage. The more damage thing, I don't know if that actually really impacts a whole bunch, like the 30 damage melee to 45 now with Zen. He got 50% increase, but it feels good to just boot people around the map. I remember when that first came in, I was just taxiing around Sideshow as Lucio, and he was just on Zen, just kicking people in the beta. It was stupid. Like, people just did not see it coming. We may have, you know, it's quick play at the end of the day, so yeah, maybe been inting just a little bit, but watching the other supports trying to fend for themselves, and they got a Zen kicking them into a corner, and then me also kind of like booping them away as well. Like, oh, it was a nightmare. It was a nightmare.
Okay.
The strat doesn't work, I can imagine, when rank gets released, so I wouldn't try that. It's very much a quick play strat.
I mean, Jaws, like, what is more disrespectful now? Getting eliminated by a Zenyatta kick, or getting eliminated by a Torb hammer kill?
I still think the Torb hammer, but if you get environmentaled by the Zen kick, yeah, I'd feel pretty bad.
Okay,
we haven't seen any crazy kicks just yet, and I'm just thinking too, because you can kill 2 people with 1 melee attack. We've seen it a couple of times this year already. I wonder if we'll ever see a double environmental Zen kick. Just like booping 2 people off the head of Lijiang or something.
That'd be pretty good.
That would be the highlight of all highlights of the Overwatch League if that ended up.
That's a number 1 top play in the highlight reel.
That should be an achievement. They're carrying over achievements so much too. Not sure if they are, but yeah, that should be an achievement if they carry them over. Yeah, that'd be kind of sick. Not gonna lie. I mean, yeah, there you go. I mean, like I said, we are in a brief pause. Do apologize. Should be going to, yeah, sounds like Houston do need a little bit more time is what I'm getting from producers right now. So we're going to jump to this quick video. We'll see you in a bit.
We had some great plays today, some great games today. We got more coming your way.
Piece by piece. 3% away from this Nano blade now, though. So, you know, Smurf wants to initiate early before the blade's a factor, but Jinmu goes in.
Not going to happen. And Creative cannot get the sleep start to connect. That slash through. Jinmu once more finding 3 with the blade. Big value for him. Follows up with a headshot.
No ace.
Jerkins onto Vinham. That is the team kill. That is a massive amount of distance now.
Try and find a way to keep London Spitfire at bay. Ken looking to set up a big power drive here.
Oh, just right in the middle, and that might have been a counter shield bash from Admiral to get out of the way. Flora has overclocked. He's found 2. Make it a 3rd. Drops down. Landed. Flora stepping up to the job, and what New York need of him to do.
Since he's been away. Good headshot on Finale, though.
I mean, it's safe.
It's forcible, though.
Finale's good for at least 1 in that case. If there isn't just an insta headshot to shut him down. Here's what I mean. Krillin going attack mode.
Wait, no. Okay,
Two, one second.
No. Yeah, he was off the map at least 3 times in that small fight. Nano wants a happy, by the way, just to keep him up and alive. Or Muse with a punch.
This is dangerous.
That was close. Okay.
Power block.
There was no power up punch.
Oh, no!
You can't do this.
Oh, dear. Another one falls to Muse, and now the Defiant can surge forward once more. That buys some key seconds for the Raven. Have they used that time to formulate a real defensive plan here, or are they still going to fly by the seat of their pants? Hawk hit with the Discord all blown up pretty much instantly there by Shockwave, who comes on in. That's going to be 2. Another one from the Disruptor shot to get rid of that Immortality field, and Shockwave has this on lock. Kai obliterated. OG running back to Spore with his tail between his legs here in the Vancouver Titans with 44 seconds left. They've got to get this one home.
And now we'll pop it, slides forward, tries to cut them off, throws the nade down right here into the doorway. Transform God is nullifying a hell of a lot of his damage though, because he just can't quite get the headshots to connect. 2 kills being found from the side of Fusion, but it's answered back by 2 from Marvel. Picks up God, picks up Carpe, ends up falling. Marvel is just doing everything
How
right
many
now.
is this?
He gets Fixa. That's going to be 3 for him. The Immortality field obviously not quite going to count, but now here he is on the point, still relatively healthy. And so is Bellisria. He's got Zest to try to back him up. Marvel has to make his exit, but he's straight back into the fight. He keeps this point contested. He does not allow the flip to come through, and now he gets the kill into Bellisria. The minefield comes down. They'll just reroute. The flip is there.
Welcome back. Unfortunately, we're still in the break right now. Outlaws internet go boom, apparently. Unfortunate stuff. Apparently you need to blame Piggy. Maybe his Rhine too good. That's what at least the Outlaws tweeted a second ago, Rose.
Yep, that's right. I think I think Piggy smashed the router.
Unlucky.
That sucks.
He's too powerful. He must be stopped.
Agreed.
Piggy too strong. Yeah, unfortunately we are still in a break. Houston Outlaws internet is boom. Outlaws HQ right now. So hopefully we'll be able to get into either this game or the next in a brief moment. But yeah, unfortunately just stuck here. But that's for the time being. I do apologize once again. Although, on my main monitor right now, sneaky behind the scenes facts.
Ooh.
I see teams in lobbies.
Ooh.
I don't see bums on seats, but that's because Outlaws cams aren't on. But I see people in lobby, and I see maybe people already.
I see Hawk.
So we should be in game in just a moment. Route 6, hopefully, fingers crossed, hopefully. Route 66 will be the map, though Rose is one apiece. Hopefully that hasn't really stopped any momentum for the Outlaws. It was quite a nice King's Row. They sped through checkpoint A and B and managed to cap C and then stopped Rain just before second point. So hopefully that's not been a dampener on their spirits going back in. Oh, it looks like, speaking of which.
Oh, let's go.
Okay, we're going in.
All right.
No more stalling. And hopefully no more Piggy smashing the rotor. Now we're going to go in. We're going to Route 66. The series is one apiece. A Marine game. Yes. Finally. Finally. Gameplay.
Baby. Don't jinx it.
Let's go.
Joss, don't jinx it.
Okay, I'm not going to jinx it. It's okay. It's okay.
Aw, Pelican apologizing. No apologize. It's not his fault.
Not your fault. It's all good.
It's Piggy's
Sometimes
fault.
internet go boom. Yeah. Don't apologize for Piggy. No. It wasn't Piggy's fault. Just internet boom sometimes. That's fine. All right. Defense for the Outlaws. Offense for the Rain. See what Outlaws want to run. Yep. Piggy on the Sigma. No real shocks there. Yeah, standard lineup for the Outlaws coming out of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw the Pelican Genji, or at least moments of it, on Lijiang Tower. Wasn't the most effective on that particular map, but when we ended up getting a chance to see it on King's Row, we definitely saw it be able to make a few more waves here. Houston just kind of continuing to rely on this Genji, Sojourn, and the Sigma, but it really comes down to how they decide to fill out that support lineup that always kind of leaves us guessing a little bit.
Yeah, that's that guessing game can be quite deadly sometimes. The Atlanta Rain running out with, is OG going to stick on the Ana? No, going over to the Batiste, the Brig. They're going to have a Batiste and a Brig backline.
I like that,
especially not being able to kind of predict if May is there. Going for the BAP's always quite nice. The Discord Orb is going to be rather frustrating to deal with, though. That's the only thing.
Yeah, but I like the choice of the Brigida because you still have the shield bash, and if Pelican on the Genji is going to be going after your backline, just get him out of here. Bash him away.
Yeah, Swift drop to the payload, just forcing Piggy not to just chill behind them, and then straight up to high ground is always quite nice. Piggy can contest the payload from here, so he's in a very defensible position, but the Atlanta Rain have just opted to take the high ground. Venom was left alone in the backline, and short work for Pelican. Easy work, in fact.
Yeah, it's looking really good. Pelican's still trying to work up to that Dragon Blade. I mean, at least they have the Nano Blade online, but ooh, Iris with a big pick.
Yeah, rip. Yeah, no way you're able to push now. Iris, of all people, did manage to pick that kill up. Discord Orb and easy pickings. Nice position from the Atlanta Rain to start off with. They just decided to just drop onto the payload, and Ultraviolet got picked. It was just unlucky. Go again. Took them a long time, though.
Yeah, it took them a little bit, but it looks like Atlanta Rain's still going to be holding strong here, playing underneath Big Earls, kind of giving up that height advantage that they had here, because look at where Houston is now. Just scattered everywhere.
Yeah, nice little statement to Hawk. Should be good. Window used. Only Ultraviolet shooting through it right now. Hawk can do a fair bit of damage to those Hyperspheres, but that's about it. Piggy extremely low, cut off from the rest of his team. Lashtar and Iris A little bit too scared to peek that window angle, so wasn't able to get heals on to Piggy, who had the flux, mind you. And now Kai is in a very good spot. Could just charge off the backline and then hopefully hit someone with a rail. Good cleanup, though, from Lastro, killing Venom. There's the Nano Pelican, not pulling the blade just yet. The lamp's already been utilized by Ultraviolet, but he's not even going to need anything. Reflect, kill, maybe, hasn't got a dash, we'll get one now. That's an easy cleanup for Pelican, was nanoed, didn't even have to use the blade.
Nope, didn't have to. So now Outlaws are sitting on 4 other ultimates that they can pull out of their bank when Atlanta Reign start to move back in. And Jaws, we've already whittled away so much of the time bank. It's a minute and a half left, and Atlanta are struggling to get these ultimates online.
Yeah, it's been very, very tough assault on this first point. He's been trying to take high ground for the longest time. Kai has the overclock. A flux coming in from Piggy is going to be pretty nice. Pelican going pretty low. Has got a blade in his back pocket still, and Kai just railing them from afar. And is this flux from Piggy, which doesn't really net them all too much. The Atlanta Reign were able to just sit on top of the brig, use that immortality field to survive a lot of the incoming damage from the flux, the rally, the overhealth. There was not much more the Outlaws could do. Pelican was just so low they couldn't go in with the blade to maybe clean up some of the kills on the Reign.
I'm okay with that, though, especially because you forced out the rally coming in from OG. So now Pelican can go in with this more vanilla blade and try to get some value with it, especially if they can force out the immortality field.
Blade, immortality field has been used. There's the deflag. Look at the pincer, though. Pelican with one. Piggy cleans up Ultraviolet. Very nice stuff from the Outlaws. And that's both supports from the Atlanta Reign just being cornered in that small room. The blade doesn't really do much against the BAP and the Brig, but when it's paired with Piggy, also throwing Hyperspheres in, and a lot of the Outlaws just rushing down that position, Ultraviolet and OG do not stand a chance.
Oh, especially with the accretion that Piggy's going to be throwing out as well. Just really helps to just kind of stop some of the utility if you're able to kind of, you know, force out some cooldowns and then just pause them in place.
Window, Flux. The Flux gets Lastro, but he instantly pops the Transcendence to survive and help his backline in Iris survive it a little bit more so. Pulse Bomb. Oh my god, how did Venom get that stick on Merit? He must have seen him for what, like a frame or two? Whew. Okay. Just whips Merit with a Pulse Bomb, and now the Outlaws in a whole lot of trouble. Pelican takes over the payload. Venom does go pretty low, and the Atlanta Reign have to dislodge Pelican's position, who's been quite a nuisance for the Reign so far on this Genji.
Yeah, I really thought the Brigitte would be helping out a little bit more, but Nano.
He gets booped away. He's not going to be able to finish anybody off. He's on 100 HP. Gets healed up with the Orb, and Iris pumping him full of heals. Got a bit of ult charge, but not nearly enough to afford himself a blade. Kai on the flank kills Piggy. Piggy wasn't even looking at him. And now the Atlanta Reign, he can use the rally. That overhealth's going to be tough to chew through. And Kai is just left completely alone. The Outlaws not looking anywhere near him. And he cleans up Merit to boot. The Atlanta Reign do get point B now as they try and tackle point C. Piggy's got another Flux, but the Atlanta Reign have had answer after answer after answer for these ultimates from Piggy.
Yeah, but are they going to have an answer now? I mean, OG just used the rally, and you're not running the Zenyatta next to the Brigitte, so you don't have Transcendence, which would be more classic to be able to deal with the Flux. And so, as long as you get the Immortality field out, Jaws, we've seen that. Houston able to force that out and just take advantage of when that's down.
No Nano on the side of Outlaws either. Iris has changed over to the Batiste, so Pelican's going to be looking to combo his ult with somebody else's. Can't really go in with just the solo blades. Kai sitting at 100 NG2, just perma-charging off those shields. There's the Flux. There's only one person caught up. The Immortality field has been burnt, and a Pulse Bomb from Venom again starts off the fight well. Both overclocks used, but Venom's still doing a whole lot of work. He forced Iris to use the lamp, killed it off, and now he's under pressure. Kai's not really doing much in this backline position, but Hawk extends a little bit too far. The Houston Outlaws are able to springboard back off of that with the help of Merit destroying his shield. And now Iris in a nice defensible position. Venom is still doing a whole bunch of work, though. Venom carrying these fights, but unfortunately for the rest of his team, they can't get much else done. It was really all Venom in that engagement. The Atlanta Reign couldn't do much else to follow up his aggression, and the Houston Outlaws will hold for now.
I think Venom has been struggling a lot on the Tracer because you've got the Discord orbs coming in from Lastro. You've got the ability for Iris to kind of keep Zenyatta alive with just how much healing and sustain can come through from the Batiste. So Venom's struggling to get access to the backline right now.
Yeah, Rock came out. That means go time. Yeah, oh, Kai just picks off Pelican in midair as he's using the blade. A Transcendence from the Outlaws to keep them in this fight. And with 45 seconds to go, that's exactly what they need to do. And now Hawk has a tough opposition in that window, but it does end up fading away, and Kai once again picks up another kill with the railgun. Unstoppable right now is the Atlanta Reigns DPS line, and with this rally it should be an easy finish. A flux from Piggy doesn't result in all too much as the lamp absorbs most of that damage. The Atlanta Reign health bars aren't falling low, and they won't at all. The Outlaws doing negative damage to the Atlanta Reign right now through Ultraviolet's healing and OG's rally. There was nothing the Outlaws could do. Kai cleans up, and the Reign complete.
It's looking way better now for the Atlanta Reign to kind of keep rolling with the momentum that they were able to generate in that third point. And I mean, finally, we're starting to see Kai and Venom wake up a little bit. They've been lacking in the damage department, at least for the beginning portion of the map. And now that we're getting a chance to see them kind of catch up to what Pelican and Merit are putting out, this is definitely going to be a bit different. At least Atlanta Reign were able to capture all 3 points. Maybe that puts them in the driver's seat for switching sides here to play the defense.
I wonder if Iris is going to run out with a BAP here over the Ana. No? Oh, well, he is on offense, so he can change. Definitely feels like the BAP gets a whole lot more done with the Immortality field, but not having the Nano for Pelican does also feel pretty wonky.
Yeah.
Replay is this. Oh, this is that stick.
Oh.
That's why we didn't see him. He was sky high per time that pulse bomb connected. Damn, that was nasty. Yeah, Venom and Kai having each individual pop-off moments at the very end. Venom's Tracer is just so clean, Rose. That second to last fight where Venom killed like 3 people, forced Lamp, and God, that looked like an easy fight for the Atlanta Reign before Houston Outlaws came back.
Yeah, definitely looked good, but now we're gonna get a chance to see what Houston Outlaws want to settle on coming out of spawn for their attack push, and I think the Ana makes a lot of sense. Houston Outlaws are putting a lot of resources from this composition into Pelican's Genji, and so at least you have access to the Nano Blade, but even when we've seen it on the defense, the Nano was really there to allow Pelican to survive and then get the Dragon Blade online. It wasn't really collaborated there to put those 2 ultimates together.
Yeah, collaboration is key, that's for sure. In Overwatch, oh, Ultraviolet. Ooh. Yeah, don't want to go too low. So easy for the Sojans just to catch someone off guard. High ground push for the Outlaws, exactly the same what Atlanta Reign did earlier on. You got to force Hawk off of this height. Plus, Ultraviolet, the Batiste damage cannot be understated, especially when that window builds up. But look at Piggy's ult charge already. 90% online. Like, just maybe the Reign don't know this is about to come up. There you go. Flux, it finds 3. The lamp comes out from Ultraviolet, but everybody is still pretty low. A nice nade on OG, but again, the lamp just kind of popping off for the Atlanta Reign right now. Pelican once again finds the better of Venom in the 1v1 as the window's used from the Atlanta Reign to force out the Outlaws. Nice railgun onto Iris. That should end that. And at least with the Flux doing a lot of damage on the Outlaws side, Ultraviolet can build up to a Immortality, or sorry, the Amplification Matrix pretty quickly with all the damage coming out.
Yeah, I mean, let's just look at Piggy for a second. It's like almost 12,000 damage. Like, in this game, Jaws, he's done 35% of the team's damage so far on Route 66. Piggy's going crazy right now in the server. Lag not a problem right now. He's already 60% to another one.
Internet fixed, all good. OG pops the rally. It's only hitting a couple as OG now gets resetted on. There's the Nano, there's the Blade. The lamp is history, and so is Ultraviolet. Now Kai gets chased down. Venom at least picks up 1, but will it be enough? I don't think so, as Pelican finishes it off with a 3K. The Atlanta Reign losing OG so early on in that fight with a rally activated was their demise.
You see Pelican chasing Venom. Venom, like, not actually spawn camping, but definitely waiting in the wings for the rest of Atlanta Reign to come in and contest.
Nice touch. Oh, Maris in a lot of trouble. Yeah, Venom just being a nuisance right now to the Outlaws. A fly in the kitchen. With a Pelican going down like this is pretty bad. Oh, they forced Transcendence with that. That is pretty big. I did not think Lastro would pop the Trans, but if you're going to follow up with ult, you might as well. An Overclock has been used and Venom is already dead. Flux from Piggy didn't really get all too much, but that Transcendence flipped the fight on its head. Atlanta Reign were trying to go aggressive to stop the Outlaws from capping. They're only about a meter away from doing so. The Transcendence from Lastro was on point. They cap second and have first, and they have 3 minutes to go to second now.
This is kind of reminiscent of how well they were able to push through King's Row. Maybe not as fast, losing a couple of those attack push fights, but look at Iris already getting another nano online. Oh, and that pick too. Yikes.
Yeah, rather unlucky. I was saying, Trevor is rather autonomous in these kind of comps, so it's not the worst. And with the window and the overclock, Kai might be able to end this fight quick, sharp. Ultraviolet's Immortality Field does end up going down, and Kai not getting much value, apart from a little damage here and there with that ult. There's the nano onto Pelican once again, trying to force Ultraviolet to do something. The rest of the team aren't quite quick enough to save him. A nice little reset on Kai. Doesn't like Pelican even needs to use the blade. Well, he's not even got it. I mean, 5% away. Just charging up for the next one. Nice reset to OG. Kill streak for Pelican as the Outlaws, claim a lot of space on second point. The Reign, they're going to be able to retouch Rose, and they're going to have Rally and Pulse Bomb to start this fight off.
As long as OG is able to get that Rally online, it may be enough to just negate the blade completely coming out from Pelican, especially because you don't have the nano attached to it since you used that to make sure that Pelican could get that team fight win.
There it is. Rally. Over health for Venom is quite deadly. And look at that. The Outlaws, they back up. They hear that voice line go off. They don't want any messing with this. Although I say that, Pelican goes in. 100 HP in a dream with the blade gets instantly deleted by OG. OG was so close to going down, but somehow kept alive. Even antied. There was nothing they could do. He eventually gets finished off by Merit, but it's a trade. Ultraviolet falls and Hawk follows. Piggy's Flux at the very end of that fight. The Atlanta Reign had no more utility in their back pocket and no more healing to supplement the rest of the team through that Flux damage. The Outlaws, once again, off the back of some very smart positional play, end up winning that fight. Backing off as soon as that rally goes off, Rose, is a really nice play from the Outlaws.
Yeah, I mean, we see that as well as just kind of a reaction to, like, amplification matrices coming out on the defense to the attacking team. Just kind of says, have it. You can have the space. We'll just go in and get the blade off by the time that rally is over and the overhealth is gone. So well played from the Outlaws. They were able to get a few more ults in that fight too. Huge bio. Oh no, Jaws. This is all falling apart.
Yeah, very quick rotation for the Atlanta Reign on the stairs, and the rest is history. Nice bio from Iris, like you said. Oh, behind the 1v1. He's so low. Oh, he's dead. Yeah, no chance for him at that point. He was trying to get out and get to the rest of his team. Flux and a Transcendence to counter. Atlanta Reign have the ults that they require to finish this fight. It's up to the Outlaws to try and respond. Just live out this Flux and you should be good. There it is, up in the air. Transcendence instantly hit from Lastro. Kai does not have the overclock, so can't go for these one-shots through the Transcendence, and Merit is going to pop his. He's pretty low on the high ground, but picks up the health pack just in time. Kai's still doing a lot of dirty work in the backline as Lasso's Transcendence fades away, and so does his life, but Merit has done way too much damage for Kai to now catch up. A nice kill for Venom, but still the Atlanta Reign need to be able to touch. Piggy is just getting run around just then. Okay, Venom and Kai just continuing to survive in these fights. The Outlaws look like a fairly easy push in, but not if Kai or Venom had anything to say about it.
The Outlaws just didn't get the picks fast enough before Reign were able to get through with the spawn advantage that they have. At least Piggy has another Flux, so without really having an answer to that in terms of ultimates from Atlanta Reign, you know, you just maybe you can go in with that and be able to take at least the immortality field out and then go in with something like the Blade, especially if you force out the rally here.
I do worry for this Blade as Kai's got that overclock. Feels like Kai has to be the target. There's the Flux. The Blade's coming out, but Kai's popped the overclock. He spots Piggy, but can he get anything else? He's on the wrong angle completely. Pelican used the deflect, and Immortality fall from range, going to save them for a long time, and long enough for Kai to find a flank. A good sleep, but instantly killed off is Iris as he looks around to try and dispatch of Kai. With 10 seconds to go, the Outlaws try and make their final push, but it was in vain. The Atlanta Reign are going to stop the Outlaws from touching and claim Route 66. Match point now for Atlanta.
Atlanta looking good now. That was a really nice defensive hold from them. Piggy is sad. We are sad for you, Piggy, but at least you get to play the game. That's kind of fun.
Yeah, that's kind of true. That's kind of true. Was a nice little flux, that's for sure. And it's definitely unfortunate, but I think it's worth picking up on. Maybe the tempo was shifted a little. Having that big pause, the internet issues, does put a dampener on things. Hopefully the Outlaws can come back and make this a 5-map series. We'll have to wait and find out. We got push after the break. Solid defense for the Rain on Route 66 as we head into New Queen Street. It is 2-1 in the series so far. The Atlanta Rain, nice work on control to start out the day. They swept the Outlaws. Different story on Kings Row is the Outlaws are very much in control, and yeah, exact. Again, it's very flip-floppy right now. It was a very one-sided affair on Route 66. It felt like maybe a little bit closer than the first 2 maps, Rose, but there it is. Here are the substitutions. We've actually got Kai stepping away, got Nero coming in, so it's Nero Venom DPS line for the Atlanta Rain, and we have Dante back in for the Outlaws.
All right, so definitely expecting here that we're going to see Doomfist versus Doomfist once again, especially when we've seen how impactful Doomfist comps can be on New Queen Street. There's just so many nice rollouts that you can grab with that particular hero. So, you know, definitely expecting to see that. And then let's see what Nero and Venom decide to do. Is Nero going to play the Sojourn, or are we going to see something a bit different here?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, Nero can flex to a whole bunch of things, I will say.
True.
You could also play the Mei here too, worth keeping in mind. There's a lot of places on this map where a Mei can be quite valuable, where the bot kind of holds. A couple of spaces where not so much, especially around the first stretch of the map when the bot is very much in the center. You can use those buses to wall people off, but also a Sombra. That could work too if they already want to run with that. Not been the biggest fan of Sombra. We saw it a little bit earlier today. But shutting down a Doomfist with the Sombra, it can be just unbelievable. You know Dante's going to come in to play Doomfist, so hey, there you go. Maybe that's to shut it down.
Diva,
maybe
though?
Hawk on Diva.
Hawk Diva?
Okay.
Real, I'm so excited,
okay.
Jaws. We've got the Hawk Diva. It's been such a long time since we've had a chance to see Hawk on the Diva. You know, I know it's not next to Gator, but man, oh man, do I get excited about seeing this, especially when you know that Merit's Sojourn has been so oppressive in this match so far.
Yeah, the defense matrix do be kind of crazy though. You can eat a lot of the railgun shots, you can eat the nades, but if there's a Zen on the other team, yeah, goodbye, deleted. Goodbye, Hawk! See you later. Goodbye. That's rather unfortunate. Dante should be able to clean house now. Ultraviolet, finds the kill onto Merit. So it's still fairly even until Pelican ends up going down, or Atlanta Rain do end up winning that fight. Hawk gets destroyed though, tanked a lot of damage for his team. Going at Zen, pretty tough. But now, onto a Lucio? Okay, to a Brig? Okay. I was going to say, the Lucio I could deal with for sure. Brig, I definitely think is the in-between pick between Lucio and the Zenyatta there.
Yeah, I don't hate the Brig and the Ana here, and I really like the Moira and the Lucio that we're seeing on the other side. It's just going to be so interesting to see how Atlanta Rain can kind of snowball this, because Nero's not close enough to that EMP yet for us to actually see impact from that. But boy, is Nero getting some nice hacks onto Dante so far in the front line.
Yes, indeed. Oh, look at that. Punch in, instantly using that slam to get out. It would be nice if, I'm not sure if Nero's done it, but hack this mega health bag that Dante just looked at would be devastating for the Outlaws. Not being able to run back to that. Oh, Hawk got annihilated. It looked like the destruction animation the mech kind of got cancelled there. I don't know really what happened. Oh, well, I mean, use that in front of a Doomfist. What's going to happen? You're going to get punched. Ultimate cancelled. Ultraviolet in a little bit of trouble. Should have a fade up in just a moment. Pelican takes his life down. Yeah. Ultraviolet using the coal there, not so great. You're in front of Doomte, so...
Yeah, it looks like we're going to see a big swap, though.
Big switch.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Hawk was getting annihilated on the Diva. We're going to see the Doomfist now come out, which is what we were expecting to see going into New Queen Street. And then Ultraviolet also being able to help support that with the Ana, especially when you see Iris' Ana on the other side. You're going to need to be able to keep Hawk up and alive.
Ooh. Now onto Merit to keep him alive. You got to be careful. He has got the overclock. However, he is antied. Doesn't want to try and go for an aggressive peek. Instead, just retreats the back to the rest of his team. They're a couple of meters away from actually taking the lead. Oh, Ultraviolet. Oh, what a response! I thought Ultraviolet was as good as dead. Atlanta Rain kill off Pelican as he's using the blade and the beat to engage. Dante is dust at this point, and the Outlaws are pushed all the way back. Beautiful response from the Rain.
Yeah, really nice stuff from them, and especially because you got the nano out of Iris. you aren't going to be able to have that Dragon Blade combo online. That's been wasted. And now you're looking at Lastro's rally to be able to survive you through the EMP that Nero has finally got online here. And Atlanta Reign, they're just continuing to kind of inch that lead forward. But can they get Lastro in this EMP to stop the rally?
Oh, it looked like Nero's about to click the Q button there. Nice sleep and anti onto Dante. He is pretty low. The rally to try and turn this fight around. Dante not quite so lucky to get enough health to survive that pulse bomb. Rally wasn't online long enough, and Merit just doing the Merit things. Outlaws cleaning the rain. They do end up losing the lead, but the Outlaws are now in control of the bot, and they forced Nero to use that EMP. Well, I guess they didn't force Nero to use EMP. He used it in that fight, and now we're switching over to the Sojourner instead.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why I love Nero as a player. Like, the flexibility, bringing him in on maps like this, he can play Sombra, but then he can also switch over to Sojourner. And you know he's going to get a whole lot of bang for your buck with it.
Yep. I mean, at this point, you use the EMP because it's sunk cost fallacy. You spent so long trying to build it up that then you can kind of switch over later. But Houston Outlaws now, whew.
Yeah, this neutral fight is pretty big from the Houston Outlaws, not having to use anything. Should be able to get the checkpoint too, mind you. There you go, there is the lead. Nice. Atlanta Reign have got a nano. They've got a meteor strike. That is about it. Oh, they do stop them just for the checkpoint. It's 0.5 meters away, and Nero's already dead. Merit with a giant flank with the overclock, and the rest is history. Atlanta Reign disintegrated.
Yeah, now Houston Outlaws, they have that closer spawn unlocked as well. And so they're getting closer to that final checkpoint, maybe even being able to join that elite list of teams that have been able to complete a push map, especially when they got the Dragon Blade.
Nano, not on the blade. It's not needed. It don't matter. Just put it on the Doomfist. Dante's hard enough to take down as it is. Took a fair bit of damage falling up on the Pelican Blade. No power block for Hawk. Ends his life. And the Outlaws still pushing the bot. 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go, and the Outlaws may just bring this one home.
I mean, that was a nice stagger as well onto Hawk, not eliminating him right away. And now this is basically just one more fight, Jaws, and they've got this push map locked and loaded.
Hawk at least has the meteor striker supposed to get out of jail free. Does leap into the back line, but instant shield bash there to do the counter stun. Dante jumps back to the rest of the team, puts that power block up, so Iris was safe. They're still on the aggression. The Outlaws unwavering. A beat from OG should stop the Outlaws in their tracks, however. But a nice ult to force out. If you're the Outlaws, you're happy with that one.
Yeah, you're definitely happy. I mean, the fact that you're able to get these expensive ultimates out of the Atlanta Reign means that you are wide open now to be able to use the rally, bully your way through the Atlanta Reign. And also, I mean, you've got the Meteor Strike back online too. So a lot of get out of jail free cards here for the Houston Outlaws as we're looking at just getting back to the middle of the map.
Oh, Nero's got the overclock. Something got to be careful of. Oh, Pulse Bomb goes a little wide. Can Venom actually finish up the kill? Doesn't look like it. Nero pops the overclock, looking for headshots, but not finding anything just yet. Only body shots, but still a fair bit of damage when you're charged up to 100 energy, that's for sure. Iris and Ultraviolet do end up trading. In fact, trades across the board. These fights are so scrappy, but who ends up coming out on top? Nero forced all the way back as Pelican and Merit clean on up. The Houston Outlaws regain control of the bot, almost pushing 100 meters with 3 minutes to go.
Look at this as well. Lastro's actually switched over to the Lucio to make sure that they are able to get back in time, especially being able to taxi Iris into the fight. I mean, Iris can play from behind, especially having the nano up as well. Just put that on top of Pelican and donate over this last team fight.
Nano, Blade, it's almost too easy. Straight to the backline. He got antied. He's not getting any of the kills, but his teammates are following up, and that's what counts. More of an assistance Blade in that regard. Venom chased all the way at the back, and the Outlaws might be looking at a completion. Merit's got the overclock. Venom ended up dying late. The Atlanta Reign, they've only got one ult to spare.
Yeah, that nano's going to be enough to save one person on the team, and that is it.
There it is.
Overclock climbing in. OG already deleted, but a beautiful sleep by Iris. And now Hawk is completely out of this fight. Merrick cleans on up. It's like he's playing Destroy All Humans. The Atlanta Reign need to do something. The Houston Outlaws looking to complete. Dante picks up 2 kills off the back. And Atlanta Reign coming in with the spawns, but they need to stall. OG gets taken down at the very final moment, and it's just the trickling of Atlanta Reign members on the point. There's no way you can stop Dante. The Atlanta Reign even jumping over to the wrecking ball to try and get stuff done. And to be fair, even if they manage to stop them, getting it this far looks like an impossibility. 3 minutes to go. The Houston Outlaws push it home and tie the series up 2-2.
Oh my gosh, Jaws, we've got a series on our hands right now. Houston Outlaws completing a push map. And it all comes down to this 5th and final map. It's been so back and forth, this series.
Unbelievable stuff from the Outlaws so far. See, that was it. The confidence boost coming back in. You're shaky after Route 66. See, it's definitely frustrating having those issues, but they're back to their old game by the looks of it, I should say. Map number 5 around the corner. We're going to jump to a final break in this series. We'll be right back. Map number 5 is here. And a ticket to a guaranteed spot for the Mid-Season Madness is on the line. If Outlaws win, they go to the Mid-Season Madness. If the Reign win, they also go to the Mid-Season Madness. So, it all comes down to this. It's been a very back and forth. And that push game, Outlaws coming out super strong. Dante on the Doomfist, getting a full completion rose. Man, I'd be scared seeing Dante still in the roster.
Yeah, I would be as well, especially because we're going to another control map. I mean, you know, Atlanta Reign did get the better of the Houston Outlaws and Li Jiang, our very first control map of the day, but Ilios plays way different when you look at how these different stages are set up. We're going to be heading over to Ruins first, and I just really like when we get a chance to see the Doomfist player on the Mega Health Pack. If Atlanta Reign really want to take control of this fight, they need to get there first, or they need to play from Dark.
I wonder if Nero comes out on the Sombra again. Rather classic, just hacking that Mega Health Pack like you were mentioning, so would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
If you're going to keep Nero in. Venom on Tracer. Might be pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, Venom's the Tracer specialist for the Atlanta Reign, is just really, really good on that hero. Obviously can play other things, but it really just ends up being such a nice complement to the rest of kind of the aggressive and more disruptive styles that are coming out from these heroes on the Atlanta Reign. So we are going to see Nero end up coming out of spawn with the Sombra, and so I love this. It speaks to me that Atlanta is really going to try to play around that Mega, and look at how fast Hawk is getting there. Houston don't even want to take that engage.
Yeah. Extremely quick rollout with the Symmetra teleport. I mean, the comp just wants to go fast, just capitalize on the hacks. Pretty simple when you look at it on paper. Execution could be quite tough. Even against someone like Iris, who can just nade sleep, fair few defensive tools for the Ana. These fights are going to go quick and they're going to go fast. Merit already with the 100 charge and Iris already goes down. So you look at this nice headshot onto Ultraviolet, and it was Dante to get those kills. Hawk also in a lot of trouble. A disruptor shot in a small corridor like that is a death sentence. Dante, okay, he's pretty low. No one healed him. Rest in peace. I mean, I guess you already had last strike. Outlaws do end up winning that first fight and claiming the cap.
Well, especially when Merit on the Sojourn is able to take that high ground advantage. What are you really going to do against that? You pincer the Atlanta Reign into that small room by point. That's not a fight you want to take if you're the Reign.
Iris in a lot of trouble, but Venom is getting booted back, so no instant execution. Nice right click from Merit, ends Ultraviolet's life, and look at that, they're just getting corralled in this small corner. Venom's earned himself a pulse bomb, he flings it out, no connection this time around. As the Atlanta Reign fall once again, the Houston Outlaws just quite easily right now, staving off this aggression. Iris isn't getting that much pressure. Lastro's doing a good job of peeling right now.
Yeah, I mean, look at the comp that Atlanta Reign is running. You've got Nero and Venom on the Sombra and the Tracer trying to get to the back line, but the fact that Lastro can just peel and really help Iris move around the map to get away from this damage is huge. They're going to have a full slate of ultimates here for the Houston Outlaws, and Atlanta, they've got to get the CMP online and hope that they're able to get the sound barrier out first.
Merit from downtown, using the rail. Can't quite find the heads. Oh, P. Okay. Okay, that is, well, that's unfortunate. Looks like maybe internet boom again. Not sure.
It's all of Houston Outlaws, so I do feel like they are having internet issues once again. Yeah, Pelican's just calling it the ping.
Yeah, unfortunate. Outlaws, it looks like they're losing that fight. Pelican and Dante end up falling over. Yeah. Do apologize for the pause. Man, that really does blow. Again, it really does dampen, I feel like, the Outlaws.
Yeah.
We came out of the pause, went to Route 66, they ended up losing that one.
Not
saying that was the reason or root cause of their loss, but it definitely might put you off kilter, that's for sure.
Ooh.
I've been just seeing if everybody's ready. It looks like, yeah, Pelican says yes. Nero is good too. Okay, looks like we're going to head back into game in just a second. So it's just a brief lag spike, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. I'm pausing. Okay, we're good to go.
All right.
No use to panic.
Let's do it.
No use to panic. No more breaks. No more breaks. Final map. Let's go. Pelican dies. Iris dies. Epic. Outlaws, they lose the point, but they at least get 67%.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they also get a little bit of information as well. Nero did get the hack onto Lastro, so Atlanta Reign have confirmation that the sound barrier is online, so that really does help Nero to figure out how to play this EMP. This is Atlanta Reign kind of needing to play perfectly from here on out. And so you've got to get the beat out of Lastro and then go in with the EMP, or at least catch Lastro in the EMP.
There's the blade. There's the EMP. Pelican's in a whole bunch of trouble. He's got the nano and the blade, but he's just getting kited the whole time. A nice coalescence from Ultraviolet to keep everybody alive and well. OG with the boop kill onto Pelican. Perfectly timed by Nero to stop Outlaws from getting anything from their ults. Lastro's beat didn't net anything either. The Atlanta Reign now with 40% on board are very much in control of this engagement right now. And with Venom's pulse bomb, it does connect with the wall. Actually doesn't find any damage at all. And OG ends up going down to a headshot. Outlaws still, maybe still in this, with Mera picking up the kill onto Ultraviolet, but it's going to be scrappy. They just need to take care of Hawk and they might be good. A punch to stop the power block, and there it is. Dante finishes off the Doomfist, and Merit earning himself an overclock as the Outlaws, regardless of that EMP from Nero, manage to win the fight.
Yeah, it's going to be just a matter of seconds before Houston Outlaws get the point flip. You can see the stagger of Atlanta Reign back to just try to get as much percentage as possible. But now Houston are in one fight territory. Merit's got the overclock ready to go, and you've also got the nano. That might be donated over to Dante or Pelican to just help them get their ultimates online so that they can sustain through the rest of this fight. Nero's not going to get another EMP up in time unless he's able to get a nice hack and damage into the backline. But Lastro and Iris making that really hard.
He's got 70%. Maybe it's possible, but unlikely. 5% to go, and the Outlaws are going to take the round. The overclock finds one. Hawk goes down. Nano boost onto Dante. Ultraviolet already low, and Dante with the immediate strike if he needs it, but it's not looking like it. OG gets flattened on the wall, and the Outlaws cleaning up the Atlanta Reign. Nero was not able to build the EMP before the fight ended. OT ticking down. Hawk is the only one left, but he went really high, but he is gone. Outlaws, they got round one. One more to go, and they've booked their ticket to the mid-season madness.
You know, Sombra to me is just such a risky hero to play in a composition. It does really well if you're able to get those hacks onto the backline and take them out swiftly, but Dante is just, you know, they're trading right now. Dante is taking out Ultraviolet and OG very fast, and it really doesn't allow Atlanta enough time to use the Sombra and use it to its fullest potential. Plus, if you're banking on those EMPs as they are huge fight winners, that sometimes you're not able to get them online fast enough. High risk, high reward. I'm not super impressed with the Sombra choice right now, so I like Atlanta Reign switching it up here to go to the Echo and the Wrecking Ball.
All right, I mean, that's what you have Nero in for. The hyper flexibility. It's going to be hard for Merit to stay on this high ground, especially when Nero's peppering him from afar. You're not going to be able to really do consistent damage to Nero either. He's going to have Orb a lot of this time.
It's going to be so tough too, though.
Tough situation for Outlaws to do anything here.
I don't know about that. I mean, Merit's on the Sojourn. Is Echo really going to be able to power through that damage?
Ooh. Yikes, that's a lot of damage. With the rails, definitely, you're going to get destroyed, but neutral fire a little bit more difficult. Pelican, hello? Okay, we're good. He's out, but the Atlanta Reign doing a cap at the point. Both tanks go down fairly early on. Outlaws refusing to let this fight go in the Reign's favor. They don't want to back off, even though they lost Dante fairly early. Now the supports from the Reign in a precarious position down in that swimming pool area as the Houston Outlaws have just managed to kite around the Reign. Hawk ends up going down, and because Ultraviolet and OG are in such an odd position, it's hard for them to heal anybody on the point.
It is super difficult for them. I mean, yeah, Ultraviolet and OG can kind of play a little bit farther away, but a way that Houston Outlaws is playing right now, we're really forcing Atlanta Reign out of the line of sight of those supportive heroes. Plus, you're really relying on Ultraviolet to just kind of do the heavy lifting of the support. It's going to be tough if Ultraviolet's not alive.
What happened there? Dante got pooped, he got slept, he's still got no power block. Goodbye, Venom clears 2. Easy peasy. Even a nano onto OG to make sure he survives. Atlanta Reign, just like that, managed to stave off that aggression. It was a good nano onto Dante, he just didn't manage to land the initial connection and then just got rolled. Quite literally by Hawk, he booped him too.
Yeah, we gotta watch a replay of that too. I mean, Venom, look at this, just doing a bunch of damage here to Dante. You can see the nano to keep him alive, but poor Lastro there.
Man, Venom is so good on the Tracer. He's everywhere at once, which is exactly what a good Tracer needs to do. Be everywhere. And then nowhere. And then everywhere again. All right, Merit's got the overclock. Transcendence for the Reign. They'll be able to sustain a little bit, but the overclock will go through and kill DPS and supports if they're not careful. But OG, wow, finding a kill onto Pelican this early. Outlaws, they've got to go again, surely, yeah, especially with Merit going down. They can't really afford another fight, to be honest with you, Rose. Hey, look at the ult bank for the Atlanta Reign building up. A very quick fight like this means a lot more ults in the bank for the Reign, although Venom throws the pulse bomb in, doesn't get much. That'll be about it. Nanoblade on the cards for the Outlaws if Iris can get that nano online.
Would have liked to see Venom actually hold on to that pulse bomb because Houston Outlaws were still trickling in, and so yeah, you do get a chance to kind of stagger them out a little bit more, but now they're kind of a full force again. They're gonna have the blade, basically a full slate too. But, oh my goodness.
Yeah, those sticky bombs and the beam just destroy Dante. They do trade it for Venom. There's the blade for instant transcendence. He didn't want to wait for Iris to get that nano. I guess now he can use it on Dante. Minesweeper duty for Pelican as Merit tries to find kills. He's got one. It's with the nano, but can he find much else? The Wrecking Ball doesn't quite get away as Dante kills Hawk. This is the fight the Outlaws needed to find. OG takes care of Iris, and now maybe another kill. No, Merit gets away just in time. And the Atlanta Reign still controlling the point. The mines weren't quite enough. And the Outlaws find the flip, but the Reign have a good opportunity now with not many ults in the Outlaws bank left to defend with.
Yeah, the fact that Lastro had to use the Transcendence there to be able to keep the Outlaws alive means that it's going to be a while till we get a chance to see that come back online, and Nero has the duplicate. So this could be over. Atlanta Reign could get the flip here. Just really depends on if Nero can just land this damage. Ooh.
Wow. Ultraviolet going down early is not a good start. Okay, fight over. It is done. The fight is done. Atlanta Reign, at least they died quick.
Yeah.
At least they died quick.
Yeah, that's perfect because now they get a chance to come back into the fight. And oh, look at this. Hawk is going to give up the Wrecking Ball here. Really wants to be able to power through with the Doomfist. This is what Atlanta Reign have looked the best on so far, playing around that hero. But I think this is going to be tough. I mean, Houston's got a lot of answers to that. Discord, Sleep, Bio.
Nano onto Nero. Oh my god! Iris just got 2 here. Duplicate for Nero 2, straight to the backline. Yep, goodbye. Atlanta Reign, they do lose Hawk, but they still got a Doomfist on the field. Even a Meteor Strike coming in. Iris is in Lastro's in a lot of trouble, but he got the Transcendence just in time. The Atlanta Reign do manage to find the flip, and the Outlaws now need to get back onto the point. Overtime is in session with Pelican in a whole bunch of trouble, but Iris is coming back in just a moment to help sustain Pelican through these fights and working their way up to the blade. The blade has been popped, and with a kill onto Venom is a good start. The Doomfist putting up the power block to absorb all of that damage, but the Outlaws don't quite get back to the point in time. Merit found 2 kills at the end, but the Reign, they claim this round, and we're going the full distance. Round 3 on Control.
Ultraviolet was still up and alive as well, so even though Merit got those picks, Ultraviolet would have been able to finish him off right after that. So Atlanta Reign always probably going to win out that last fight and bring us into a third and final stage. It's for all the marbles, Jaws. One of these teams about to book their ticket to the mid-season.
That's what it comes down to. Are we going to see Hawk roll out on the Doom? Looks like it. No more Wrecking Ball. All right, well, is the final stage of Ilios. Perfect one to get some environmental kills.
Let's go Zen kicks. Come on, it's time. Double Zen kick elimination into the well.
Zen kick down the well to book a ticket to the Midseason Madness. That will be quite an epic tale. 2 Echoes on the side this time, Rose. Nero and Pelican piloting it.
I like that, though. I mean, Pelican's so good on the Echo. I'm actually a little surprised we haven't seen that as a match just yet. I mean, take a look at how Pelican performed on this hero in stage number 1. Houston just kind of giving us another little taste of just an upgraded version of this composition with Merit on the Sojourn.
Don't take a fair bit of damage trying to contest the point. They don't want to let it go over for free. The Atlanta Rain all has to cap, and just as I say it, they do manage to find it. Nice little beam, but no, the pocket is insane on Venom right now. OG and Ultraviolet keeping him alive throughout that entire beam and sticky bomb damage. They kill off Dante in the process. Wow, the backbone for the Atlanta Rain looking mighty strong.
Yeah, I love the Zenyatta and the Baptiste here. I mean, Baptiste is really going to help with Hawk and Venom, but like the Orb of Harmony from Ultraviolet just really allowing Nero to keep taking these engagements.
Oh, bad place to be if you're Lastro, but apparently it's a bad place if you're Venom. Just got rolled by Dante. You got the pulse bomb so quickly. Nano for Doom, Nano for the Doomtay. Can he find the kill onto Ultraviolet? Well, he got punched away, but it wasn't quite enough to stop the carnage. The Outlaws find the fight and find the cap.
Nano Boost really helped keep the Houston Outlaws alive. They aren't going to have it for something like the Sojourn Epic Fire that we got a chance to see on that last stage. But I don't know if they need it. I mean, you've got the Transcendence. Lastro could just kind of allow the Outlaws to outlast the damage coming in from the Rain. Amplification Matrix, though, I mean, maybe the Outlaws just kind of kite around it and give up some space. Or they just take a pick.
Well, Lastro goes down to orbs across the map. Now one less support for the Outlaws and one less tank. Not good. Not good look. Ultraviolet kills 3 in that fight. Okay. All right, Ultraviolet, I see you. Not bad, not bad. Atlanta Rain. Don't use it. Well, they used just the window in that fight.
Yeah, it's tough to be able to actually cut away from that damage, but Houston, they're still coming back into this with 4 more ultimates that they haven't had a chance to use yet, and so I'm really looking at the overclock here from Merit to help out, to maybe pair that with something like the Meteor Strike from Dante to just force people into an awkward position on the Rain.
All right, oh, yeah, Venom dying first. He almost had a pulse bomb too. Looks like he was getting a position to use it. Overclock from Merit, he's still pretty low. There's a lot of things happening and there's 2 Doomfists. One is asleep, he got instantly woken, and the copy has been destroyed. Lastro kills Ultraviolet, finally. Someone needs to deal with it. The Atlanta Rain, though, if they stall for a little bit longer, yeah, not the worst. 90%, almost, at least 88, we'll call it, for the Atlanta Rain now. 1 fight territory for them. The Houston Outlaws have only got that copy to defend with. Well, they got the Nano coming up as well, I suppose. A copy with Dante getting nanoed, yeah, that should be a hold, unless Venom finds a cheeky pulse.
Venom's been pretty good with the sticks. You can see hunting the Ana. Not gonna work.
See ya.
Not gonna work.
Yeah, they want to try and fight in this small room so the Doomfist can get maximum value. Pelican from the other side of the map, making Hawk's life a little bit more difficult. Copy's still available, and they're just stalling out a lot of this time. They're waiting for the Atlanta Rain to make a move. The copy is in effect. Pelican changing over to the Doom. Double Doomfist on the field for the Houston Outlaws. He can't quite find the punch onto Nero as he flies high in the sky. And now Pelican trying to go for the chase. 80% for the Outlaws. Oh, Pelican almost ended his own life there with sticky bombs on the windmill, but he's good. The Atlanta Rain need to come back in to the engagement. If Ultraviolet can set up with this window again, it could be all over.
Yeah, Ultraviolet just able to use that to pepper in more damage with the Zenyatta, get that Transcendence online. But Lastro, there's not really a way for the Outlaws to deal with this.
Ultraviolet going pretty low. A lot of things thrown at him right now. The window not getting a crazy amount, but actually it gives him enough space and time to cap the point. And now Atlanta Reign are in control. UV still kept alive by OG in the backline, and Venom trying to build up to another pulse bomb. This will be the difference maker if he stays alive. Unlike last time, Pelican's there. What a stick again from Venom. But Lastro manages to kill Hawk. A Transcendence to help Dante finish up the back line. Now Earson's in a whole bunch of trouble, but Venom is struggling to get the kill. He eventually takes him down, but Overtime is still here and Reign are in control. A big trade as Venom finds 3 in this fight. The overclock from Merit is going to supplement a lot of the damage that they're now missing, but his health bar diminishing. The Houston Outlaws supports need to come back, and they need to come back now. Venom, I think, maybe dashed into the well, I'm not sure, but with Overtime going on for so long, if the Outlaws step on for a brief moment, it will be all over. Pelican falls, and the Atlanta Reign forcing the supports all the way back. Merit is dealt with, so is Lastro. Busio means absolutely nothing now. He's able to stall, but not for long. The Houston Outlaws with very little gas left in their tank. It should be all done.
Oh, the duplicate as well. They just want to shut it out here, Jaws.
The punch in from Nero, a duplicate. Someone's going to have to end the fight. Hawk also flings himself off the map. Maybe them giving the Outlaws some consolation kills. Meteor strike from the copy, but the Outlaws find the cap! There's no way that just happened! Outlaws in the chaos find the cap at the Atlanta Reign. What? There is no way. There is no way on earth the Atlanta Reign let go of the points there. The overtime was going on for so long that any amount of time the other team were off the point, it was going to disappear and the game was going to be over. The Houston Outlaws cap in like, in a millisecond.
Oh my gosh. Oh no
that is a
way.
Devastating loss for the Atlanta Reign. That final fight, that was in their control that whole time. Like, what?
What the?
I mean, Houston Outlaws know a lot about C9, so maybe they've been reading up on that. I'm not sure. Had to get the dig in there somewhere. But the Houston Outlaws, they end up taking the dub 3-2, and they booked their ticket to the Midseason Madness. They've done it.
They have indeed. I mean, hey, Atlanta Reign, at least, like, they're not out of contention for Midseason Madness. They still have a fantastic record going into the second half of qualifier matches, but boy, oh boy, Jaws, that is not a way that Atlanta Reign wanted the end of that series to go. Even Houston, like, surprised at themselves that that was how it ended.
Yeah. Man, I mean, I guess when they're jostling on the point like that, if they're building up control of the point just ever so slowly, to be honest with you, I was looking at the action. I think most of the Atlanta Reign were too. Maybe they're not noticing the small little bar around that percentage going up, and as soon as Outlaws found the flip, the game was over. OT just, boom, disappeared. That was ridiculous. And yeah, let's take a look at the replay at the very end there. That is, feels like a 1 in a million chance for that to happen. But yeah, like I said, that small little bar around.
Oh, look. Oh, Houston took the cap and then just like that.
It's done. Yeah. See, when it's, you know, you're so focused, obviously, on the center of the screen, right? When you're playing, it's just, okay, we've got the cap, guys, we've got the cap.
Well, I mean,
and then Houston Outlaws were just juggling it, just getting progress towards the flip.
Oh.
Yeah, and there it is.
I mean, what hurts about that as well, Jaws, is like you see that like Atlanta, they look like they have people on the point. They had the Echo, they had the Lucio. Yeah. But, you know, the Tracer stepped off. Houston were so close to being able to take back control. And I have a feeling that Lucio was on a wall, Echo was in the sky, and Tracer just stepped off.
Yeesh. Whew. Well, there it is. Houston Outlaws, man, they at the very end managed to claim the victory and a ticket to the Midseason Madness, so congratulations to them. Let's have a look at the player of the match. We've got to give it to one of the best Sojourns in the league. We've got to give it to Merit this time around. Sojourn looking clean, and all series, yeah, finding a lot of value with the overclock and just neutral damage too, mind you, or neutral railguns, looking clean.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the railgun shots looking extra good. I mean, the accuracy was still incredible coming out from Merit, and then also just being able to get the secondary fire. Like, look at those powered up shots, Jaws. Just sniping people from across the map. Holy moly, that's so much damage, and it really did force Atlanta Reign into this awkward position of how do we push past this? How do we sustain? Because Merit's definitely a big threat.
Yeah, he is crazy good at the Sojourn. Look at that, 21 elims per 10. Almost 10 final blows, you know, 6 plus railguns per 10. Pretty good. Merit Sojourn definitely world class right now. I wonder if that means he's overtaken Kai on a couple of those stats. I'm not entirely sure. I have to get the stats guys to look into that one. We're going to jump to a quick break. I need to catch my breath and maybe review the end of that game just a little bit, or maybe I'll tune into custom stream. We'll see. We're going to jump to a quick break. We've got another map, or match even, to come up soon. We'll see you in a bit.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined by Pelican from Houston Outlaws. Pelican, congratulations on the win. Oh, wow, this was a very long match, but at the end, you guys came out on top. It was a very close match in general. How did you guys get the edge today? How did you guys get the win today against the Atlanta Reign? Sorry, I totally forgot to translate. 펠리컨 선수 죄송합니다. 제가 갑자기 한국말 해야 된다고 까먹고 죄송합니다. Sorry guys. 네 오늘 경기 어떻게 보면 진짜 끝까지 어떻게 보면 진짜 마지막 1초까지 싸움을 하셨다가 네, 오늘 휴스턴 팀의 승리로 끝을 나게 됐는데요. 오늘 승리 어떻게 해서 이루시게 되셨나요?
일단 저는 오늘 경기 이렇게까지 3세트, 5세트 마지막까지 갈 줄 솔직히 몰랐는데 저희가 쉽게 이길 줄 알았는데 상대팀이 실수를 많이 해서 마지막 싸움에서 이긴 것 같아요. 원래는 져야 되는 싸움인데.
Alright, for today's match, I honestly didn't expect to go all the way to map 5. I honestly, going into the match, I thought it was going to be an easy win for us, but then that wasn't the case. You know, it was very close, and I think we were able to get the victory today against the Atlanta Reign, thanks to, mainly because of Atlanta Reign making a lot of mistakes. Pelican, you just said that you expected this match to be a lot easier for you guys, but you know, like you said, it wasn't that wasn't the case. What sort of caught you guys off guard? 자, 방금 펠리컨 선수 오늘 경기를 들어오실 때는 조금 쉬운 경기일 거라고 생각을 하셨다고 말씀하셨는데 오늘 좀 뭐 때문에 좀 더 힘든 경기가 되었던 것 같나요?
상대 조합이 무난하게 원래 다 아나야타 이렇게 들고 올 줄 알았는데 루시우 모이라에 이런 거 들고 오니까 약간 혼란스러워서 약간 그런 것 같아요. 볼 기용도 하고 상대팀이.
Alright, I think we mainly had a lot of difficulty because Atlanta came out with a lot of composition that we didn't expect. For example, we thought that they were going to use a lot more Ana, but that wasn't the case. Things like Lucio Mora and even the ball composition sort of threw us off guard. Alright, one last question for you, Pelican. You know, I did see that you were using a lot of Genji today. Was that sort of a comfort pick, or what was the strategy behind using more Genji for the team? 자, 마지막 질문은 겐지, 오늘 어떻게 보면 펠리컨 선수가 겐지를 굉장히 많이 기용을 하셨는데요. 그거에 대한 좀 특별한 이유가 있을까요?
제가 트레를 못하기도 하고 해가지고 그냥 저는 제 생각에는 근데 겐지가 더 좋다고 생각해서 스크림 승률도 많이 좋고 해서 쓴 것 같아요, 그냥.
Alright. I mean, simply because you know, I do, in my personal opinion, Genji is a lot better. I'm getting better results in scrims, and also I think my tracer is kind of bad. So that is why I'm playing a lot more Genji today. Alright, Pelican, thank you so much for the interview, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 오늘 인터뷰에 주셔서 너무 감사드리고 오늘 경기 승리하신 거 너무 축하드립니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Pelican. Congratulations to you and your entire team, of course. Well, they did do it, but what an ending that was. I do not know if I'm amused, impressed, disappointed, angry.
Everything.
There's a lot of emotions going through this entire body right now.
Shocking. It was so shocking that I forgot to translate Korean. I literally completely forgot.
All of us sort of looked at you and were like, Danny. You're like,
This is on you. Yeah, I mean, you know, some people forget to step on a point, others forget to translate. Like everyone has their little things. Let's break down the action, gentlemen. I don't even know where to start. I think we're saving the best for last and break down that last fight in just a bit. But let's start at the beginning. Atlanta Reign, where did they drop their pasta?
Well, here's the thing. I think Atlanta looked really strong at the beginning of the match. They looked like they were playing with confidence around their composition. They looked like they had that edge in that Doomfist mirror. But as time went on, I feel like they started to get a little bit more spicy and a little kind of in their own heads with the compositions that they're playing. Pelican just said for the Houston Outlaws, they did get caught off guard a little bit with some of the things that the Atlanta Reign were playing. And it is valuable to sort of tilt your opponents off guard with certain compositions, but at a certain point that led to so many mistakes from the Atlanta Reign, and it just felt like they were making these like weird decisions from time to time. And you know, as much as it's not relevant to these two maps, actually I do want to talk about this map real quick. Houston Outlaws, the best friend squad between Pelican on that May and Lastra on the Lucio, just running around the map as like a hit squad was actually some of the coolest thing that I've ever seen. A very unique style of playing the rush. Instead of running your Reinhardt in, if your May and Lucio are behind them, it's like a sandwich, you know? So they were sandwiching the Atlanta Reign team and it worked.
Good sandwich.
Yeah, a great sandwich. Not a bad sandwich like in the pre-show. So it was a good sandwich from them. But then Atlanta Reign, they came back on Route 66. They were looking better. But then we go to map 4 and 5 and they sub out Kai.
Yeah, that one.
So I'll actually excuse map 4 because Atlanta Reign, they are notoriously a bad team on push maps.
Yeah.
And I think you get to some point, like we're in the middle of the season. I think as a team you get to a point where you're just like, we'll just throw something at the wall and see what sticks. And in this case, they wanted to try out not playing with Kai in the lineup, instead bring in Nero, bring some of that flexibility to the lineup instead. Now it just so happened that they defaulted to Sojourn anyway. So we're sitting here watching the game like, well, you know, if you're just gonna play Sojourn, then you know maybe Kai should have been in. But they did start out with the Tracer Sombra, and that's why. Here as well, I mean, on Ilios, this is where you really start to question it, okay? I get you want to play the Tracer and the Echo, and it's a pretty good composition, especially on Lighthouse, for example, and we've seen good Echoes here. But this last fight, like, this is really what it comes down to.
Dude, Lastra is my hero. That's the first thing you need to talk
actually,
about.
that's Lastra surviving. Like they should have lost that fight. Lastra stays alive and allows his team to come back entirely.
Yeah, and then, like, it's not even just the fact that they all stood off the point at the last second. Like, the Atlanta players, they're all very close. You don't realize you're on the point, but a lot of things went wrong for the Atlanta Reign that snowballed into that situation. Venom somehow died to himself. I wasn't sure if that's a pulse bomb or falling in the pit. We saw Hawk fall in the pit. It was real bad. And I believe we have reactions coming up from the players. You can see them all. It's probably one of the worst feelings in the world when you step off of that point, and you can see the emotion in the players' faces as they do that. You can actually, on this one, keep an eye on Hawk, who's the Doomfist right here. He's going into the pit. He punches the Tracer, but falls short, falls into the pit. So we have Nero still on the point here. He gets the Meteor Strike, guns in the air, but everyone else isn't on there. Can't land in time, and that's the C9. Oh, it's just brutal.
So he does
that sucks.
But he falls.
And also, Pelican is hitting the backline, and so both Violet and OG steps off because Pelican is pressuring the backline. And then Nero as well, the Doomfist just Meteor strikes off, you know. And I don't blame any individual, but it's just like such a...
That was a very unfortunate.
Look at their faces. You can see Hawk yelling point.
It just almost destroys the background. It's amazing.
Oh my god.
Okay, but
I mean, I would be.
That's egregious.
The universe giveth, the universe taketh away. You know, the Houston Outlaws, they've been down bad over the last week with the C9s. You know, they're just giving back a little bit.
Yeah, that's. I guess that makes
that makes
Houston Outlaws win a little sweeter because it was on the back of a C9. It's like, we're not the only ones. It's like, watch those guys. Like, this is way worse. Hey, you know, yeah, sometimes it'd be like that. And now we do have one more match today, even though this second one went the distance, certainly. Let's see if this last one is going to be any quicker or if the Toronto Defiant will put up a valiant fight when they go up against the Gladiator squad, which, quite frankly, is definitely on the top of the food chain. What are the chances here for a Toronto victory?
Well, I mean, I'm not expecting Toronto Defiant to come out and win this one, okay? They looked good with Muse on the Doomfist, okay? But that was the Washington Justice. Now you're playing the LA Gladiators. If anything, from this match, if I got one wish, it'd be that the LA Gladiators would just come out and completely destroy the Toronto Defiant. Because this is a LA Gladiators team that won the kickoff clash, and we were like amazed by how good the LA Gladiators were. But so far this stage, a bit iffy, you know, close match against Vancouver Titans. I believe Paris Eternal as well, they dropped the map. So, like, hasn't been the LA Gladiators of last stage. I just want to see them come out and just destroy, just annihilate the Toronto Defiant. Just wipe them off the server. Goodbye.
Pure, complete, and utter domination is what we're requesting. I don't think that's too much to ask for. Let's see if the Gladiators can deliver in our last match of the day number 1, week number 3 here in our mid-season tournament qualifiers. This is a lot of words to get somewhere. Either way, I'm going to hand it over to people who are way better with words than I am, and that is, of course, Jaws and Necra.
Cheers, Zoe. Yeah, Johnny, you okay? You good, buddy? Biased desk analyst says that he wants Toronto Defiant to lose. That's, come on, Johnny, now. Ultimate destruction on the Toronto Defiant. Did you see how see how good he looked? Yeah, it was against the Washington Justice, but he got like 3 environmentals in the span of like 2 minutes when me and Mitch casted that. It was good fun. I mean, but the Glads, realistically, 7-2 right now. One of the best teams in the league. They won the kickoff clash. Like, it's gonna be an upwards hill battle for the Toronto Defiant, but they still have peace. And he may be Elise.
Maybe. Definitely maybe. I mean, the Los Angeles Gladiators walking into this stage and at the tail end of stage number 1 definitely were touted as one of the teams with the best compositional diversity out of any of the teams in the Overwatch League, and so that really does lend itself well, as the meta right now is very map dependent. And so I think we're going to see a lot of like very strategic changes coming out from the Gladiators to really play to their strengths, but I am hopeful that Toronto Defiant will be able to hold their own in this match, but it does look really tough, Jaws.
Yeah, it does. It certainly does. And there's a deep roster for the Gladiators this season, and it's looking rather scary. Whenever they want to play Lucia, they can play Astro. Rhino's just been a mainstay. The guy's been an incredible rookie tank player for the Gladiators. Kevster, you have Arns if you need a Widowmaker, or you go Circuit Royale, whatever. Like, it's crazy. Patapans also look really good. The whole team looking like a well-oiled machine right now. An upward hill battle for sure. But, you know, on the other hand, Toronto Defiant have been looking rather good themselves. We'll get to them in just a moment. But this is your starting lineup for today, Rose. Skewed's in, so it's probably a little bit Ana or the Zen and the Brigitte, I can imagine. No Astro, so no Lucio.
Yeah, it really does come down to what that support lineup is going to end up playing. I mean, both Shu and Skewed can definitely give a lot to the flexibility of that backline, but I mean, when you just take a look at what the Gladiators have been playing, they're still playing around that meta core of that Sojourn, that Tracer, and that Doomfist. But like most other teams that are playing around that, they are keeping the supports very flexible. So we will see a couple of those changes come through on each stage of Ilios.
Let's have a look at Toronto, their opposition for today. We've got Muse. Muse has been very, very good. Yeah, his Doomfist already talked that up, but in general, he's been such an asset to the Toronto Defiant. We saw a little weak points from them when they were playing Hisu on the Sombro on Control, but then when he switched over to Sojourn, it was crazy. Finale's had a phenomenal time, and then the backline for the Toronto Defiant is super, super strong. It's definitely a team where I think, yeah, they're 5-4, middle of the pack right now, but they could accelerate their growth. Will that start today? Not sure. They are against the Glads, but it's definitely a team that I could see doing well down the line.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Toronto Defiant today just has a really tough opponent, but I think they're going to pull out some surprises for us. I mean, you talk about the backline, and that's been such a strong point for the Toronto Defiant, but where I get a little worried is that, you know, Twilight has been one of the best Anas in the league so far, and Ana's really not as meta when you look at the composition overall of what is super strong for that support line. We do still see it, but it really does seem to be more of kind of counter meta pick for something like the Doomfist.
Yeah, they've got this Glads match, and then their next match is actually against the Paris Eternal and then San Francisco Shock. So very winnable later down the line. Paris, you can imagine it will go Toronto's way, and then Shock will be again another tough opponent, but maybe that's just what they need. They need this kind of rocky training montage when just building themselves up for success later down the line. But they got to conquer the Glads first. They got to knock them out. And, well, not knock them out. They can't. Gladiators have already made it to the Midseason Madness, but they've got to at least
get the
knock them
upset
for 6. Sure, yeah.
Yeah. Get the upset, keep themselves in contention for a spot at Midseason Madness. So they definitely have the chance to. And so I'm looking right now at just the compositions that they might want to pull out as we do head over to Ilios, which is sure to be another banger of a match because we're kicking things off on well again. Let's run it back, Jaws, but with different teams.
Yeah, God, if that happens again, I will eat a hat. But it will be made of cake because I don't want to eat a hat.
Is it
All right,
cake?
Toronto Defiant. Yeah, you can probably get a hat made out of cake.
I think so. Everything is cake.
Okay, I don't know about that. Well, what I do know is the backline for the Gladiators are dead. That's rather unfortunate. Nice dive set up from the Toronto Defiant. Hisu on the Soldier, and that's what you love to see. Shu and Skewed, Zen pretty defensive, like with the kick, but then with the break, pretty nice. But when you have so many people, Finale and Hisu and Muse jumping on you, it can be quite tough. Nade can be devastating.
I just love that Toronto Defiant can really lean into the Lucio and the Ana here. I mean, we've seen that Lucio can really help the Ana to kite around some of that damage, but also Reiner looking kind of like a nice target there for the Ana.
Wow. Kevster was in a whole bunch of hurt. Finale was chasing him, then Twilight was also putting in a little damage here and there. Nice force of the recall. Padapan has to run away now. Ryan is still trying to like juggle the point, try and make Toronto Defiant look at him, and they are looking at him and just farming him for ult charge right now. Finale's got Pulse Bomb online already. Gonna dive on in, throws the Pulse, finds nothing, but still forcing the Gladiators back just for the time being. Now it's Padapan's turn. He's 10% away, and Choron goes down, but they trade supports with a Zen 4. In fact, every support dead. All damage, now permanent. Big stick for Padapan. Muse goes down. Toronto Defiant have 2 DPS left, but Hisu being alive, it's not out just yet. The point's almost going to get flipped, and in fact, Skewed switching over to the Batiste, getting some long-range healing done. But the Toronto Defiant, with their fast DPS and Choron getting back to the point early, means they still hold on.
Yeah, look at that. The percentage is getting up there towards that last fight territory mark. Look at that, too. Hisu just continuing that onslaught with that Sojourn.
Too easy for Hisu. You saw Kevster there glide slowly down to the ground, and before he touched it, it was already dead. 80% for the Toronto Defiant. Primal Rage Nano. There's the overclock. They're going straight to the spawn. Shu's already dead. Touch the spawn door. You might as well. He's going to force the Gladiators to send one to try and touch. Shu and Skew to fall over. The Gladiators support line are getting crumpled right now. 95% and counting. The Gladiators, they have one person to touch, and it's Reiner on the sidelines.
Oh my gosh. I don't know if that's going to be enough stall, though, for the rest of the team to get back. Shu has got to come back with this Transcendence.
Pulse Bomb available for Finale. Reiner has been caught out. Shu and Skewed are going to come back. The lamp maybe already used by Skewed. I saw him throw out something. A Transcendence to keep Skewed alive, and Gladiators in this match. Overtime ticking down fairly quickly, but Twilight goes down to Padapan. And now the assault happens, the beat and the run over. The Gladiators, they need to be able to respond. I guess they at least cap the point, but they got no supports left.
Oh, they don't. I mean, that's it. Overtime's gonna wick away here.
Copy. Kevster maybe chasing down Muse. Not quite. Hisu actually ends that copy rather quickly, and Kevster's 5 HP. He needs to be able to find some sort of health. That the orb almost killed him. It was actually Hisu's headshot at the very end. The Toronto Defiant with an unbelievable start against the Gladiators. 100-9 on well.
That was decisive, Jaws. And I mean, this is looking really good for the Defiant to be able to continue to lean into the things that they are good at. You know, I loved the Lucio, I loved the Ana. We have seen just how well Chorong and Twilight can support each other, but now we're gonna get a little bit of that Sombra flavor, maybe. Look at Reiner, though, trying to get into the backline, get punched, and then, oh my god, Jaws, there's like a magnetic force that is pulling these Doomfists into the well right now.
Okay, well. Unlucky, as they say. Unlucky.
Oof.
It's okay. There's, well, there is environmental kills here, but not easy ones to throw yourself off. It's all good. Sombra for Hisu. Okay. Makes more sense. It makes a lot more sense on this map, to be fair. Seen it earlier today, in fact. Taking that mega health back is pretty crazy. Oh, and another one, in fact. Nice. Good work. Hisu taking a lot of space. Free real estate now for Finale to run around the backline and collect those health packs. Oh, nice hack. And you're dead. Goodbye.
Yeah, this should be a quick reset here for the Los Angeles Gladiators. Just the nice hacks coming through from Hisu. And this is the utility that a Sombra can provide. I mean, look at the translocate, just kind of go back to one of those hacked health packs. And on top of that, you're shutting down the health packs that Reiner and Kevster would really love to have running around the map.
Yeah, Finale is basically immortal. The health packs, they regen, or they respawn, sorry, I should say, a lot quicker when they are hacked, so Finale can just sit on one, basically.
Yeah.
With infinite health. Gladiators need to go again, but the Toronto Defiant been setting their own tempo in this match. They will go in as soon as Gladiators poke their head out. Looks already they're looking to go in, and Reiner actually just dips all the way back. He didn't really want to go for an engagement before Kevster got back to the rest of his team and managed to get healed up.
Yeah, look at...
Hisu gets revealed. Jumps straight back, but Panapan's already dead. Kev's pretty low. He's got the health pack behind him. That became unhacked a couple of seconds ago with a pulse bomb in hand, but without a recall, it's going to be a tougher time to get anything done with it. Has to make sure he has an out. He spots Twilight, gets the stick on the high ground. Okay, little alley-up. Scoot does end up going down to Hisu, though, and with the mines, the Toronto Defiant controls so much space. Not much Reiner can do. He's got the powered-up punch. He punches Muse, but Muse is so tanky, even more so with the beat. The Toronto Defiant just want to keep this fight going. Panapan hits the respawn, but goes straight back to the mothership. The Toronto Defiant control the point. 76% in building, and Gladiators have not had a single say in any of these fights.
No, they haven't. I mean, even now when we're in last fight territory, we've got the ults, but oh man.
A little cheeky fade into the back line. Panapan cleans him up. And the Transcendence is going to see them through the rest of this fight. You could imagine Muse is pretty low, has to back off. Choron gets killed, and Gladiators with a nice kill on to Twilight and choosing Transcendence. They're able to sustain, but the Toronto Defiant getting 99%. It's all good for Toronto.
Especially because Toronto has bought themselves enough time to build up to another EMP. Obviously, we are going to see that last one didn't work. Shu able to come in clutch with the Transcendence to keep the team alive. But now this is still an upwards battle for the Gladiators. You've got to start using these DPS ultimates and finding value. We haven't really seen that yet.
Kevster trying to force out that fade with the help of Reiner. He does so. But it's only a 6-second cooldown, so Twilight should be good. Not quite. Definitely wasn't available. All right. There you go. Panapan with a huge amount of damage on that railgun. Overclocked is just a crazy ability. If you're just left alone, and just you don't even need to use the shift, you just do unreal damage. Even if you hit body shots, to be fair, you just have your Tracer clean up.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Panapan as well has just been putting on impressive performances as a DPS player for the Gladiators. I mean, we all know the story at this point about how Panapan has been able to bring himself back up into the league and play at this high level.
Or hack onto Reiner. A lot of heals being pumped into him to make sure he stays up. Pulse bomb for Kevster, throws it out, hits the recall, doesn't get a connection. Toronto Defiant now don't need to worry about it. And don't need to worry about Kevster either. Choron finds the kill, and that's the go time. Pulse bomb for Finale. He's in trouble though. Shu with a boot to the face does take him out. Hisu translocates behind the enemy team. Someone still needs to touch, and it's actually Muse doing that right now, trying to get that flip. Reiner's going to say not today. He's got an orb from Shu, but Shu's in a little bit of trouble. Has a Transcendence if he really needs it, and decides now is the time to go. 85% in building, and Gladiators aren't out of this just yet. This stall tactic from the Glads is good. It enables the rest of the team to get back just in time and force Toronto in a one-fight situation.
Yeah, but now Toronto Defiant, after forcing out the Transcendence, can come in with the EMP. So this is very easily swingable for the Defiant.
There it is. There's the mines. Hisu with a manual hack on Reiner. Just turn. Look at him. The power block comes up just in time. Hisu with 8 HP. Needs to get back to the rest of his team and utilize his EMP. They already killed Panapan and they actually find the flip. The Gladiators need to be able to touch. They do so, but run into a giant EMP from Hisu. A manual hack on to the Doom, and that should be over. Toronto Defiance with nice ultimate economy end up taking the map. Gladiators unconvincing in both rounds, round number 1 and number 2. Wow, didn't expect this one coming out of the gate. This is like a whole new beast of Toronto.
I just love the aggressive play style of the Defiant as well. Usually that's a tactic we'd see out of the Gladiators, but Toronto really didn't give the Glads any time to breathe in this first map so far.
Yeah, they really didn't. That tempo setting was perfect for the Toronto Defiant. They were playing their game. Gladiators need to be able to come back, and you bet they will. Still a strong team. They cannot be underestimated. We're going to jump to a quick break. Map number 2, going up soon. Toronto Defiant off to a strong start, 2-0 on Ilios. That means one map up in the series. Small substitution for them. We're seeing Muse take a step back, Hopper coming in as we head to King's Row.
Going over to King's Row, I mean, I gotta say, Jaws, first up, do you have a Hopper fact for me? Hit me with a Hopper fact.
No, I should have prepared.
No.
No, I got nothing. I got nothing. I'm under pressure. I can't think.
Oh, sorry.
Under pressure. I'll come up with some next week.
Okay.
If we cast them again, I'll have a list of Hopper facts.
Okay, cool. I'm expecting it at this point because I love getting hit with the Hopper facts. But one thing's for sure, we are heading over to King's Row for our second map of the series, and you know, Hopper coming into the roster, this is great. I love that Toronto Defiant can continue to change things up. We have seen how deep their roster really does go, and so I just want to see what they can continue to bring out here. Gladiators here may be able to bring out something like the Reinhardt, but I kind of want to see some Doomfist from both of these teams.
Yeah, a little bit of Doomfist, a little bit of main tank action maybe for the Gladiators.
What? No, oh,
okay.
bait. That was a bait.
Yeah. There was no way. All right, Sigma. Like this one as well. Very good stuff. He's on the Hanzo. Finale on the Tracer. How do Gladiators want to prepare for this one? They could easily switch to a rush comp. Oh, 10k DPI. Very nice.
Hey, that's your Hopper fact. I've got a Hopper fact for you.
10k DPI.
Hopper's able to 180 so fast. You won't see it
go.
coming.
Easy. It's harder to tell where the rock's going to go, I suppose, if you're spinning that quickly. But then you also don't know. So
exactly.
Look, Gladiators have a good position here, being on the offense. As soon as they see the Sigma, if they really wanted to, they could run the rush, but it looks like they're pretty happy running the Monkey. Just this more divey comp with Kevster on Genji.
Okay, I like this too, though. I think Patty can really provide a lot of support here as like Reiner and Kevster can go in with the dive. And, you know, Gladiator's gonna have to get reset here as they start to play around Mondada, waiting for Kevster to come back online. But all the while, I mean, look at the damage that Toronto are pushing into the team finale, just being a nuisance in that back line there. Gonna make it tough for the Gladiators to engage.
Yeah, there's the dive. Ryan's going to top himself up with a health pack. It's a bit tough when you don't have Kevster with you. Already used the Reflect, has the Genji, so they're going to have to play safe, get some heals, go again. Yeah, Finale's almost got pulse bomb, Rose.
Yep.
Perfect little point to make. It's definitely something that should be feared, especially with the backline being so isolated, with Kevster and Reiner trying to make an entrance into the fight. Chorong denies that, closes the door on Kevster completely. Gets taken down first once again. However, Reiner going crazy in the back. Chorong and Hisu didn't stand a chance. Even Finale hitting that recall, doesn't want to mess the backline in with that pulse bomb that he heard so early on. Oh, nice nano.
Oh, what a good response.
Can't get much stuff done, but might not needed the nano, but he was pretty low. Ah, nade. Yeah, goodbye.
Yeah.
Okay, goodbye, Twilight. I don't think anybody's touching this one now. Nah, there you go.
Yeah, I just don't think you want to take a chance there. You know, Gladiators just want to make sure that they sink this one, get the cart rolling. So Shu donates over the nano to Reiner. It really does at least help Reiner get the Primal Rage online, and that can really help to create space here going into second point.
Chorong goes down super early to a railgun. That sucks. And Defiant, they want to just set up on these corners. That's where Sigma does the best work. Just holding down the corners and then forcing the enemy team to come to you. They take a ton of spam damage. Hopper's got the flux. Like, Gladiator is finding that kill. They just gain a whole bunch more space, and they can hold super far forward if they really wanted to. Holding this bar area is pretty nice. That Winston goes straight over the top with the Nano Primal, or Nano and the Primal. And ideally, you want to use them together, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think you want to, but at least like you can get the Primal Rage up and running, maybe use the overclock to get some extra damage in there, but Reiner gets so low.
Flux, maybe a solo? Oh no, Flux and Padapan on the side. A solo Flux ends his life. Okay, they managed to find the escaping Soldier. Nano boost onto Reiner as he used that Primal Rage. That Dragon's going to split off Reiner from the rest of his team. However, a double Transcendence heals everybody back up to full. Shu, unfortunately, wasn't so lucky. And the Toronto Defiant now taking control of that high ground.
Yeah, look at how much Twilight has been able to help out the Defiant, though, to be able to hold on to this defense. That Bionade really helping to make sure that that Transcendence healing was mitigated from skewed, and so Defiant now in a really nice defensible position. Hotba just kind of holding down the fort there on those corners. And this might be a tough one for the Gladiators. They're going to need a lot to come online here to be able to throw that.
Oh, by that rock hit Reiner, and Finale missed the pulse bomb. That is rather unfortunate. Oh, Padapan goes to 1 HP, guaranteed.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice bit of at least ult charge going over to Shu, trying to get that nano back online. Shu has been charging these up pretty quickly, and so that will be able to come online for the Dragon Blade.
Yeah, I wonder if they wait. Doesn't look like they're going to. He's going pretty low already. Nice deflect kill onto Hisu. Let loose the arrow a little bit too soon. Asleep onto Finale. Tried to kill the backline, but was put to rest. And now the Gladiators with 2 DPS, with the Toronto Defiant with 2 DPS down, should be easy work for the rest of them. And that point 2 should be theirs. Although, I say that, there's a Flux being used by Hopper. He gets anti and finds 2! What? Okay, he also gets nanoed, but kicked in the face. He finds 3 at the end, kills Skewed, a 2-man Flux in a 2v3 or 4 there. Toronto Defiant may have another chance at defending. They can send Finale in. Yeah. It's only the Winston and the Honor.
This is definitely something that Defiant can come back in and defend for. Twilight, able to get the nano boost over to Hotba to just secure those Flux kills was really important. And so while Twilight may have sacrificed his own life to be able to make that play work, it's bought enough time for Defiant to come back and contest.
Winton is nanoed. A Dragon Strike proving to be quite the pain. Shu's already dead, mind you. Runner gets kicked away by Chorong and instantly deleted. Discord Orb is a pretty good ability, especially when the whole of Toronto Defiant. Look here, that nano boost was delayed so much by that Dragon Strike. Really nice placement from Hisu.
Yeah, super nice to be able to split up the team here. And now Hoppa just going to be able to go after Skewed. Oh my god, you don't want to be between a rock and a hard place there. And so Hoppa just kind of continuing to get this ball rolling as Gladiators have 50 seconds left. At least they have...
What?
I lied.
What?
You know what? I'm just going to stop talking. Look at how far forward Defiants are.
Yeah, I think that must have been an arrow and then some hyperspheres, I suppose.
Yeah.
I don't know, arrow, orbs, and whatever. It was spam, put it that way. Padapan did not expect all that damage coming in at once. Just everybody hitting their abilities. He's back. But that's one fight now.
Yep.
For the Gladiators trying to end this. Kevster's already pretty low. In fact, he's 1 HP, and now he's dead. The Gladiators have lost 1 DPS. Padapan has the overclock. They don't have a nano to pair with it, but Reiner is trying to make an entrance to the back, but Finale's on there to check him. They still need to touch, mind you, as the car is rolling back, and with Shu dead, this is disastrous for the Gladiators. Padapan needs to go absolutely crazy. He finds 1, make that 3, in fact. I skipped 2, and I hope the Gladiators manage to make a playoff of this one. They got 5 members up and alive, and Padapan was able to come back. And now the second checkpoint should be theirs. Finale, he's maybe trying to spawn camp Shu. I'm not sure. He needs to touch. He's the only one close enough, and he doesn't get there. Padapan carries the Gladiators to point B.
That was absolutely huge, and I love that Padapan was also beelining to the cart as well, you know, trying to get these eliminations, going to the cart just to make sure that that overtime could at least happen. No C9 situation here.
Nice stick. Finale in a really nice position. It was behind them the whole time. Not sure Gladiators knew where he was. Flux used by Hotbar, so 2 ultimates in that engagement for the Defiant, and still they burn a ton of time off of Gladiators' time bank.
Yeah.
So now Glads, they have 50 seconds to go, so it will be OT before they do reach that final point, if they make it there.
Yeah, I mean, Defiant are just continuing to play spoil to the Gladiators right now. You know, opting to give up that second point so that they could come in for a full recontest here. This is still basically where the Defiant were holding the Gladiators before, but they do have to give up some space now that Chorong is down.
Yeah, blade available, so is the nano. Kevster's not going to get the nano, and he gets instantly slept. Oh my word, that's what you want to see. But the Toronto Defiant, all that meanwhile, they were trying to pay attention to Kevster. Their front line just got evaporated. Glads with 10 seconds to go. There's 3 people on the payload. Toronto Defiant have a ton of ults coming out of spawn now.
This is a good position for the Defiant to be in. You can see that Kevster is rushing back to point there with the Tracer.
This nade. This nade is absolutely huge. Reiner is going to be in the back with the nano. The Transcendence from Chorong eliminates that purple from it. And now Skewed trying to keep his team alive. Reiner kills Twilight, but they do trade honors. The spawn position is so good for the Toronto Defiant, they might just be able to hold on, especially with these trickle kills coming in. Finale is still doing Lord's work in the backline of the Toronto Defiant. The Gladiators are halted just before that 3rd point. A valiant push on 3rd, mind you, with only, what, like a minute to go. Good stuff from them. But now it's up to the Toronto Defiant to try and better that.
Yeah, Gladiators getting stopped before 3rd. I mean, this is still a winnable position for them, right? They definitely took an inch and turned it into a mile with the time bank that they were given. And that 3rd point is always very tough to be able to fully cap there as the attacking team, just because of the respawn advantage for the defenders. So now we're switching sides. I think that Gladiators, they definitely play better with momentum. And so as long as they can continue to be set up and take the Defiant out before they are able to really get the cart rolling, they might be in a good position to tie up the series.
Same story for the defense, it looks like.
Yep.
And Padapan and Sojourn really helped save them on point B.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a nice little string of eliminations there for Patty to be able to capture that second point. And it did buy them some extra life there. So we will see them almost with a full completion of the map. But with Toronto, the way that they're playing this as well, I think Jesus Hanzo has been really standout for me. Just being able to chunk away some of these shields. And, you know, Reiner doesn't have a whole lot of them. That monkey bubble really not able to withstand some of the pressure coming in. I expect that Finale is just going to try to get a quick pick here and then switch off, depending on, you know, if they're able to get the peak. Everyone's out of LOS, though, so we will see Finale switch over to the Genji to be able to match that of Kevster's.
Oh, nice little anti-start off. Big space gain just from that anti-nade, and Reiner going low. Just getting your Sigma up onto the high ground or on the corner of the point is kind of crazy. You can see Hotbar and Finale trying to do that now. Kevster sent back to the Cretaceous period. The Toronto Defiant now already on the point. Patapan comes up with a big kill onto Hisu, but Toronto Defiant right now gaining a free time. That's one tick. Reiner's going to go in. However, with that bubble going down, that's not going to last long against Hopper and Finale, so he's going to have to back off and rely on his heals to keep him up in this fight. Kevster on the back line. Chorong in a little bit of trouble, but Chorong's already done a ton of damage to the Gladiators. He's taking care of Shoot. Skewed. Shoot and skewed. Skewed. It works.
It works. Okay, they're a powerful duo here for sure.
Hisu. Oh, wow. He could have ripped the head there. That would have been deadly. Shoot, luckily. Yeah, still in the archway. That was unfortunate for Hisu. He had to look like 4 different ways to try and deal with the Gladiators. Nice defense to start off with. However, they do forego 2 ticks.
Gladiators will be able to come back into this one, though. They are staggering back to the point, but they now look 5 strong. As we're really looking at Hoppa here to make some space with this Flux.
Oh, Nano straight to the back line. Twilight's already dead. The Flux is good, but Reiner's still got a lot of that damage mitigation from the Nano boost. An over-eager Flux from Hopper, it felt like there. Big team kill for the Gladiators, burning some more time off the bank.
But it was just the Flux came too late there. But I love that the Gladiators, you know, Reiner not only being able to use that Nano to mitigate damage, but also get huge cleave onto the back line of the Defiant so that the Gladiators could continue to kind of pick off those pieces. But now we're approaching the 1.5-minute mark here left for the Defiant to take that final tick of progress to get this cart rolling. And they're really looking at this Nano Blade to try to get through the Gladiators, but they've got to get through this Transcendence first.
Twilight went super low there. Okay, Glads have to react. Nano comes in. Finale with the dash. He's got the blade available to him as well. The pulse bomb from Kevster missed somebody, and Finale steps on it like a landmine. Good sleep onto Kevster, though. They do end up trading that kill with a Primal Rage in that small room. Is it going to get too much done against the Dragons and the Transcenders from the Toronto Defiant? Big turnaround. Twilight finds the nade onto the backs. Skewed ends up going down. Hisu may have fallen, but the Toronto Defiant planting all of their feet, or maybe hovering, most of them at least, on that point. There's the blade from the Genji. Patapan's already through. Reiner takes a dash. And the Gladiators, they're going to lose the checkpoint, and Toronto Defiant are going to get the payload going. Amazing defense from the Glad so far, though. They burn off a lot of that time back already.
Yeah, absolutely. It was still a little expensive for them, but we will see that Skewed actually going to be going over to the Brigida now to be able to go into the second point after using the Transcendence, changing it up. And I like this just because, you know, we're looking at Sojourns now on both sides of the field instead of those Genjis. And so I do like how this is going to go. I think Skewed provides a lot of frontline pressure that otherwise wouldn't be there if you had the Zenyatta instead.
Okay, Hopper's got this Flux. The Sigma comp quite powerful in these close quarters engagements. Kevster looking for an engagement, waiting for Reiner to go in. Kevster's found 3 of them. They're all huddled around in this small corridor. The Flux is going to end Patapan's life. He's just a pile of bones now. Shu trapped in a small corner, but he's kept alive for the time being by Skewed. Unfortunately, Reiner and Kevster can't quite say the same. They had a good idea there. Reiner going in with the Nano, Kevster in the backline, but Chorong and Twilight just refusing to go down there.
There's a nice stall for the Gladiators, though, so if they're able to get back to contest, then, you know, the Primal Rage coming online here, Kevster may be able to get a stick with the Pulse Bomb, and that might buy enough time for Skewed to get this rally up, too. There's not really a whole lot of just kind of explosive damage here on the Defiant unless you're able to gift the Nano over to one of these DPS, really looking at Sojourn here.
Finale's got Pulse, Kevster forces Kevster to recall. Big anti, Hopper and Hisu in a little bit of trouble, but the Nano wants Chorong to force him to stay alive. Not just yet. Transcendence available now for Chorong too. This is an unbelievable turnaround if they can make this work. Twilight was in a whole heap of trouble, but now it is Reiner that is sent to the spawn. The Toronto Defiant. Nanoing Chorong was the perfect idea, keeping the rest of the team up and alive and well to earn the Selfwood Transcendence. The problem is, Patapan's on the field, and he's got the railgun. And with the rally and the overhealth, it was way too much damage for the Toronto Defiant to bear.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Transcendence is just not enough to be able to stop that, because it can only do so much. over a period of time. Gladiators, though, now they have this strong defensible position. Patty also, with the overclock coming online, might just be able to one-shot people, especially when you don't have the nano to save somebody and the Transcendence just got burned. There's no response for the Flux, though, from Hotba, but this is it, Jaws. They really only have 30 seconds left. Final fight.
Fnatic can start this fight off pretty big with a pulse bomb. I'll be looking at him, honestly, but Padapan's got the overclock. Pulse bomb versus overclock and Flux. There you go, trying to define. They found one before, and Hotba, his Fluxes have been pretty decent this series so far. Does manage to find the brig up on the high ground, but Skew just hides away. Hotba can't quite find the cleanup, and a nano onto Ryler as he leaps towards the back line. And now Padapan in the 1v1 duel, make that a 2v1, and he might be able to take out both. Hisu and Twilight already dead, and Padapan with the overclock is going to finish this one up. The Gladiators kill the Defiant just before that second point. OT ticks down, and they tie the series up.
1-1. Gotta go into extra maps here. No sweep here for the Toronto Defiant, but Gladiators also well on their way to continuing to show us why they are one of the best teams in the league right now. I love that Patty was able to pop off. That was definitely a huge help to keep the Gladiators in this.
Yeah, Padapan is with a saving grace a lot of that map. Second point as they were pushing up, he got the triple kill with the overclock, and at the very end, cleaning house with it once more. The Gladiators, after kind of a slow start on Control, tying the series up. We're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a sec. Looking like another close series we have in our hands right now as we go to Circuit Royale for our third map and our escort map. Substitutions coming in for the Gladiators, Space in for the tank role, and we have Arns too. So that obviously means we're on Circuit Royale, so that makes sense, right?
Sigma, Widowmaker.
And Sigma, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, Ons is just the Widowmaker specialist for the Gladiators, so definitely makes sense that he's going to be coming in to fill out that role, but it's going to be a tough one. I feel like Hisu's been on fire today, and especially next to Finale, this is definitely going to be a good match. It's way closer than I expected it to be, Jaws, so that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Toronto Defiant setting their own pace for the control. Like, they were running over the Gladiators. The Gladiators, on the other hand, had a crazy good defense on King's Row. So this one really could go any way. It's whether Arns can be subdued. He is one of the strongest Widowmakers in the world. One of the best aimers in the world too. It'll be quite hard to deal with at the best of times. We'll see if Toronto Defiant has what it takes.
I definitely don't think it's going to be like DPS versus DPS here, especially when you're looking at the Widowmaker matchup, but I think it's about how you decide to approach that front line engagement. Chorong and Twilight just really good at being able to help enable Hotba. Maybe we will continue to see more of the same, but look at this, Jaws. Especially when you're looking at the Sigma, it makes a lot of sense to not have the Lucio and the Ana when you're really looking at pop-off potential from Hisu and Finale, but it's the Brigitte and the Baptiste here coming out for that backline.
Yeah, okay. Oh, play a song? What's Arns got for us today?
I like it.
I like it. That was good.
Melodic.
Hopefully, by the end of the year, we'll just have a big old compilation of people playing songs on the little piano there.
Yeah. I hope so. All right, let's get this party started. You're going to see the Sonic Arrow now come out from Kevster just to give a little bit of information over to the Gladiators about where Defiant are hiding and what they can do to start to get around that. But Finale right away with a huge pick.
That was a ridiculous set of Storm Arrows. Oh, that's not the pick. If you're Toronto Defiant, oh dear, losing Twilight that early. Look at that, instantly falling all the way back. They know they can't fight on this corner. Not without the BAP, and Finale going down. Yeah, Twilight overextended there by a mile. Just got rolled. Oh, and a pause. Hopefully that was nothing to do with Twilight going down. Doesn't look like it. And it looks like a Glad asking for a brief pause. Man, we are full of pauses today, Rose.
I was going to say, I'm cursed. I come back to the broadcast and I bring this upon everybody. Sorry, everyone.
It's like it's like the first week, like the truck's all back, you're back, you know, Matt's back, everybody's back, basically. Like the whole broadcast is
let's blame Matt
and ready
for this
to go.
one. I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah, we can do that. Yeah, well, I'll blame Matt.
Okay.
I'll take that.
Okay, cool.
The other week.
Bet.
Looks like both teams are ready. So yeah, it's only a brief one this time. No worries, everybody. No worries.
Woo!
I'm pausing. Good stuff.
Yeah, let's
all right, so Toronto Defiant, they lose Twilight super early. Finale got rocked, and the Gladiators making the easy push onto this first point.
Yeah, this is good. I mean, they're going to start to round the corner, and this is where it gets a little bit tougher for the offense. They don't have a whole lot of architecture to hide behind unless you are going to be using this high ground like we see from Hisu and Finale. You do have those barricades to be able to help you get those angles and also just keep yourself safe. But the straightaway here is where it starts to get a little risky here for the defense.
Oh, it does. Yeah, Shu and Space sent super low. Yeah. Unlucky. Looks like Skew and Skew couldn't quite heal up Space before he was taken down. He got super split from the rest of the Glad squad.
Yeah, kind of on his own. There, did you notice that he was like not behind a barricade? He was kind of like out of LOS for a little bit of the rest of the healing from the Gladiators when he just moved forward. So quick reset here for the Gladiators. They will be able to come back into this one with some really nice disruption, though. They've got the Dragons coming online as well as the Flux, so you can just split up the team here.
Oh, wow. Space once again taking care of Finale. This time, not with a rock, just with a couple of Hyperspheres. Not enough healing on the side of the Toronto Defiant right now, and Chorong also falls. Flux. Lamp. And Toronto's behind a dead. That is first point for the Gladiators.
Yep.
Looking good so far. And even Hans takes out Hisu there at the very end.
Good stuff. Look at how aggressive the Gladiators can get now, especially when you can just leave one of the supports on the cart. You're still going to find a lot of value from Skewed pushing that along, and you know, Shu is there to help out. But Toronto Defiant, like, they need to start finding the angles with these snipers. And I just feel like it's too hard for them to do that when they are going to be playing behind these buildings. Oh, that's not good either.
Nice Dragon Strike to split the Toronto Defiant from the front line. There's the Flux around a corner. Hopper's not going to be able to be stopped. They regain control of that space, but that Flux not getting anything. It's going to lead Gladiators just walk on up. They didn't need to use Transcendence. Oh, there's the window straight through it. Too much damage. It's who can kill who first. Who has the Widowmaker on the other side shooting heads? It's Gladiators. Arns with a one-shot body shot through the amplification matrix, and then a headshot to finish Twilight. Oh, and finale. Unlucky. Gladiators. Blistering pace. Quite literally like F1 level pace on this map.
So much time.
4 minutes and 30 seconds. Good stuff.
So much time. I mean, this third point is still very difficult for the attacking team to fully complete, but Gladiators are on a roll right now, especially if Ons can continue to get these picks. That's really where the power of the double sniper comes into play. You've got Kevster to help just delete Hotba's shield, and then it just leaves Ons with so much room to be able to get these shots. Toronto Defiant, they've got to start finding the picks and value with their own snipers.
Yeah, it's been pretty tough so far. Hisu has sights, so it's not the worst. And then Finale can split through dragons. You don't want to be in a situation like we've seen a couple of times before, Rose. Oh, little boop off. Oh, no, not quite. Thought Charon was going to go for the whip shot there. But now down on the ground, and Hopper ends up just falling over. Yeah, wow. I mean, Toronto just getting kind of destroyed right now on the defense. It's, oh, nice shot by Hisu, wow. But yeah, Hopper's just kind of stepping up, Rose, and the Gladiators are just like, yeah, okay, that's fine. Like, you haven't got really much support. It feels like Chorong and Twilight, they're off on these angles where you can see your tanks but not have too much of an impact, and then you can only throw a couple of cookies on them. Hopper ends up going down, and the Gladiators looking to sink this one home. Twilight's also pretty low. Dragons from spawn. The only person contesting Payload right now is Finale, but he's not going to be long left in this world unless Hisu's got something to say about it. That's 3 kills so far. Make it a 4th, maybe? No. Skewed up on the high ground, takes him out, and now he's just the Zen versus the Hanzo. Just give him a kick. Oh no, Hopper comes in to save the day. The Toronto Defiant, by the skin of their teeth, 4 meters, 4.5 meters. In fact, the Gladiators, before they sunk that one in.
Yeah, that's going to be really helpful to just kind of keep the Gladiators from getting the full cap there. Hisu finally popping off and giving us the performance that we wanted to see to get that value out of the double sniper. But Ons still has the ability to go for the gold here, especially knowing that he's been outpacing the DPS output from Hisu's Widowmaker. Looking for it too with the sight lines active.
Yeah, with the window. There's almost no hope. But like, you step in front of that, you are long gone. Hopper's going to be super careful. And there you go, instantly deleted. Big pulse bomb from Finale, but Immortality Field was enough to save his life. And the Toronto Defiant, they lose their front line, and the Gladiators claim the cap. So a lot of time bank burnt off. Like I said, it was a very, very quick point A and point B. So 2 minutes, not the worst, but in general, that point takes a lot of doing to actually get a cap. So with 2 minutes in the time bank, Rose, you're feeling really happy if you're the Gladiators right now.
Yeah, you absolutely are. I mean, they walked into that third point with like 4.5 minutes in the bank. So, you know, mathematically speaking, there was a good probability that they were going to be able to get that full point capture. But it's still winnable. I mean, Defiant can come back into this one. They just also have to capture all 3 points, get a little bit of time donated over to their time bank. Maybe they'll have a little bit of a better go of things this time around now that they have the double sniper working for them on the attack instead. It's just so tough because you want to make sure that those snipers are getting picks when you're on the defense, and I just don't feel like they were coming through fast enough for the Defiant to keep the Gladiators from capping.
Yeah, I mean, on the first corner, there was a few nice kills from Finale, but it was Twilight stepping forward just past his first corner. He ends up getting taken out, and then Finale can't get enough healing, so he dies, and it's just a small little snowball that gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and Gladiator is just able to capitalize off it. See if Hisu can find... Oh, was that Sonic on his location? I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Okay, I did hear the little, like, ringing sound. That was really heads-up play from Kevster.
Yeah, no, that was really, really good. And this is why we love getting a chance to see these high-level Hanzo plays, because you know kind of what you're looking for. Who's where, what's going to give you the most information, so those Sonic arrows can definitely be very, very helpful here. Oh. That's a good start.
Okay. Yeah, Hanzo, hard to hit at the best of times. His head hitboxes, it always eludes me, but it does not elude Hisu. Good start. This is the first corner take pretty easily.
Yeah, this is a really nice amount of space that Toronto Defiant have afforded themselves, and that's what we mean about the value from these snipers, right? Hisu getting that quick pick did allow for Defiant to start to push forward, get a bit more aggressive. Kevster and Ons now are going to be the ones that are struggling to find these angles to be able to get the picks onto the Defiant. Hoppa just being able to work that shield and very nicely here to allow for these angles to happen.
Ons taking the crazy angles right now on this corner.
Oh.
It's unbelievable. Ooh, Hisu again killing Kevster. Okay. Hisu maybe a slower start to the first round, but making up for it right now. He does get taken down, but the Gladiators are still forced back. Ons taking the grapple 1v1 against Hisu, and now with a peeking through the grass, doesn't quite find much, and Hisu once again takes out Shu. Okay, Toronto Defiant coming alive.
Yeah, they've got some good momentum rolling now as they capture this first point, have a lot of time in the bank to round this corner and start to capture second as well. Look at this as when Churong just kind of going up to get a nice peek here. Let's watch this replay of Hisu though. Nice grapple, huge dink into Kevster's head.
That was a nice kill.
Yeah, that was beautiful, and that's what we want to see here. I'm now looking at the two Sigmas though. When these fluxes are online, there's a good answer from Shu with this Transcendence also coming up here. It's going to outpace Hoppa getting that flux online.
Dragon Strike. Kevster was on his own, but he used the dash pretty easily. 3-man flux, however. Lamp is going to be there to negate the damage. Rock doesn't find all too much, but Space in a nice position on the payload. Getting a lot of chip damage in, but that's just about it. You can't really play that too far up, especially when you know, yeah, the other Sigma has that flux. It is Shu this time that is caught, but popping the Transcendence, he's going to be fine, and so is the rest of his team for the time being. Hisu gets grapple-shotted by Arns, and now comes the collapse from the Gladiators all down those stairs, but Toronto Defiant may be more than willing to actually start this fight off, or finish the fight, I should say. That rally from Churong's good, pushing everybody forward with that over health. Kevster is in the back. He needs to be dealt with, but dashes back to the rest of his team, and now the window to stop the Toronto Defiant from aggressing.
Look at that immortality field to keep Defiant in this fight as well. Nobody going down yet. It's just been a stalemate as we trade cooldowns and trade ultimates, especially when you see the amplification matrix to at least buy Defiant some space, but Gladiators just kite right around that.
Now on this little tent. Hisu has a little bit of a worse angle. Look, an inferior angle to Arns right now. Arns can kind of chill, and Churong peeks the shield with his head showing. Ouch. Okay, Toronto Defiant, now they fall over. I was going to say, Hisu has a little bit of a worse angle on this point. He has to look up. Not only does he have to look uphill, but Gladiators have to peek their heads around. Like, Toronto Defiant have to peek their heads around to be in line of sight for Hisu, but they don't really need to do that because they hold the corner.
Yeah.
Whereas Arns could just wait for Toronto Defiant because they need to push. So Arns has the advantage in that regard.
For sure. I mean, the high ground advantage definitely helps here. And when you look at how Defiant need to kind of approach this point, there's just so many places that the Gladiators can hide behind that really make it difficult for Defiant to A, take space, and B, just make sure that they are able to find the angles that they're looking for. I mean, look at that! Space just putting up that shield too, blocking Hisu completely from being able to get damage. That's a perfect example of what you're talking about, Jaws.
Well, both Sigmas had enough time to build up another couple of fluxes for themselves. Gladiators with a nice defense have burnt so much time off the time bank. Lamp will be available for both teams. Oh, Barnes ends up going down to Hisu. A big trade. There's the blade from Kevster. He's in the back. The Lamp goes down. A nice little look up from Kevster. Takes care of Twilight as well as Chorong. So Toronto Defiant have 0 support left. Not only that, Rose, they ended up using their flux in that fight. Space is going to round this one out. Nice little sharing on top. I think maybe saving it there would have been better. You know Toronto Defiant pushed all the way back because they lost both supports, but Space more than willing to invest that one to get some extra damage down and buy themselves some more time. Toronto Defiant have a minute to go.
1 minute remaining, and this is starting to look a little tough, especially because Ons can just pop these sites. And where did Toronto Defiant go? It buys the Gladiators so much time here that they have to wait for that to cool down.
God, that is... We need to rename Arns Chris Angle. Just a magician on the angles. Shu ends up taking out Hisu somehow from the high ground. Takes out another one. Okay, Shu going off. Go on, King. Toronto Defiant now with 30 seconds to go. Aren't in a good spot. Neither is Hopper. Gets kicked back up the stairs. Toronto have ults. They've got 2 support ults, but then they're going to run into a Transcendence and a window. As soon as that rally comes out from Chorong, you smack that window down if you're skewed, and you can deal with that overhealth quite easily.
Yeah, I mean, Twilight at this point really wants to use the amplification matrix to create some space for Defiant to get in there, and then maybe you pop the rally to just make sure that you can take that brawl, but Transcendence is so powerful.
Dragon on the point. Does not much of anything at all because Arns is just firing through the window. I don't think anybody touches Rose. Well, maybe somebody. It's Chorong, but he's not going to last long. That window on the high ground for the Gladiators won them that round. The Toronto Defiant unable to make it to point B as the Glads take the lead in the series.
Love the way that the Gladiators played that out, using the amplification matrix as soon as they heard the rally get popped as well. You just, Defiant, you just don't want to walk into that. Really made it impossible for Defiant to feel like they could take that fight. And so good stuff coming out from the Gladiators here. 2-1 in the series now.
Yes, solid stuff. Toronto still have a chance. We're going to go to a push as our next game mode after this break. global clash of East and West is almost here. Head to the fan art gallery and share your art celebrating which team you think will take the win during our first global tournament of the year. I'm pretty excited for it, Rose. It's going to be a banger. It's always fun seeing both of the regions clash.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just around the corner. Make sure you visit the link on screen now.
Well, especially when like the Eastern region as well, I feel like is just so creative with the compositions that they're bringing out. Like we've seen a lot of Ashe, which, I have some questions about, but like they were also the first region to start bringing out the Sombra, and they just like to really flex around. I think the clash of styles is going to be really, really fun.
Bellisria playing Hog. Oh yeah. More of that, please. Thank you very much.
Hey, it's not
we'll
Florida
see.
Mayhem, so.
It's true. When we see
love them.
Finally, our Hog versus Hog match.
Yeah.
Probably not though. Probably not. Anyway, back to the series at hand. Toronto Defiant and the Gladiators. Toronto Defiant had a really good start on Control, but we're heading to push. Can they keep themselves in the series? The Gladiators made some substitutions, as well as the Toronto Defiant. We've got Padapan, Kevster, Reiner, Shu, and Astro for this game, or this map, sorry. Probably means a little bit of rush to me. You got Astro in, you want to play Lucio.
Yeah.
Toronto Defiant have Muse coming in for Hopper.
Well, we're going to Coliseum. So definitely want to look at how to position around that map. There's just so many places that you are going to want to be. And so Lucio would definitely help you get there. But the other thing about the Lucio that I love, and we've seen a lot of examples of even just in today's matches, is just how you can use the Lucio with one of your DPS to help position and find the angles that you want and just get a nice flank onto the enemy team.
Yeah, I've really been impressed with Muse over the last couple of weeks. He's facing his old team too in the Los Angeles Gladiators, so it's always nice to beat out the person that has taken your role on that team. I'm sure he wants to keep his squad in the series. We're just waiting for Astro to sit back down. There he is, smile on his face as always. The Gladiators only one map away from securing, so it's all up to them now to stop the Toronto Defiant from bringing it to a map number 5. It's been a close series, Rose. I'm curious how the Preds around the globe, I suppose, or the Preds in general for a lot of players and a lot of the talent, the desk talent, of course, and the viewers out there. I wonder if people were saying, oh yeah, it's a 3-0, or maybe it's a 3-1, 3-2 kind of thing.
Yeah, maybe.
Curious.
I would love to know what the masses have predicted for this one as well with their pick'ems. But I don't know. I kind of feel like, you know, the Toronto Defiant coming out of the gate swinging on Ilios really does bode well for us to get a map 5. Just knowing how brawly Coliseum ends up being. Ilios is also that way. It just kind of smacking into each other.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe that plays in Toronto Defiant's strength here. Push plays a little bit like Control. I always think it's a lot of like quick engagements, like over and over and over and over again, trying to fight for as much ground as you can with the robots. So we'll see how the Toronto Defiant match up against the Glads. But with Astro in, it's go fast time. That is for sure. So he's going to be facing 1v1 versus Chorong, maybe.
Did you see? Well. Patty just goes, Muse, I know will play Doom.
Well,
for now it looks
he's not
right.
far wrong right now. Yeah, he's not far wrong. So we'll see if he sticks on it.
Maybe. Hold on, I'm going to ignore that because I feel like the Gladiators are pretty set up for success right now in terms of what they want to run. And so, you know, Reiner coming out on the Doomfist, and you've got, of course, that core of the Tracer and the Sojourn to back that up. But there's that funny Astro Lucio that we were expecting to see on this map, and I do think that's going to help to reposition the Gladiators way faster. On the other side, though, Defiant also have a Lucio of their own. Chorong just been really stellar on that hero. But it's about the Winston from Muse that I think makes this matchup super interesting, knowing that Muse has a lot of cooldowns to be able to get away from danger.
Cheeky little spot there from Paddy. Now he's going to try and go for the flank, but it looks like the rest of his team are a little bit unfortunate. Just the half a second he was missing. The Toronto Defiant took their chance and they killed Kevster. Now a lot of pressure on the backline of the Gladiators. However, a giant purple onto Muse and Chorong will send them reeling. The bot not really moving all too much right now, but Toronto Defiant are inching forwards. Now Shu under a lot of pressure. Muse already hit the leap when he was purpled. They do end up trading, but without heals, the Gladiators have to play a little bit more safe. Patapan running back to a health pack. Reiner, rather tanky, of course, in the front line with the Doomfist. That over health, or the shielding that you get from just launching yourself into people, is going to aid him rather well. Astro in the skybox, killing both supports. That's what you want to see. Aggressive Lucio play from Astro, who's already almost got himself a beat as the Gladiators take control of the bot.
Yep, Gladiators going to start that. And they've walked away with so much value. I mean, Jaws, they've got the sound barrier, they're going to have the Meteor Strike. Kevster can go ahead and engage with the Pulse Bomb as well. Big stuff, especially if Kevster can find that angle.
Oh, Reiner's already used his power block. Perfect target for a Pulse Bomb. He throws it in, gets the stick off the Meteor Strike, but somehow Reiner gets away. He's going to get healed on up. The power block came up just in time. And who's in the kill feed? Of course, is Patapan. Gladiators win a back-to-back fight. Nice little team kill in the Toronto Defiant. Again to go again. Glass now get the high ground for free.
Reiner and Shu are just a really good team for the Gladiators. Reiner just knows where Shu is going to be able to have the angles to be able to get that LOS of healing onto him, but unfortunate.
Yeah, Shu and Patapan end up going down. Toronto Defiant using that beat to secure the fight. And the robot didn't move crazy far, but 39 meters is still quite the distance. And when you have Kevster and Reiner up, Rose, you can kind of juggle the payload just a little bit to stop the Toronto Defiant getting too far.
Yeah.
Oh, Finale's waiting for something, though.
Exactly, but we kind of expected that, though. I mean, looking at the defensible position on this bridge, it is really hard to break sometimes if you get set up.
Sixth sense from Astro there, knowing Finale hasn't been seen in a while, and he won't be seen for another 10 seconds or so, because Patapan ends him rather swiftly. Overclock earned by the Sojourn, and now the Gladiators in control. The Toronto Defiant not seeing too much action. What they might do now is they nano in Muse, but look at that. Hisu goes so low, pops the Overclock, tried to go forward, but he got no heals. Tong and Hisu fall, and the Toronto Defiant tried to make a big engagement. The Gladiators were happy to accept them. Astro drops the beat, and the Gladiators get control of the bot once again.
Toronto Defiant getting really close, but it is about these fights at this bridge. Once you're able to get past that, I think that's kind of the point on this map where you can just kind of go with the momentum and just keep moving forward. But that's a big pick there. Defiant definitely going to be able to get this defense as long as they don't get picked off.
Oh, another quick headshot by Hisu. Nice. Goes back on the hands, though. Two clean picks. Patapan saying the Hisu special. Oh, speaking of which, that's 4 kills. Give him a 5th. Come on now. Don't be mean. Okay, Hisu, let's go. Never can count him out, ever.
Nope. Unleash the Hees? Maybe? Hanzo?
He's leased, don't worry.
Yeah, he's leased already. Cool. I love it. I mean, he's definitely showing us that. Defiant trying to match the progress right now, but this bridge is so tough. You gotta make sure that you've got ultimates online here, and Gladiators definitely have the ult economy in their favor to be able to just outright win this and take control back.
Flick to the right there, trying to stick the pulse bomb on the Sojourn. Wasn't quite so lucky. A nano off Reiner in the small room. He's getting a couple of little punch hits, but that's about it. Meteor Strike, though, will finish the fight pretty fast. Toronto Defiant don't quite manage to get in the lead. Only 40 meters, 6 meters separates them. Nice late nano from the Gladiators. Really like that. Reiner just cleaned up the Toronto Defiant backline.
Yeah, but now you're in this position where, you know, Gladiators can either bully their way past this or Defiant work up to ultimates to just kind of keep that bot at bay. Hisu getting this off angle, nice flank into the back, maybe being able to help out, but ooh!
Hisu moment inbound. Yeah, okay, takes care of Patapan. Go on, Patapan, type again. Type again, son. Toronto Defiant. They do lose Muse, but Hisu being alive might just be good. Although saying that, with Astro existing still, Hisu has to play super far back. The robot has been moved a fair distance by Hisu. nearly to the middle, but Toronto have to wait for more people to come back. If you have Astro and Reiner up there, they can contest for a lifetime. Look at that.
Yeah, did you see how far back Chorong was? I was a little nervous that Gladiators were going to take an engagement before Chorong could get back into this one. But Sound Barrier remains available for both teams. Defiant, though, now heavily in the ultimate bank.
Dragon Strike's not going to get too much, especially with that beat hitting all 5 members of the Gladiators. The later beat from the Toronto Defiant, but they've already lost Twilight. They need to end the fight now, and if they don't, it could be all over. Muse takes a swift headshot from Patapan, who comes up big once again. The Gladiators forcing Toronto all the way back. A late beat with Twilight dying is good, but you have to kill the backline of the Gladiators. Otherwise, you end up losing the fight just like that. Shoes nearing a nano. Meteor Strike available soon for the Gladiators. This is looking good. They might be able to get the checkpoint, unless Muse has got something to say about it.
Yeah, Muse is going to get the nano.
Patapan in trouble. Overclock not available, but Muse in a little sticky situation. He can't get much done. The nano wears out, and he didn't find anything at all. And Astro and Kevster were just dealing with the backline that whole time. Beautiful kiting from the Gladiators to stop any of them going down to Muse. Patapan filling the kill feed once again on the Sojourn. And Hisu has had enough off the Hanzo to the Sojourn to try and match Paddy.
Twilight's also had enough. Going over to the Moira as well to just provide more sustain, especially when these fights are going to happen very quickly. This bot has pushed past that first objective, starting around the corner there, and then it's just a straight shot to the end. 2 minutes, 45 seconds left, Jaws.
Overclock available. Twilight's already used the fade. Patapan in a whole lot of trouble, and Funny Astro manages to find the kill onto the Moira. Reiner now in a whole heap of trouble. However, we're 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go, Rose, and the checkpoint unlocked for the Glads. It's only good for them from here on out. The Toronto Defiant, they land a big pulse onto Shu. They could be good for a payload push, but that's if they can do that.
I mean, Funny Astro still exists. So, yeah, so that might be a tall order there for Finale to land this stick, but it's not impossible.
Nice, good start. Hisu got the better of Patapan at that time around, but Chorong wasn't quite so lucky. Pulse bomb from Kevster's good. Twilight used the fade, and now the second DPS, or the other DPS of the Gladiators, pulling his weight. Muse, I mean, that was just cruel. Kevster's already recalled, he's got 14 HP, but Hisu comes back. Luckily picks up the kill. They're going to be able to get the payload going, or the robot, I should say, going, but with how many people that they have, it's looking rough. Yikes. Over-ambitious use of the ultimate there, Patapan.
Yeah, that's not going to feel super good if you're the Gladiators. That does buy some time for Defiant to come back and try to catch up for the lead Gladiators have.
Hisu moment. He's looking. No, there's the beat from Astro. It is pretty late. Toronto Defiant, if they can use their beat in just a moment before someone goes down, doesn't quite happen, and the beat only hits 2. Funny Astro takes care of Muse. Only the supports for the Toronto Defiant got that sound barrier. And now with a minute to go, and the Gladiators in control of the bot, the Defiant are in a bad state.
This is looking pretty good for the Gladiators right now. With the lead, less than a minute remaining. They're gonna have the nano. They can give that over to Paddy or Reiner to just make sure that those heavy-hitting ultimates come online. And the Coalescence might not be enough sustain.
Muse just allowed so much damage to come towards him. The Coalescence from Twilight is good, but Reiner's just running at him. Didn't manage to find the cancellation, but now Twilight's used the fade already. 25 seconds to go, and the Toronto Defiant are wiped off the map. They need to be able to get to the payload, the point in time, but it's looking rather unlikely. The Gladiators just chasing them into their spawn. It's Muse versus 3. A pulse bomb from Kester lands. Muse ends up falling, and the Toronto Defiant need to stand up tall. The Gladiators don't even need to push the pot, but they're doing so to make it tougher for the Defiant to get back. Finale, triple blink, manages to get to the payload in time, but the Gladiators still with people on the point, just hunkering down.
Oh my goodness, look at that.
Nice sleep. No, Finale ends up taking care of Reiner. Funny Astro is still causing havoc in the back line, but Finale and Muse managed to get back to the point just in time. Finale with a 3K, but this is it. They let control of the bot shift hands and the Gladiators will win the match.
Oh, just Gladiators are coming up with so many ultimates as well. Defiant, you're going to need to continue to set the pace. I want to see that aggression that we saw on Ilios to kick off this series, because that's going to be what keeps Toronto Defiant in this series, Jaws.
A beat for Astro. Chong is 10% away from his. This is the key ultimate that he needs online. They're just throwing everything in the kitchen sink. Toronto Defiant need to find a response. Chong used the beat fairly late, but once again, Twilight is not in it. They've lost one of their supports. The fight needs to end now if you're Toronto. The Gladiators, they've got the Nano, they've got the Doom. Reiner sends himself sky high with a Meteor Strike, and now Muse is in a whole heap of hurt. Chorong falls, and now with little health left, the Toronto Defiant, Hisu finds one, but it's not enough. The Gladiators, they take the map and the series 3-1.
Whew. Toronto Defiant were off to a blazing start in this series, but Gladiators did pull their acts together and took the win. And it was so good the way that they ended up, like, just kind of playing around the ultimates from the Defiant, just mitigated their value. You saw the Coalescence start to come out there, and Reiner was right there saying, I'm just going to punch you out of it. And so the way that the Gladiators just kind of continued to play around with their composition as well as their positioning on that map, just so good from them, and that's why they're considered one of the top teams.
The Toronto Defiant, they started off super strong, and it was a close few games, mind you.
Yeah.
But the LA Gladiators, they do it. 8-2 now, total record for this season. They are looking as strong as ever, and they can still shift to different players. They've got a deep roster. They can sub in Arns, they can sub in Space for things like Circuit Royale. Like, this team is looking fantastic going into the mid-season madness. Toronto Defiant, there were big bright spots. Their tempo setting on Ilios, the first map of the series, was crazy good. And you can see why Muse has been talked about so much over the last couple of weeks. His Doomfist and his Winston, they're looking clean, but not clean enough today.
Yeah, just the way that the Gladiators adjusted to that kind of tempo setting really is what sets them apart from a lot of teams, just being able to make those quick adjustments. But I've got to talk about the player of the match, Jaws, because we do that with every match. And drum roll.
That's true. We do that every match. It's Padapan, of course it is. Sojourn looked super clean throughout the entirety of the day. Man, it's crazy how quickly he does pick up heroes.
Yeah. I mean, this clutch.
Landing railguns feels pretty good. And the King's Row, yeah, hella clutch by Padapan. Not once, but twice did he clutch up using the Sojourn, finding key railguns to either defend the team's point on King's Row or go for that second point push. He looked great, Padapan. Just continuing to be a standout rookie this season.
For sure. I mean, Padapan, you know, has had a journey through the Overwatch League, but is really starting to have that star power, you know? Especially on a roster that is as well-oiled as the Gladiators. Padapan just fits so smoothly. And, I mean, 20 eliminations per 10 minutes definitely says something about the power behind his Sojourn play today.
Oh yeah, and 11 final blows per 10. That's a little bit insane. I've noticed the death per 10 is pretty high too, but just it's aggression. But if you're getting stuff done with the aggression, you are dying, that's fair. If you're trading 2 for 1, you take that any day of the week.
Fast fights in the series, for sure.
Yeah, they were. Like, the tempo was at its highest it could have been, I think. And apart from Circuit Royale, but that's a little bit different with the different comps. But yeah, congratulations, Padapan, player of the match from us today. We're going to jump to a quick break. The desk is going to break down this series and round out the day for us. We'll see you soon.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Post Show, everybody. I'm here with Ans from Los Angeles Gladiators. Ans, congratulations on the win. Now, I do believe that you guys had a very dominant showing. Other than the first map, I think Ilios where Toronto Defiance took the map. So I want to hear from you what happened in the first map and how are you guys able to overcome that hardship. 일단 첫 번째로 안스 선수 일단 승리 너무 축하드리면서 오늘 전체적으로 봤을 때 글래디어 굉장히 좋은 모습을 많이 보여주긴 했지만은 첫 번째 맵이었던 일리오스에서 아쉽게도 토론토에게 그 맵을 넘겨줬었는데요. 좀 거기서 좀 어떤 문제점이 있었고 그 문제점을 좀 어떻게 해결해 나가셨나요?
일단 첫 번째 맵에서는 팀원들이 평소보다 많이 긴장한 것도 있었고 이제 상대팀이 짜온 조합에 대해서 저희 팀이 대처가 살짝 많이 부족해서 첫 번째 맵에서는 그렇게 패배를 가져갔던 것 같습니다.
Alright. So I do believe in the first map, I think it was more of like a nerve issue where I think all of our teams were a little bit nervous, a little uptight, and also the composition sort of threw us off, so we didn't really have a good answer when we first started to counter or fight against Toronto Defiance composition. So I think that is why Toronto Defiance got that map win. And I also want to follow up on how did you sort of overcome that hardship as well. 자, 방금 그런 문제점에 대해서 잘 말씀해 주셨는데 거기다 좀 더 보태자면은 그런 좀 어려움들을 좀 어떻게 해서 이기신 것 같나요? 이겨내신 것 같나요?
일단 1세트가 끝나고 다 같이 모여서 적팀이 짜온 전략들을 좀 구성하고 선수들, 코치진 모든 사람들이 이제 힘을 합쳐서 상대 조합은 저런 조합으로 이끌어가는 것 같다 싶어서 이제 거기에 대한 저희의 전략들에서 몇 가지를 수집해서 하나로 만든 것 같아요.
All right, I think we definitely overcome that hardship of not really analyzing their composition. What we did was after we lost the first map, we really went back into a meeting and we talked with our coaches and all the players together and talked about what the Toronto's Defiance strategy was for this matchup, and we sort of wanted to counter that with our own strategy, and I think that's how we got the win. All right, next question is more. I think it's a more light-hearted question. I think you guys already clinched a spot, but Ans, I want to hear from you from all the teams that haven't made into the Midseason Madness tournament. Which team do you think will make it and why? 자, 두 번째 질문 좀 더 쉽고 좀 더 밝은 질문인 것 같아요. 안스 선수가 보시기에 당연히 글래디는 벌써 토너먼트에 입상을 이제 들어가게 되셨지만은 아직 못 들어간 팀들 중에서 이번 하와이 토너먼트에 갈 수 있는 팀이 어떤 팀이라고 생각을 하십니까?
저는 개인적으로 런던이 올라올 가능성도 되게 많이 높게 평가하고 있어요. 왜냐면 다른 사람들이 보기에는 작년도 그렇고 재작년도 그렇고 런던이 되게 하위권에 있었다라고 많이 얘기들 하시는데 스크림에서나 대회에서나 보면은 런던이 강적으로 가지고 있는 하나의 조합력이 있기 때문에 가능성이 있다고 봅니다.
All right. I do believe, I do have to think, or I want to say London Spitfire has very high potential of making it into the Mid-Season Madness tournament because, people think that last year and the year before, they were one of the below average teams. But right now, how they play is very close-knit and they are a great team right now. So I do believe that it is going to be London Spitfire if I have to make the choice. All right, Ans, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time and hope to talk to you soon again. 안 선수 이걸로 인터뷰를 마치겠고요. 시간 내주셔서 너무 감사드리고 또 승리 너무 축하드립니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Thank you so much. Ans, congratulations to the LA Gladiators. And I just noticed his hands are actually ginormous.
I
Ans's hands?
I didn't notice that.
Was that just me?
I have big hands.
They're teeny, actually. Like they're miniature.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
You got those dainty piano hands going for you, Costa.
These are gamer hands. These used to be the money makers, and now they're just sort of old.
I hear the rock fighter. I don't know, am I too old? Rock fighter, never-ending story. Like these used to be strong hands.
No.
No, it's just me. Yeah, straight over there. Anyway, thank you, Hex. She got it. That's good. I'm happy about that. Moving on, let's discuss the game. I reinforce you had a lot to say as we were watching the match. And please share all your thoughts with the class.
I mean, I think, barring the first map, I do think that this was a bit of a, masterclass kind of showcase for the LA Gladiators once again. They showed so many looks throughout this series. And I think overall it was just impressive how on each and every map they just adapted and played a different composition at an extremely high level. But things started on Ilios here with Muse coming out playing the Winston for the Toronto Defiant. Kevster and Parifan caught a bit off guard. I don't think Paripan on the Tracer was necessarily the best pick. We saw them swap over to the Sojourn. Skewed swapped over to the Baptiste, but this dive was just so strong from He's to playing the Sombra and Final and the Tracer. So we can say whatever we want about Sombra, but the fact of the matter is we're seeing some teams have success with the pick. I'm not going to argue with it. I'm not going to argue with it. They want a map, okay, against the LA Gladiators. I'm not going to argue with it. But here on King's Row, here's where things really got interesting to me, because Reiner was playing this Winston, which on King's Row, like traditionally speaking, not a pick that I'd see get a lot of value in a meta where we have, stuff like Doomfist or Sigma. But the dive was just supreme with the LA Gladiators. Kevster had one heck of a King's Row. He would go over to Circuit Real. Space comes into the mix because of his famous Sigma play. And while you have Kevster, you have Ants popping off. And it was just an amazing showcase by the LA Gladiators, what they're capable of doing so seamlessly. And then to wrap things up, we got to Colosseo. They played a Doomfist comp at a very high level. And Toronto Defiant, they were like never really in the match to begin with, aside from that first map. So impressive stuff from the LA Gladiators. And they're certainly showcasing to us that they're remaining at this top level. They just need to iron out the fine details like Paripan, for example.
Yeah, I do want to say, though, the Toronto Defiant, they are making steady improvements. They look good. We flamed the Muse Winston earlier in this tournament cycle, but you can tell they're starting to understand when they want to pull that pick out, when it's going to be a good asset for them, while also being able to mix in other things. They had the Doomfist, they played a little bit of Wrecking Ball, so I like what we're seeing from the Toronto Defiant. I think there's good growth. Not enough growth to beat the Los Angeles Gladiators, but they put up a fight, and the Hopper Sigma as well on King's Row, very impressive. You can't take that man down without him taking a couple of them with you, so I really like what I'm seeing from the Defiant, and if they keep this up, I can easily see them getting over the line to the mid-season madness.
Absolutely, and they are just on the verge of being one of the teams to qualify for it. We, of course, have a few more matches which need to be played out to really determine which teams are in and which teams are out. Now, we had a great day, a long day with 3 amazing games, and that means once more we had plenty of great plays to choose our best of the days from. And I started off with a heartbreaker. Why is this the best of the day? Just because it's very emotional, okay? And I'm all about those emotions. And this one just, I mean, what happened in-game is one thing, like that gets you, but it's the reactions of the players. Hawk actually can't believe it. Like
It's so hard. Dude, Ultraviolet's going to knock down the barricade. It's already half tilted at this point.
Yeah.
That was one of the most brutal C9s ever. Like, that got one goes into the history books.
Yeah.
I think Venom is like the only one that's...
Is that what happened? No, but Hawk literally is a Renaissance painting. He's literally like doing the scream right there. So, yeah, that one had to be memed, but it's all in good fun, of course.
Yeah.
We love those reactions. That means that the heart is in it. That means that the passion is there. And those hurt. And as amused as we can be watching those things happen, like it's rough.
It already happened. GG go next. Right?
Exactly. GG go next. It was a close game. Danny, what got you today?
My best of the day, I just love when we see new faces, rookies come in and they just dominate. And I think we had a new London player come in and support, flex support player, and I was very impressed of his Zenyatta. His name was Boneback. Legendary stuff. And I talked to Backbone. They sort of have the similar name, but they're completely different people, I think.
The lower third, though.
Dunlan Fire Spits. Bone back.
Oh my god.
All right. yeah, Backbone actually
Big
said,
fan
you
of all
know,
those.
they just picked him up and he was a really good player.
What a guy,
Apparently
yeah.
he's very good looking and also very nice as
Very
well.
likable,
So
yeah.
very
Okay.
likable. So I would love to have an interview with them sometime soon. London, please make that happen. And yeah, I want to see more from Bo back.
Yeah. Rookie of the year.
Absolutely. Costa. Johnny just doesn't even want to.
Why? Why are you guys laughing? You guys didn't like Bo back?
Funny? No,
That was
it's a
good.
funny joke.
It's not
Rookie
a
of
joke.
the year.
What joke?
Rookie of the year. Danny's insulted.
I'm not going to help you out with this one. Anyway, Costa, it was a long day, but I saw your face light up like Christmas tree a little earlier. You want to share with everyone?
Well,
what that
okay,
is?
it was funny because you were doing your interview. I didn't listen to anything you said in the interview because there
wow,
was another corgi out here just recently. But we're having to do this from campus now, so our pets aren't here anymore. But the pets get brought in by other people, and there's been corgos walking around. Look at the good boy in the corner. Yes. Oh, look at them. They're so cute. Oh.
Dog envy.
Yeah, big cuddles. Yeah, I just
So happy.
I love a corgi.
No,
I love dogs in
I
general.
mean, shout out to all of our colleagues, to all the employees here on campus who bring their pets in, because nothing gives me more joy than seeing them frolicking around in the background.
Yeah.
It's actually no, you have no idea. Oh my!
There's like golden retrievers.
They're happiest boys and girls. They all have like this little spring in their step. They're like, today is a good day. Like, yay, dog!
Dog to work day.
It's fantastic, and every day is like that. And when the campus is like filled with people, it's sometimes not even just dogs, right? There's cats and like all sorts of critters and animals running around here, which is fantastic. It's beautiful. Anyway, that's a hard one to follow up.
I don't have a transition. I was like, what do I say? What do I say? Hot bus cool, I guess.
I guess he's
Anyone
all
like
right.
Sigma gameplay? Hey, come on, we got birds. We got birds. Hey, you know? Yeah, Sigma. You know, this was a cool play. He's like 1 versus 4, and he like refuses to go down silently and just takes 3 people with him, 2 with the flux here, and then 1 more against Cute Sen. Good trade. I mean, he died to his own orbs. A good trade. But yeah, I love this. Good on the fact.
To the lower third.
That is a good overthrow.
Hey, he popped off.
Yeah, it was a good play.
Yeah.
Good play. I was as soon as he popped that flux, I'm like, Hopper, that's ridiculous. And he kept getting kills. I'm like, oh, okay.
That's like classic one in comps. Just like, I got 3. I did my part. Where are you guys? Come on.
So, would you say he was the goodest boy in that very moment?
No, there is no more goodest boys other than the corgis. You know, he's a good boy, but not the goodest.
Not the goodest.
Not the goodest.
Can I
Again,
be the
tough
goodest
fact
boy?
to follow. The best. Is he going to be the best?
You can be the best boy.
Oh my god. I don't even want to say it.
No, we're not going to talk about
it. Anyway, schedule. East and West, we have more games coming all of your ways overnight, of course. Starting with the East, we have a few more bangers to determine the standings because there are still some open slots up for grabs. Seoul Dynasty will face off against the Guangzhou Charge in the first nightly match. And then afterwards, we're going to see the Valiant and the Chengdu Hunters going to bats. And then afterwards, our last match of the day, it's going to be Shanghai Dragons and the Philadelphia Fusion. That's an interesting one. I'm very excited to see if those two teams maybe can bring out the best in each other.
Fun fact, the Shanghai Dragons have not taken a map off of the Philadelphia Fusion this season.
That is a fun fact.
They've played a lot, so yeah.
A lot?
Wow.
Like
Like a
I
lot.
think 3 times?
3 times?
That's
yeah,
actually
because they
quite a
played
lot.
twice in the first stage and then they played in the playoffs, I think.
Interesting.
I could be wrong about that, but I know that they haven't taken a
someone
map.
please fact check. We can't trust Costa. Anyway, San Francisco Shock, their first match tomorrow will be against the Vancouver Titans. Afterwards, the Washington Justice are at it again, this time against the Gladiators. And we're going to end out the day with the Toronto Defiant and the Paris Eternal. Which of these matches gets you hyped and excited?
I don't think my fact was right now that I'm thinking back to it. Just disregard everything I just said. But this match that I'm most excited about. I think the Toronto Defiant versus the Paris Eternal. I hope to see better things from the Paris Eternal, but Toronto Defiant look good. But these are going to be some hard matches for some of these teams.
Yeah. Let's go, Justice! Woohoo!
Just Doesn't give up. We like that. That's a spirit, Danny. That is a spirit. Yeah, well, they will need all your energy, and that means it's best for us to end it right here, let you rest, so you have enough energy to send their way, as they will need it going up against one of the better teams we have in the league. So it's going to be an uphill battle, but we love those. We love a good success story. We love a good underdog story. Now, once again, thank you all, of course, for joining me here in our truck, box, desk thing.
Dog tower.
Dog place.
The watchtower.
The watchtower.
Watchpoint.
Yeah, that's exactly us. And we thank all of you for watching, of course. And we will be back same place, same time again tomorrow. You don't want to miss it. Thank you so much for tuning in, and goodbye.
Bye-bye.